Welcome to Dynaground. Hello, my name is Owen and I'm your professional Dyna rider. Today I'll be teaching you how to ride a dinosaur and win that chicken dinner. Now, let's begin. Relax, don't be scared. That's the sound of the mighty T-Rex. Now, here's the first dinosaur encounter. I want you to meet my girl Vicky, my sweet little raptor. Look how cute she is.
Isn't she lovely?
Vicky or raptors, they're the most vicious and fastest beasts in the world. To ride a dinosaur, first you must build trust. They are carnivores. They eat meat. You have to feed them off. They will think that you are their friend, not food. Once they trust you, they will be a great companion. However, taming a dinosaur can be seen. Experience dinosaur taming and riding the all-new version of PUBG Mobile Dynaground. Explore Dino Settlement and Wild Reserve and embark on a prehistoric adventure in the Battle Royale game. Come and play now.
What is up, everyone, and welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, Southeast Asia versus South Asia. My name's Contra, your host for the entirety of the day, and today I've got a very special guest joining with me here on the desk, Jay Hunter, the One Tap King.
Yeah, thank you for the warm welcome. I'm here to display my knowledge of the PUBG Mobile for the Southeast Asia teams and also South Asia teams, or lack of it.
All right.
So I'm here today. Very interesting. I saw the game yesterday. It's all South Asian domination. So it's very concerning for me, especially as someone who hails from SEA and always preach the thing that she's the best. She's the best.
SEA supremacy, right?
SEA supremacy, and of course that's one of our slogan, supremacy. But now it's not looking that way.
Yeah, overall, if you guys did miss out on some of all the action on day one, it was 5 chicken dinners for South Asia, where we see majority of the Mongolian squads getting all of these chicken dinners alongside with DRS. And of course, we did also have a Southeast Asian team that managed to actually get 1 chicken dinner. But of course, we'll jump into the story really quickly in a few more bits. So with that being said, first, with today being a brand new day, Jay, I want to hear your thoughts. Like, what do you think is maybe some of the struggles of the C teams going up against South Asia? And do you feel like it's going to be a lot of changes going through today?
Oh, yeah, I guess it's going to be... I mean, this is something that usually said in the C teams. We are slow to warm up.
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if this is, it's a valid reason or it's just an excuse. But it tends to be that way even in the histories of C games, like C PUBG Mobile teams, like in PMWL, PMGC, and all these old games compared to like teams from Mongolia.
Yeah.
We had a very, very sudden surge, and nobody knew Zeus at the time, last year or 2 years ago. But they played very, very well, very aggressive. Even C legends like RRQ Athena were shocked by how well these teams are coming here and adapt. And this is compared to even playing against legendary teams like Nova and also 4AM. They managed to outplay them quite some time. And then now that Mongolian domination is still apparent in PMRC.
Absolutely, especially when we take a look at the participating teams that will be joining us here throughout the course of the weekend. If you guys did check out yesterday's games, 4MV, for Miracle Vibes, have been able to secure 2 chicken dinners and now is the one sitting at the top. And of course, you got all your favorites coming from Southeast Asia as well as South Asia, namely GEEK, SLATE, Vampire Esports, YOODO Alliance, Hill, Boom Esports, FaZe, Alter Ego, Box, and of course, many of all these other names. So let's quickly take a look at the overall rankings and which teams have actually impressed you the most, Jay.
Well, I mean, 4MV, definitely a surprise for me because coming in, I would expect, it's going to be a Mongolian domination, definitely, looking at the games, but I didn't expect it's not to be STE. In fact, STE is the least performing Mongolian team. So having 4Miracle here is quite surprising to me because I haven't actually watched a lot of their games compared to STE or Zeus. So, and also compared to like DRS, also not really doing that well. So that is the most surprising. I mean, Boom being here, not really surprising. DRS, of course, there's a lot of fans of DRS and the recent gameplay and the recent performance in PMGC. It's not really surprising for those two to be here. But for MV and also MAB, actually, I was pleasantly surprised, to be honest.
Yeah, and overall, we definitely want to take a look at the hit-to-hit records as well between 2 of the finalists of each region. We got SEA here with Boom Esports that have been able to put so much damage on the block, but didn't really secure as many eliminations versus 4MV. But, you know, overall, I believe that there's going to be a lot of these changes to come when we go into our 6 games heading into day 2. And I believe that we'll also be kicking things off with an interview later on with some of all these teams as well as players out there. But, you know, if you actually get to speak to anybody, well, who would you like to speak to?
Definitely one of the Mongolian teams. I would really want to know what is mindset going into this. Did they know or did they expect for them to have this kind of domination against the C team? Because it's always something, you know, it's something like a urban legend that C teams are very scary. C teams, especially with teams like Vampire Esports, which is all superstars. You have Tony K, you have Schwabs, you have Nuzi, of course, all legends in their own right. And then coming in, I think they might
so
be,
hot,
it's not looking so hot right now for C teams. That's why I'm very interested to see if they have some kind of difference in terms of preparation or, you know, the mindset going into this tournament. And I guess that's the most thing that I'm very curious about.
Yeah, I'm glad that you actually brought up about Vampire Esports. And the biggest question that remains on all these fans as well as some of the analysts is like, where is Tony K? Because Tony K was not playing throughout day 1. Will he be appearing today? Maybe on the weekend? Maybe he's just taking a day of rest? But definitely Vampire Esports sees a little bit of fair share of struggle, but they did a little bit better heading towards the later stages of the day. And same could also be said about, you know, teams that we have expected to perform like STE or DRS. And then at the very least, DRS have actually made it into the top 3. So that's good news for them. But the grind continues for today. So if we're going to take a look at, you know, some of all these other names out there, do you feel like there's also a couple of all these dark horses here in the race that could really put an upset to who's currently at the top of the table? Yeah,
I remember Team Erangel I8. I remember their very legendary run in PMGC. I think it was red or yellow, I'm not too sure. But they made it to top 16 in the last game. So I will not be surprised if they manage to do some kind of comeback to become number 1, because they have done it before. They have come from basically the abyss, climbing up back to the top, and then suddenly like surprising people. I think they got 18 or 19 eliminations in that round. So I'm pretty hoping actually Aegon I might show us something. But of course, the Malaysian team's home country. Of course, there's a bias there. But of course, there is a for YOODO Alliance. They just came back from another tournament, which is not really a traditional Battle Royale PUBG tournament. So it's kind of understandable they haven't performed as well. And also GEEK SLATE, we know they have a new addition, which is Audrey. Their performance in the PMPL is also not the best, not as dominant as the previous two PMPL. So, but I hope the Malaysian teams can also come back.
Yeah, if you guys were looking through the highlights, it was a whole lot of plays happening, coming in from For Miracle Vibes, where we see this team actually excels in close quarter combats and also to be able to go in for third-party action so efficiently. And if there's any sort of loophole that maybe teams are looking at, do you feel like there's any flaws so far from 4MV?
I am not too sure to say about 4MV, but what's interesting to me is the fact that Boom still managed to get second place, because one of the teams that people look and focus on when the new patch notes came in, which is the DRS nerf. This is the team that people say they're going to be affected the most, because Yummy was an apparent user, a very obvious user of the DRS
god, right?
Yeah, the DRS god through and through, but apparently nothing's happened.
Yeah,
and but of course the nerf is not that that big anyway. It's only towards level 3 vests and also the range, which is not really something you would see DBS users, have any problems with.
Yeah, and speaking of which, of course, if you guys are looking forward to all the matches today, we'll kickstart off in Sanhok and then followed by 3 rounds inside of Erangel. And on match 5 as well as match 6, we'll be hitting into Miramar. And I'm glad that you actually brought up about the DBS nerf. We don't see it to be as prevalent as before. You see many of these players going back to some SMGs, going back to those ARs, and we still see it's still a very reliable weapon with close range.
Yes, of course. And people who are like, oh, DBS is nerf, never mind. Because the next best weapon is S12K. And people are still using that. So that is not hit by the nerf. And I guess it's only going to... It's not a DBS problem. It's maybe a shotgun problem. But I wouldn't say it's a problem at all. It's what it's intended to do. So close range, you use a shotgun. And I think that a lot of these teams have already a very vast knowledge about how to use certain weapons. And as you said, just change to SMG if you're not comfortable with the shotgun.
Yeah, and looking back into our first day back in Sanhok, it was basically a total domination from South Asia, where we had NBeSports to take the top prize of the chicken dinner home, followed by STE, T2K, as well as 4MV. So I guess like SEA, they got a lot of work to do.
Oh yeah, of course. It's when S2G won the PMGC, that was a shock actually especially to the C teams, that no C teams were, they don't have good performance in PMGC. That's the honest truth. So now with Mongolian teams are dominating, I think it's another, I would say, wake-up call for them.
Yeah, and of course, we did talk a lot about Mongolian domination, but yesterday we also do see a lot of all these other SA teams really thriving, especially now the record currently being set by SA team is 311 points versus 243 points. And with that, we'll definitely like to invite a team to join us in for an interview. And please welcome Aegon I8. And here we have Blade joining us. Hi, Blade. Thank you so much for spending time before we kickstart our run. How are you feeling today?
I'm very good. How about you?
I've been feeling great as well. I'm excited to see, you guys perform hitting throughout the course of the weekend. So, of course, just to kickstart with a couple of questions, going through day one, things may have actually started a little bit rocky for Aegon I8, but things have definitely improved heading into the later stages of the matches. So, what are some of the challenges that you and your team face, and how did you manage to overcome them?
We're still trying new things as we are practicing for our upcoming tournament PMWI, so that's why we are having some difficulties and stuff.
I see, and I'm glad that you guys are trying something brand new, because of course there's a bigger tournament coming up ahead, and you guys want to be very prepared for that. And speaking of adjustments, right? Do you feel like for day 2 that there is a lot more adjustments to be made, or not exactly too drastic from day one?
I think we're gonna be a bit more aggressive than yesterday.
Okay.
That's it.
All right. So we definitely do look forward to, a lot of big plays happening. And, you did fantastic as well. You were playing some of the matches yourself. So just looking into, all these teams that you've been competing with, do you have any thoughts on, the success of South Asia as a region in general? Because you guys have all gathered 5 chicken dinners on day one, and perhaps even more today. And what are also some of your opinions on the SEA team so far?
In my opinion, C region is good. They're strong, but South Asia is very underrated. They are like one of the best region in PUBG Mobile.
Yeah, I do absolutely agree, and I'm definitely becoming a huge fan of you guys and every team out of South Asia as well. So I don't really want to hold you for too long. You guys got a lot of games to be played out for today, but I'm pretty sure that the fans want to hear from you guys. If you have any words to say, well, if you want to do it in your local language or even in English, it's up to you. So give a word to the people of SA.
Thank you for so much supporting us in our good times and bad times. Keep supporting us, and we won't disappoint you, inshallah.
All right, awesome. Thank you so much, Blade, for joining us here. And of course, we wish you all the best for all your games for today.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. Take care.
Oh, very interesting. By Aegon, they're going to play more aggressive, which is kind of like an anomaly for Aegon, because they actually in the PMGC last time, this is very thought-provoking, because Aegon usually they play kind of the slow game, conservative games, but when they play aggressive, they play really aggressive. So that's the thing that I'm looking forward to. If they're going to go hard, they go really hard.
Yeah, I absolutely do agree with your sentiment, because yesterday we see they start to apply more pressure hitting towards the later stages of the day, and who knows, now that they're going full on aggression mode, these other teams definitely have to look out for themselves. So Aegon I8, they are still climbing their position somewhere around, top 9, top 10, and still pretty much chaseable, especially now. The new format will reward teams who actually play aggressive.
Oh yeah, of course, definitely. But there's one thing that I kind of don't agree a bit, which is they say that SA is an underrated region. I think that they are just rightly rated, because nobody will deny the dominance of their teams at SA, with Zeus, with names with ST, STALWART Esports, performance very good so far in history in 2 years of playing, or 2 years of me watching them play, and then teams like DRS. Definite improvements from the first time they went into PNWI or PNWL. Very interesting. And DRS Gaming, their fans are very, very, very supportive of them. So I'm not too surprised if they actually, have fan moment. They have they need to prove to their fans that they're the best, because I actually met some of their fans here in Malaysia, and they said they recognize me. And I said, how do you recognize me? Because we watch PMGC, so we have to see you. So I know they're the fans of DRS. Even in Malaysia, their fans are very, very supportive of them.
Yeah, there's so many passionate fans out there. We thank all of you guys for joining us here for today. I hope that you guys do stay around till the weekend, because that's when we crown our champions of the PMRC. But this is a long way there. So now with the race to the top still underway, there is going to be a few other teams that are going to be contesting, names like DRS, names like 4MV. I guess the closest from Southeast Asia right now is Boom. But what about the others running for, this title? It felt like it was a huge struggle, but Alter Ego was also consistently contesting them. So with that being said, do you feel like there's going to be perhaps a dire switch up coming in from, these sort of teams? Because mainly it's coming in from the PMPL Indonesia region that's really performing well right now. Yeah,
Indonesia has been playing very well. I mean, the strategy that is shown in PMSL was very, very, I think it's very anti-C games, C players or C PUBG Mobile strats. But in SA, they have to change it up. Maybe they'll have a moment yesterday or last night after the games to reposition or readjust their strategy. I think they will definitely have benefit from doing those kinds of analysis going into the games. For the other C teams, Vampire Esports, I'm not too sure about Vampire Esports. Watching the PMRC, I feel that Vampire Esports is like their strength doesn't come from not only because their teams have the superstars, but because in PMPL Thailand, they deny other superstars from being in other teams because you definitely want your team to have Tony K, you want to have Nuzi, but they own them. So they have this, maybe too much superstars, and at the same time, maybe there's a problem of handling egos inside. I feel that's a problem for Vampire right now because these are, the Indonesian regions and also the Thailand regions are the dependable regions, so to say, because they have won a lot of accolades with RRQ Athena and also BTR before this winning the global championships.
Yeah, so probably it's like the situation where too many cooks do spoil the broth, but well, speaking of things that are cooking, it's the match coming up and we go right into predictions and hey, great minds do think alike. So we're predicting DRS. I want to hear you first on, your sentiment on them getting a chicken dinner here in Sanhok.
Oh, well, the players inside Rules is doing very, very fine. The games I played yesterday was very phenomenal. Gyante, this is all legendary names in the franchise for PUBG Mobile. So it's very refreshing to see them performing even till now, because usually they will drop off maybe in 2-3 months, like some of the teams drop off, but DRS has been consistent so far.
Yeah, and I love that form of consistency where they're also prioritizing on positioning points. So I think this is a very safe pick. So hopefully, I don't jinx any more teams. So I'm not going to say any further from here. So let's pass it over to our lovely duo, Choo Choo as well as her Clown.
Thank you so much, Contra, and also Jay. And definitely, I feel like the one that Jay talked about, the fan of DRS, is himself. In that case.
It seems, yeah. He has been a fanboy since way before we start the show. So
it's definitely him.
That.
I talked to one of the fans of DRS. It's actually me. Yeah, secrets out there. But speaking of which, we talked about all the teams, and yesterday has been incredible for South Asia. And if you guys notice, when it comes to the scoreboard, there's colors like orange and green based on the numbers. So it's actually representing the region as well.
Yeah, so keep an eye on that because the theme is, of course, Southeast Asia versus South Asia, and undeniable South Asia region has been very, very strong, especially with the Mongolian teams coming in. And I do like what the analysts say, that the Mongolian teams, they are dominating and they're doing very well. And expected of them to do well. It's just it's unexpected for STALWART Esports to be behind. But I did realize, I just saw a news after we were done yesterday, right? So I went home and I was just looking around social media. So for STALWART Esports, one of the points that was mentioned by Senator on why they didn't perform well is because they are using a different device. So they are using the same device as per PMWI. So that's why they are still adjusting themselves.
That's kind of true, because we remember yesterday's interview with Senator as well. He mentioned that it feels like it's not competitive ready yet for them. So maybe this is sort of, the road, a journey for them to actually shape themselves up for the upcoming tournament. Speaking of our interview just now with Blade, now they definitely performed well yesterday, but it's just having a bit of closure of that chicken is quite difficult, especially when it comes to South Asia region. They're all out there. You're competing among yourself, while Southeast Asia right now struggling, but we do have Alter Ego up there so far, taking a big chicken dinner before we end the show. And also when it comes to 4MV, so far the record is still 21 eliminations. That's the highest. And per individual, it's going to be Apex from 4MV, which is going to be 9 elimination by a person.
Yeah, he was the MVP yesterday as well. So, no doubt, right? The numbers don't lie. He has it all. And we got the 21 elimination day one. I don't know if that record will be broken today. Maybe after all these teams have warmed up, then we'll see a new record. But who knows? And plus, we'll be jumping into the first game inside of Sanhok, the game, the map that allows all these teams to showcase their firepower head on.
Just to recap what happened yesterday in Sanhok, the first map was taken away by NBeSports, who happened to be taking the last few circles on top around Lakawi and Bravo area. There's more towards the right side. Will be the same case here if the circle happened to be around Hartin or Cam Alpha.
Yes, if we want a little bit more challenge, perhaps the circle, Cam Alpha, that'll be kind of nice. It's always very challenging, especially for teams who do not get the circle from the start. But that is our wish list. What is your wish list? Leave it in the comment section. We'll see you in Sanhok in the meantime.
Here comes our day 2 of PMRC Southeast Asia versus South Asia. So far leading the charts when it comes to comparison between two regions. South Asia definitely showing their prowess, while Southeast Asia have been in their slumber yesterday. It will be different case here when it comes to day number 2. We do have a flight path coming on top from Camp Bravo down to Nakam. More to the southern side, it's all about the circle.
Yes, and besides the circle, yesterday we saw in Lakawi, we got 2 teams challenging for it. So let's see if anything changes this time. Looks like there will be a change because GEEK isn't dropping inside of Lakawi, but AGI 8 dropping around the areas where Hill Esports is at. There might be an early clash or maybe not, depending on where exactly they drop. But other than that, STE taking back their home ground boot camp. Yesterday boot camp was vacant for some reason. So this time around, after playing yesterday's game, I guess everyone found their drop spot, so it's evenly spread out across the map.
Looking at the southern part, which DRS taken over Sami, but Rules on the other hand is just too close towards Vampires right now. It's going to be 1-3 formation for them, maybe 1-2-1. And maybe Rules is just scouting for the side of DRS for now, but just hope he won't get caught between a Vampires players. But we do have first contact made. Once more, it's again the same as yesterday. Come up from the side of FaZe Clan here.
But this time it's going to be GEEK and FaZe just in another location. Yesterday was Lakawi. This time, both of them happened to drop inside of Hartin. So looks like they're not getting away from each other now, it seems. But the regional points, well, obviously still favors South Asia, doing very well right now with a 300 mark point. I mean, with this kind of stats, we can expect South Asia to continue doing well today.
Numbers don't lie. You guys in the comments section do tell us, what do you feel and how do you feel this tournament outcome will be? Will it be still South Asia leading by end of day 2 or the entirety of tournament? Or will it be South Asia coming back in the very last minute? But so far, like you mentioned before, Cloud, GEEK, SLATE and FaZe happen to be having sort of same rotation when it comes to this particular map.
So it looks like we have a change for GEEK SLATE. This time around, Mika is taking a break. Audrey is playing for GEEK SLATE's lineup, at least for round number 1. Let's see if it gives them any improvement, because yesterday, between the clash of FaZe as well as GEEK, both of these teams, well, because they spent too much time outside with each other, both of them pretty much didn't do that well. But let's see if anything changes this time, as Snipes has a visual onto FaZe Clan. They don't seem to know that Snipes is there.
Bit
there
awareness, but Snipes being spotted out. He doesn't have an helmet. Venturas with a micro Uzi pushing in. Sonix trying to isolate them with those pressure, but Moment still finish off Snipes anyway. I think Sonix and the rest of GEEK SLATE will have to pull back now. So they're losing men way early on. And the side of FaZe perceiving their passiveness on the other end, this just shows that they are more than confident to actually push forward.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The moment they know that they have an advantage, like there's only one person there, everywhere else is clear, that's where they will take it. 1 nade, keep it low, go in, finish up the job. Very straightforward coming from FaZe Clan. But after clearing that section, they continue to loot because they know that it's still early and they might not start with a good loot. That's why they spread themselves out. The moment they are done with that, they were going for the hunt for GEEK. And that's where GEEK realizes that, okay, they're at a deficit right now. Might as well get away.
Need to get out and exit here because they're not getting any sort of information. No benefit for GEEK SLATE if they lingers more, because they cannot even loot up since they don't have any sort of information about the whereabouts of FaZe Clan members. But DRS on the other on top of Sami previously, now having a very clear day. Feels like Vampire's not approaching side of Sami just yet. We do have T2K. T2K yesterday, they've been engaging in a lot of early skirmishes, but this time they're paying just playing a bit slower than per usual because we always saw T2K chasing a lot of teams since the start.
Well, yeah, I guess because it so happened that the teams are quite a distance for them. So that's why they're like, okay, let's just focus on the we'll meet you guys later anyway. Even if we compare to yesterday's Sanhok, like for, yes, we did get the first blood this time. Snipes went out, but we don't see more than that as we approach the end of stage 1 circle. So I guess that's also because that the spread of the teams are more even than yesterday's spread. I'll be curious to know what will be the ending between GEEK as well as FaZe Clan, to be honest, because the circle is away from this area, so it's either they get away or someone needs to get eliminated.
The case of yesterday, what happened was both teams have been just trying to solidify the defense and not taking any action and having a bit of a stalemate for quite some time until the circle and the Blue Zone actually arrive. And also happened to be bumping into a third-party team who's happened to be passing by as well. I just hope they didn't actually do the same thing as they did yesterday, because if they did, both teams will be eliminated quite early on. We do know with the current format these days, it's best to be proactive, like how Eagle players Blade mentioned before. They'll be more aggressive here today. I'm expecting them to be super proactive when it comes to the third stage of the map, attempting to get those eliminations early. But so far, a lot of teams a bit of taking cautious move about their next move here, because they do know for a fact they're too close. It's a very small map. But so far, when it comes to regional points, still quite a gap between South Asia and South Asia.
Yeah, that's like what? My math is killing me right now, but 70, let's see, 60, 70, oh man, 67, a 67-point difference. Okay, that can seem quite huge, but of course we're talking about compiling 8 teams and 8 teams. Well, it still shows that for the Southeast Asia teams, most of them are on the second half. So I would like to kind of echo on what the analysts also mentioned. Like for Southeast Asia, they are the team that likes to warm up and they come back later on. That has happened before. I'm not really a fan of that kind of theory, but if that is to be true, then we might see a flip of that number maybe tomorrow once we reach the 50% point.
Another factor might be considered just now by our analysts is going to be some of the teams actually are quite exhausted from another tournament before this. But on the side of FaZe, they are parting ways against GEEK SLATE, and now going into Alter Ego, who happened to be got caught in between. Ventura shot down straight across. It's going to be Fnatic but to have a clear view towards the rest of FaZe. Now they will reposition and might even going for the push. Onzas will be having a bit of a dangerous position there. So he's quite separated from the rest of FaZe.
As Onzen, he gets that first shot with a DBS onto Potato. And that is going to be second point for FaZe Clan. Alter Ego, where are they going to go now? They're still going to take this fight. Okay, I guess it's because they must take this fight to get into the circle. They are 600 meters away, but if they don't do it soon, well, the blue will be on top of them.
That's kind of true. Minute on the clock right now. Rosemary realized what at stake here. He trying to make the push and brute force himself into the compound. But on the side of Okta, he's taking the support via the back line, going for those elevations, seeing good for Fnatic. He's actually taking it off angle, but Ventura's spotted out Fnatic first. Yeah, off angle, eyes being blinded. Now down to Ventura, spotted out Rosemary, but Okta gave away his position with those smoke sprayed on top of him. What a nice spray, blindedly sprayed over through the smoke. And now Rosemary realized he couldn't do much. He needs to bail out for the sake of the team. He needs to survive.
Oh, unfortunately, Okta's goodbye for him. His teammates are out, but we move over to another location. So I noticed that one of the MAB players there are currently down. I'm not too sure what happened there. Probably a long range that took him down, and he's being revived now because no one got eliminated. Now looking at the circle, we still have some percentage on the Camp Charlie area on the left, but most of the teams, in fact all the teams on the main peninsula, no one's really inside of Camp Charlie right now. So I guess they're hoping that the circle really goes there, but it will be a big surprise if the circle does pull on all the way to the left.
More worried if it happens to be on top of cave then. We do know it's going to be multi-level of terrain, and it's a very slippery slope down there. On top of Cave, if some of the team realize, you know what, we want to take the underground, why not? But we do have YOODO Alliance open fires to a side of T2K. They mentioned about them with early skirmishes, but this time got caught off guard. On the side of another side of a map, we do have NBeSports Mondo down. We do have AGI8. They did what they actually promised to do, which going to be hunting people down.
Ooh, here we go. NBE with the nade onto the other side. But it's going to be Fala getting a knockdown to Akash. So it looks like that could be the opening for AGI8 to move in. AGI8 will secure their first point. There's more to come from AGI8 now that they're pushing onto NBE.
Blade. Browning trying to get on the blind spot. He got the off angle. He might actually be the pain for the side of NBeSports. Oh man, what a nice rotation done by Blade. Making so much space for the entirety of AGI8 now. That's going to be them trying for now, as we do have the first team to be out. Surprisingly, the irony, yesterday NBeSports got the first chicken, but now they are the first one to be out.
Oh, I noticed on the elimination feed as well, Rosemary, the last man for Alter Ego, taking 2 out of FaZe Clan all alone. Okay, he's showing why he was the top eliminator inside the past PMSL. But now putting focus onto Razy all alone as well, going up against Box Gaming. Box Gaming not in the best position, the only team without a single placement point as of now.
Razy have to be extra careful. Being discovered by STE is another problem, but if it's not aware, Box players will actually creep in from behind. But lucky enough, it's going to be the warehouse, so there's no windows at the back door. Sort of Box Gaming. It's great to have to defend this warehouse. It's a great castle, it's a great fortress, but to see what's happening outside, it's almost impossible at this rate unless they're willing to pick out. So Boom trying to fan out as much as possible, trying to wrap around the side of Box Gaming. Side of Box, they don't have eyes or any set of ears to listen what's happening outside.
Wow!
But Bronze still got pinned down. Razy slowly creeping into it.
Wow, nicely done from afar. It says Razy is the bait. He just went bunny hopping, and then the cover fire came from the hill. Got the knockdown. That is opening for Razy to go in. Ghost are going to go in for the 1v1 with Razy. Both have nades. Razy might be the first one to toss it on. There you go. But the nade, a little bit off, but it's okay. Backup is here. They will go in on the Ghost to finish up the job.
A bit outnumbered. We still have Kwang or Chuan-Chi up there on the very small tower. But coming out from Razy, try to finish off the job. He doesn't have anything and no first aids right now. But Kwang will be spotted out by Yummy May. There goes the nade flying over this side. He jumps down towards the round of this uneven terrain. He got himself covered by those very small hills. And so far, he's gonna survive, but how much longer, we're not sure of.
Oh, get so naded somewhere else. So it looks like we see a fight between T2K as well as Hail Esports in a similar compound, both of them in the areas of Cave. Now T2K is going to continue on with the next nade. If it lands, they might just rush in from the other side.
Suyok tried to find a way out to see if there's any sort of a glimpse they can see through those small windows on that where hill standings are. But the rest of Hill will not willingly easily give away their positions or any sort of information. Try to hold everybody indoors, but the problem is they can't see what's going on outside. They have a third party coming up, which is going to be very soon on top of that cave area with those elevation, which is going to be MAB. We do know Wally yesterday has been sublime performance, but Rig spotted out Tiger. Straight away pin him down and knock down on the spot. But Rig, they realize now they need to do the push if they want to wrap things up, and they will do so.
Oh, here we go. But then knock. They didn't pursue. Okay, I guess they're worried about whatever cover fire is coming in from the hill. So they try to eliminate from afar. Tiger is bleeding out, asking for help. But for Hail Esports going to pick him up, it's going to be a risk that they're going to take. And yes, Get Slow will be the one to hold his hand.
How do they want to respond to this for T2K? They push, do they not? They have to cross the street. If they actually cross over, YOODO Alliance will shoot them down, which they try to take any fight they can for T2K, left remaining with 3 players. But in the meantime, this gives so much space for Hill to recover themselves. Since they divert their attention towards their right side, the one that actually across them, which is going to be the openings, might actually try to push them. AGI8, for luck, will have to try to go to a side of Buzz, but... or UZM, sorry. For luck, trying to save, but it's quite impossible with the Blues and closing in, and Boom just gatekeeping and denying the entrance.
Oh, yes, Boom. Playing the gatekeeping role now, but at the same time, raising naded down by none other than Falak, the man who snuck up onto him. Can he get another one right now to create an opening for AGIA to move in? But they have to make it fast. As the circle is still not on their side, they're still about 170 meters away with 15 more seconds. And by the time the zone will close in onto AGIA.
Falak tried to reach out towards his teammates bleeding out here, but the way Boom repositioned himself was not allowed to do so. But for MV, they are on the hunt. Flashing out one team to the other is going to be the next contender. Leo spotted out with a jump,
East.
but still easily pinned down by East with that knockdown. Now the rest of Leo in jeopardy, as they do have Doc indoors as well. They're bridging into it, but Leo, they can't do a thing. Is it too late? But Leo won the fight anyhow. And that's going to be the sort of 4 MV. Couldn't just continue their chicken from yesterday.
Oh, but we're not done yet with the fights around. Vampire Esports came in. After that, that's a follow-up to eliminate Leo at number 11 with 4 elimination points. Vampire Esports. They took advantage, right timing, and of course, amazing gun skills to finish it all.
Costly, just a tiny bit costly to a side of Empires. Lost 1 man in that. On the side of YOODO Alliance, they're trying to gatekeep as much as they can since they spotted out T2K from across, and the Blues are closing on their side first. Like it or not for T2K, they have to brute force their way into YOODO Alliance here and take the fight anyway. But Ripple Boy a bit too up to the front. That's where Suyok is pushing with those DBS. Knock him down, and Suyok can easily not breaking any sweat finish off one of the player of YOODO Alliance. And for Adi, look on the other end, they are struggling to stay alive for YOODO Alliance for now.
Yeah, T2K bulldozing through YOODO Alliance. Only 2 of them left, and they're both on the lower ground. Shamil as well as Oleo going to be the duo to try to fend off T2K. Shamil sees them. Shamil goes down. It's going to be rigged with the DBS. Oleo is going to be the last man standing for YOODO Alliance. Can he do anything here? He's playing really by the rim on the circle right now, but at the same time, Oleo super duper low, being chased down by Suyong. Where is Oleo going to go? Suyong switches to another DBS, but don't have the right weapon. Wasn't the right weapon to shoot from the kind of distance. Anyway, Oleo managed to run away.
YOODO Alliance being wiped out entirely. Aside of T2K though, they have to go through DRS, which waiting on the inner circle, but Boom being spotted out. Achul is gone. And that's going to be them being eliminated. Even though they've been eliminated, it's still okay. They got himself 5 elimination. But T2K, we thought they had not have it in them yesterday, but today they show what they're made of with 8 eliminations by now and the highest across the board.
Oh yeah, playing as a trio, but already 8 eliminations. I mean, T2K looking sharp this time. But one of the top contenders for the number 1 spot, MAB is still alive though. Sonics with the spray onto Wally. Speaking about MAB, immediately they will lose Wally. And Sonics is the man to take him out.
Sonics pushing himself just to make sure they can actually cover themselves to rotate and navigate themselves out of this war zone, get into the circle. Popping off all the smokes, but MAB across the street spot. Audrey is in trouble. He's playing a very dangerous game. Not much covers inside of GEEK SLATE here. They need to get down on the bridge, but MAB player Leo's been already waiting there. Now the pressure is up on the side of GEEK SLATE, tossing all throwables possibly to a side of MAB, but DRS caught MAB across the other end, and they caught on both sides for MAB being compressed thanks to Killer. MAB being eliminated, and GEEK SLATE can live for another day.
Well, looks like the only Mongolian team right now is going to be STE. Still looking to find a chicken dinner, not to be left out by the other Mongolian teams. But they still need to do the job. Right now, they have 4 elimination points, putting pressure to T2K on the other side. STE seems to be able to clear all the other teams quite a distance away from them.
Nurse from STE. Icy, one of the best players out there. Tapping towards our T2K, but T2K, they are on a rampage right now, quite a distance between them, around 100 meters apart. But they still want to keep the pressure on the side of T2K, knowing the fact they are on the outside of a circle, they are near towards the blue zone, and they have to stand up by the end of the day and top and the rest of STE will keep their eyes on towards the side of T2K for now, but for the side of GEEK SLATE, they have to cross this bridge. And DRS will not allow them to do so, with Killer eyeing them like just watching them like a hawk.
Oh, DRS, but even though DRS can see them, DRS can shoot them, DRS themselves needs to move. And if they don't clear, when they move, they will be in the crosshair of other teams. So I don't know how they're going to do this. Probably popping a smoke to get into the circle, that should be their next priority. But for GEEK SLATE, looks like Damu shot down and Sonic's taken out by the zone. GEEK SLATE now in dire position as they got eliminated at number 5.
Down to 4. Nobody having a full squad, all equal ground here with 3 players remaining for each respective team. Icy just next to Jane and Rick, and they definitely knows exactly where Icy is based on how he tossed his hand grenade just now, but they didn't actually even try to watch this angle. Suyok caught off guard with top pinning him down, even being chucked down by the blue zone. Now left T2K with 2 players left here, and Icy know exactly where they at. Rick sensed just a tiny bit, but Icy wants to pin him down. He knows exactly he got one. T2K playing a dangerous game now.
Oh, here we go. Icy at the front. Icy shooting, and Icy will get it. Ice cold shooting from Icy as he will secure the elimination point. SDE down to the last 2 members. Assuming that Nerzet will be picked up, it should be okay, as both of them at the high ground. Whereas for DRS and Vampire Esports, they will be on the lower ground now.
Lucky enough for the side of STE, nobody's actually on top of a hill showing the same place as they do. But also side of DRS and Vampires, they might actually get busy here since they will fight against each other first. This might be STE's game if they happen to be at the right time, but 1 down. DRS spotted out by Stone. Here comes the nade to finish off the job, and he might actually get a discount 2 in 1 there if that happens, but close enough. Delta, low HP, being pinned down by another side, and play zone, even not on the side of DRS right now.
Yeah, looking good so far for Vampire Esports with the compound. Who is going to challenge him at this point? STE only Icy left. How is he going to go in alone? That's going to be Killer against Icy. Yes, Icy from the lower ground wins the fight. You cannot deny the talent of Mongolia.
But at the same time, he's running low with bullets. I just hope his rifle will have enough to spray on. But Newsy knows, and that's just it. Vampire within a flash. They are coming back in day 2 for the Southeast Asia team.
Vampire Esports opening up the account today with their chicken dinner, with their final nade onto Icy. And this is the lineup. They didn't even need Tony K to do it.
That's kind of true. And speaking of, they are exhausted as well because they just finished with the rotation games before. And they're flying back straight, fighting for this tournament and can still perform at such a high caliber plays. It's all about day number 2 here where they already warmed up enough yesterday.
Oh yeah, could this be the post-warm-up moment, like our analyst mentioned earlier on, that Southeast Asia teams love a warm-up day? Could this be it? This could be the opener for Southeast Asia. So far, with this taken into account, Southeast Asia will receive 2 chicken dinners, and the rest of them, well, it's still South Asia.
It was close enough for T2K. They were on a rampage just now with quite a number, high kill volume coming out from their side. But it's just the circle moving away from them and forcing them to stay in the blue zone, and they're being spotted out by the other teams when they try to transition themselves. If look at the highlight, most of it going to be T2K, but Suyok didn't see what's coming for him, and that just jeopardizing the entirety of T2K's position when STE pinned them down in such a distance.
Yeah, they were clearly surprised by STE, and to be fair to STE, they were guarding the circle, so it's more of T2K coming towards them, so they were unprepared for someone actually gatekeeping them within the circle.
But at the same time, we're looking at the rise of South Asia in day number 2, but can they keep it up? Because South Asia definitely have very fierce game style and showing their prowess. Yesterday, might as well today when it comes to those kill volume. But we're passing back to our analysts, which are going to be Jay as well as Contra. When you guys are ready, take it away.
Hey, I'm not ready.
Why? Like, all the words that you actually said right before we actually kick off our first round, you did mention Vampire Esports is going to bounce back stronger than ever, and here they are with their first chicken dinner.
Yeah, I was not disappointed with my the fact that I predicted wrong with DRS. I mean, DRS is still up there, number 4 with 7 points in total, but having Vampire here is just very classic Vampire. This is the way that Vampire played in PMWI, how they bounced back. They weren't the best team in day 1, day 2. They were the best teams, I mean, after day 2 basically. So they actually warmed up pretty quickly for their standards.
Yeah, and overall, they definitely take charge on the very final circle where they've been able to gate many of all these teams from getting anywhere close to them as well, despite, you know, high performers like STE that has been able to rake up quite a number. And of course, mentioned by Chuchu as well, T2K, they did a fantastic job of securing so many of all these takedowns. And now let's take a look at the overall rankings, as For Miracle Vibes will not be moved from number 1 position. Meanwhile, over on the top 3, nothing have remained to be changing all too much. But Vampire Esports, after that win, they find themselves at number 4 spot, just needing a few more points to overtake some of these teams.
Oh yeah, Vampire, this is classic Vampire play, and it's not too far for them to actually overtake 4MV. So I'm not surprised at the end of the day they can be number 1. But Vampire Esports, of course, this is Sanhok. It's not really a good benchmark for all the upcoming games, the big maps, the Erangels and all the Miramars that's coming up. So Vampire, but of course this is a very good momentum builder for them, and I hope they can actually perform better after this.
That's right. And for those of you guys who are wondering, okay, how do I tell which team is from South Asia or Southeast Asia? You see the colors over on the numbers, or if it's orange, it's from Southeast Asia, and South Asia will be on green. As we take a look at the current tally, you know, we start off the day here with a very huge margin of a difference for Southeast Asia against South Asia, and now the numbers are slowly closing up. We have a total of 191 eliminations just by the end of round 1, as that's catching up to 229 against South Asia.
Yeah, very interesting to see Southeast Asia manage to keep up right now. But the thing is, it cannot be only Vampire or Boom catching up to them. The other must wake up as well. And hoping for the Malaysian teams to... they seem a bit lost in this game, whereas YOODO Alliance and GEEK SLATE especially, and also Box Gaming has traditionally been very good in Sanhok. I'm quite pleasantly surprised, I guess, with the performance of Vampire Esports. They played very well. They played semi-conservatively, I would say. It wasn't like the most eliminations, but they played their game and they stuck to it. And as mentioned by Kras, now they didn't even need Tony K, which is something quite... I would expect they actually to start with Tony K, because he has been traditionally known as the best Sanhok player back in maybe last year or the year before.
Yeah, and I think this is definitely a remarkable feat. But now heading into Erangel, I think yesterday we've seen even the Mongolian teams have been able to really take charge. And as we take a look at, you know, the top performers yesterday for our map inside of Erangel, in the span of these 3 rounds, we're looking at 2 South Asia teams from Mongolia, Mabetex Esports as well as For Miracle Vibes, be out number 1 and number 4 respectively. But Alter Ego have always kept up to the tempo.
Yeah, Alter Ego has always been that team that you can rely on in SEA to perform very, very well in big maps. Miramar, Erangel, to be very specific. That it's come to a point where everybody expected them to, you know, like lose two, three players, you know. But you can always depend on players like Rosemary to be there to just garner some of the points. And these points that comes in number 2 or number 3, usually it's not a conservative way, he's just hiding or something. He really manages to get like 2-3 eliminations in span of that getting number 2. That's why they are up there, even though they're not the teams that actually got any chicken dinners.
Yeah, and we're going to go directly into our predictions here. Yeah. You voted for STE, I could see why. And I guess like this time I want to change it up a little bit, because I see the consistency coming from Alter Ego, especially with the rise of Rosemary being so well. I think like this is the time for them to really prove that, hey, we can actually overtake some of these teams like Mabetex.
Yeah, of course, but we need to see the game, so we're just going to pass to the casters. Take it away.
The rise of Rosemary. That's a very interesting point because there was an off-camera elimination that Rosemary won 1v2 somewhere inside of Sanhok. So I think we're starting to see the Rosemary that we know of. There was a top eliminator in the previous PMSL. So he could be the spearhead for Alter Ego today.
For me personally, I'm looking forward for NBeSports and the side of 4MV for today, and also the side of MAB. It's going to be really interesting. Yesterday, so far, has been dominated for Erangel itself by South Asia teams. Particularly, it's going to be MAB and 4MV here, with DRS getting the final Erangel yesterday. We haven't got any Southeast Asia region team that won themselves those chicken yesterday, but you have to give respect to Alter Ego. They have been consistently getting themselves in the top 5 most of the time, and not just that, their high kill volume did bring them up there yesterday without any chicken, but still stands at the top 3. But it ended up with them still getting those chicken by the end of day 1.
Yeah, no chicken, no problem, they say, for Alter Ego. But of course, you want the bragging rights, you want the poster on top, you want your big, full body image to be shown to everyone. Hence, the chicken dinner is always a very sexy thing to take away after every round. But speaking about rounds, we're going to jump into Erangel. Will it still be South Asia? Let's go.
We're back in Erangel, and this time the flight path more towards the right, towards the left here, crossing over Milta and Milta Power, might more towards on the southern side, and we're ending on top of Primos. Yesterday we had a lot of Pachinki on the outer skirts of it, around those potato hills, around just nearby farm as well. I think it was double circle up there, and we had one Gakkar mountain, literally entirety of that mountain of Gakkar as the final circle. Now we'll be having more towards the central zone of the map, around the main peninsula, sort of a circle. We'll finally have something a bit extreme on the north or the south today.
Yeah, in other words, it's all on the main peninsula, right? It's somewhere there. So if we do get to see something different, mid to the base calling up for you, there'll be, I think it's a good time. We are now in day number 2 though. But we get to see something way up north, shooting range, Taverny. That will be something different as well, since it's a mix between 2 regions that have very different ways of playing. And what I noticed about the differences in terms of weaponry choice for South Asia, a lot of these teams, a lot of these players, they like to use the UMP.
That's kind of true, which is a way faster to clean things up. But at the same time, we do see the prowess of Micro Uzi these days. I'm kind of missing that for quite a bit now, because you remember how we actually did score back in like a year ago, maybe 2 years, a half in a year, where Micro Uzi did actually place well in the long range, if you remember that. We mentioned about might as well put an 8-scope on the Micro Uzi.
Yeah, you need to invite the Singaporean teams to come back then.
Wow,
yeah,
that's deep. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, they were the ones who played that. So yeah, if you want to see more of that, maybe to bring them, let's see. South Asia, Southeast Asia, but you have like one Singaporean team there. I think that'll be pretty interesting too.
That's kind of true, but I do love the choice of weaponry and mix and match between 2 regions here, which are very different when it comes to your preference. But aside of Alter Ego, they're dropping right on top of school. Feels like they're a bit segregated because they do know for a fact they're not sharing this compound against any other teams out there. And we did mention about yesterday when it comes to the first map and, you know, first day, a lot of teams might have some clashes, try to contest certain compounds. In the case of T2K, based on their last performance when it comes to Sanhok, I'm looking forward for their aggression in this Erangel map.
Yes, T2K. At some point in the previous round, they managed to get like a lot of eliminations, like almost 10, if I remember roughly. So they are showing that they have the firepower to do that. But when it comes to Erangel map, this is where the Mongolian teams actually do well. Out of the 3 Erangel maps played yesterday, 2 of them chicken dinner by Mongolian. That's
kind of true. And so far they have been showing South Asia do have better fundamentals in day number 1. But when it comes to day number 2 now, I want to see, did Southeast Asia really play low yesterday, trying to revise the rotations and navigation of all the other teams from South Asia region? or they really have to catch up when it comes to their fundamentals. On the side of STE, I think it's a bit quiet and easy for now as the first few start of the map. I don't think there'll be a lot of skirmishes. Maybe in the stage 2 rotation, we might see something happening here.
Yeah, it was similar like yesterday as well. The only early clash that we saw yesterday was in the first Erangel, when there was somewhat of an early one because of, okay, the flight path, teams had to drop into awkward positions, smaller houses, and some of the teams choose to take advantage of that. I remember it was Alter Ego trying to take the advantage, but it didn't work out for them. And when we got a nicer flight path in round 2, round 3, that's where everyone had the opportunity to go on to their own drop spot, and everyone's okay. So I would say that that would be the case currently. So with that being said, that means we are setting up for stage 4 onwards to be all-out warfare everywhere.
I feel like stage 3 will be hot enough for now, not having to wait to stage 4. But at the same time, I'm looking at how long will they want to loot when they start to hunt for each of the teams and based on respective regions as well. And so far, we're looking at Vampires pushing up quite a good start of the day when it comes to day number 2, getting themselves a first chicken just now for Vampires with 8 eliminations. But I am eyeing out towards South Asia region. It feels like they have different objectives. Most of the team for South Asia today, they're more towards those high K volume, those eliminations, instead of their positioning points.
Yeah, I guess that's one. Like what our analyst mentioned yesterday as well. Like Southeast Asia generally likes to play from the side, coming in because you want to collect the elimination points, which is okay. But of course, if you want to do that, you have to win fights. You have to be able to do so. But so far, we can see there are a lot of fights where Southeast Asia, especially if you meet up with South Asia teams like DRS, that's why they're up there, T2K, 4MV, for example. Winning gunfights against those kind of teams is not going to be easy. So since today is day number 2, everyone had a taste of how it is in day 1. I do hope that the changes do happen today, because after today, we're already at 50% mark by tomorrow.
That's kind of true. I was already halfway through. At least it's still the early start of day number 2. A lot of things can change and a lot of factors can be implemented into it as well for them to make the change to happen. On the side of FaZe, on the other hand, we haven't seen the best of them just yet. I do know they love to play around bigger map like Miramar. That's where, especially Vintorius, those mini 14 used to really showing his prowess. But these days, it feels like FaZe been tamed down a bit. It doesn't feel like they're as posing as much threat as they were back in the days. As that of Alter Ego, on the other hand, they know for a fact there'll be a lot of team wanting this potato hills of Pochinki. So they park themselves there first, but it will be some return fire coming up from NBeSports from afar.
Yeah, some show of power between the two teams, but nobody got knocked down, so it's more of like telling each other that, okay, you don't come here, we don't go there, and we're cool, we're okay. Even there's a knock, I don't think NBE will really rush in, so it's more of just a show of dominance, at least in this area. Until the circle shifts, there will be a different conversation. Looking at the regional points, in round number 1, the regional points gap was like 70-ish. Now it's still 70-ish, 77 to be exact. So with that being said, after round number 1, we still don't see the disparity between the two teams. Maybe this is also a sign that the Southeast Asia teams are starting to collect more points per round. Hence, we don't see that much of a difference as compared to yesterday.
It's all down to who adapt faster, but so far South Asia, once they adapt to Southeast Asia playstyle and their rotation, I'm not surprised they open up the gap even furthermore, but we have to wait and see as Boom now trying to take actions with their particular navigation on top of these hills, trying to hunt some people down. On the side of Box Gaming, on the other hand, I do see only Chuan Chi here, or Kwang, but the rest I'm not so sure of because we don't have a glimpse around 200 radius around Kwang right now. It feels like very empty.
Yeah, also to point out, since we have Box Gaming on visual, right? So they are deploying Tien to play this time. He is the substitute for their team in the absence of T-Duck. So yesterday we saw T-Duck playing the whole day. But I guess it's because currently Box Gaming's performance is not great. They are still the only team without a single placement point. All 15 points collected are through only elimination points. So they definitely need to switch it up.
box, definitely trying to formulate themselves. I agree. They're definitely not in the best position and not the best play just yet. I'm waiting for them to wake up. But for ICSTE being shot from afar, we do have a lot of team going into the circle, and this is where things get a bit dicey here as the circle shifted right on top of school. Before this, we do have a couple of one team up there, which I think it was Boom before, and they're going back to their main initial drop spot because that's where the circle is centralizing, while the rest of the team do occupy most of it on the southern side. T2K just negate those fights and getting inside from the northern.
Oh yeah, from the north coming in, since the circle is 100% going to be on the main peninsula again for the 4th time, well, I don't see much challenge for them. I see more challenges from probably on the left side. But now, speaking about challenge, DRS, YOODO Alliance, who's currently spread out, everyone converging back to each other because they know that they don't have the numbers with that kind of spread against DRS.
Killer, reposition with his buggy. Alter Ego spot out Hill. It's going to be Sky got caught while they're trying to rotate. Rosemary not even waste any more time, going straight for the kill. It was a clean one as well, while the rest of the teams still clustering around Tree. The one that actually making such a wide angle is going to be Rosemary taking the front line, but Vampires next. They pin down on Hill, but they realize the next one is going to be Vampires. They heard the audio cue coming up from those vehicles. Straight away, Rosemary retract his position back with the other team, trying to work as a unit, while we're moving towards the side of 4MV right next to Pachinki. Surprisingly, there's nobody else sharing the same place as they do.
Yeah, I guess, well, at this point, if you have the information that, okay, that's 4MV, maybe you don't want to take the fight for now. But speaking about taking fights, the two Thai teams, FaZe Clan, Vampire Esports, who just came out of a chicken dinner. Now they're going to go up against FaZe Clan with Mela coming in, and Mela with a buggy, he will open up the fight, especially after that knockdown onto Newsy.
Rotate, reposition, and trying to have a go. FaZe reassessing the situation, knowing they have to go from the other side of the compound. Here comes Sonsen taking the lead, charging in. Well, they will have to fight back. Stone reposition himself a bit more towards this side of the compound, making sure FaZe cannot breach in. But it'll be a bit too late for that reposition because right now they are crossing those walls. And the side of Venturis, he's trying to pressure them out with those hand grenades, but Stone fighting back. They're not done yet as Onzen spots out on one. Stone is on the ground. Finish off those eliminations and Onzen will have another go.
Oh, after that elimination, they have their confidence of taking out their opponent is even higher right now. Newsy is back up on his feet. And Venturis with an 8, he will toss it onto the second floor, but nobody is there, unfortunately. Everyone's on the ground floor. Both Vampire players, they've been spotted out by FaZe Clan. Mela tosses a nade as well, but nothing connects.
And the circle shifts it downwards slightly, just a tiny bit, right on top of school, and even the Predator Hills of Pachinki. We have a very similar circle as yesterday. We do know some teams will park themselves there, but the fight between FaZe and the side of Empire is not done and dusted yet, as Venturis have to work himself through those smokes, and now they're going in. Mela will accompany Venturis as his partner, but Flickr already retracked all the way back. Newsy is trying to cross over that wall. Hopefully we won't get caught here, but Flickr will give the pressure to the side of those indoors hand grenades, but Mormon will try to wrap around, going for the off angle entirely.
Oh!
And they landed right on top of Flukov.
Nicely done by Venturis, and this they're opening to go. But Mela knocked down by Ravenclaw with a volley. It's down to Newsy, the last man, and Newsy taken out. Finally, FaZe Clan will close up the job, eliminating Vampire Esports number 16 after chicken dinner. This time, no points for them.
Not the cleanest for FaZe, but it was a successful attempt to flush them out. DRS, next is going to be STE. Sharing just next to between the hill, but it's going to be action, caught in action as they being wrapped around. He's having too many players of DRS to deal with, while the rest of STE just barely climbing up here. Gayante spot out tops, trying to pin him down from afar. It was like one pixel shot is giving to his SN. It's going to be very ambitious with their distance, but on the side of action, surprisingly, DRS is still not pushing to clean up the job.
Oh, because I guess they don't know the information of exactly where the other members of STE are at, so that's why they are not pushing through. But now they do have the information as STE wants to go in for the save out to action, but if they want to do so, they have to do it fast with Killer now finally knocked down, but Rules is on the high ground. He sees where STE is at. He tosses the first nade, the second nade will be tossed out as well onto IC. Will he be able to connect as Rules evaded the vehicle, but he still lands the nade.
That was a really cheeky move coming from Rules. Very fast reaction going against the entirety of STE by himself, while the rest of the team is a bit too far. You have to give it to Rules. He's holding the ground by himself with a very small shack. On the side of STE, realize the blue zone is not worth fighting for. They need to reposition and make sure they will not gatekeep the moment they want to fight against DRS. While DRS, knowing for the fact they might get gatekeep if they extend this fight too long, they place one player in the inner circle first hand. It's going to be Gayante waiting on the other end, and Rules and also Delta will have to navigate themselves right next to the rest of the team members. While walking to the side of GEEK SLATE, they've been pinned down and cannot even get into the circle now.
Oh, Snipes trying to get away. He has to tank the blue. He doesn't have a choice. Hopefully he has enough health to do so, but looks like the answer might not be so as Snipes knocked down by the zone. Early on, Snipes was the first one to go out in Sanhok, and this time, before seeing actual action, Snipes will be eliminated.
GEEK SLATE trying to figure out which way to go. Everywhere they want, everyone is just occupied every angle they try to run into. Damroot a bit flustered, knowing that there's no way for them to get out of here. Pull over to this side of a rock and try to find any sort of frag they can actually get as a consolation, while Audrey pretty much very low, boom down by the side of Team Boom, and definitely no way out from there. GEEK SLATE trapped themselves in a cross battle between all the other teams out there, while T2K barely getting into the circle. They're still playing around the blue zone.
Oh, well, they can't spend too much time here as the zone will start to close. T2K and NB, both of them still on the outside of the circle. The smoke bridge created by T2K, they might rush out the NBE, but if they do so, they might spend too much time there. Maybe that's why T2K assess the situation. It's not viable for them, and they move away.
Zach, spot out T2K players. Heard those audio cues coming up from those vehicles. Trying to get a view out of it. He saw them red got chip, half HP down. But they have too many angles to guard over for the side of our T2K. NBeSports on the other hand, challenge them on the other end. Jane and the rest of T2K unite themselves in the center. FaZe is fighting Aegon I8 on the other end. STE just across them. There's going to be NBeSports, Mondo being the front line, one of the scouts to see what's happening, giving all the information on the side. But Neze from STE, what a nice angle to pin down the entire team of T2K.
Oh, nicely done by Neze, and they're not done yet since they have the upper hand. They have the high ground against T2K. T2K now only left with Sundash. Suyong calling for help, but if Sundash goes for it, he'll be shot at as well. Sundash trying to defend his area. They're both on the outside of the circle now. STE, they need to finish up the job. If not, Sundash can shoot them from behind. But Sundash now super duper low. STE, they can wrap things up.
Here comes the Blues, and there's no time for both teams. Time sticking here with Molly trying to flush him out. There's a bit too late now. Neze will come with the DBS and the streak for T2K for now. They will have to bat out for now as they're placing themselves at 15 with 0 eliminations compared to last Sanhok. But we're not done yet. NBeSports trying to take Hale out of this house.
Here we go. Hale must win this fight since it's within the circle, but another team seems to be approaching. This is going to be interesting. This house is going to be the focal point, especially on the circle on the right. NBE needs to win this as well. They're going to sign over the nade on the Tiger. Tiger is currently down, but look at this. STE is coming in as well.
NBeSports wrapping around here. Nowhere to run nor hide, and they scored. While the side of Team Hale, they'll be eliminated with 1 elimination, but it's not done yet for NBeSports because STE has been watching them very closely and quietly around here.
Oh, I see. He must have wished he has a frag grenade at this point because it's going to be a clear toss for him. But without it, he's going to be waiting for his other teammates to come close by for them to all move in together. But we're talking about Mongolia versus Mongolia. At the same time, they need to consider their numbers. They need to consider their time because the circle moved towards the left.
STE, watch out, FaZe. Oh, he got a glimpse of it, but FaZe saw this. He definitely jumped shot and now trying to pin him down. STE both low with FaZe. FaZe on the other hand retract all the way towards the back line, tried to reset himself. But Nazi on the other hand, playing around this terrain, which you don't have much to take covers from, as Mondo keep pressuring with those hand grenades. But ICU still will live for another day for now. Nazi giving it back those fires, attempting to take down NBeSports as a duo, but can they work things out for STE?
On the Z, almost getting a knockdown to his opponents, but he can't. Everyone has good enough cover, but nobody can get cover from the blue. The blue will be on top of them anytime soon. Nerzek going all the way behind, gets a knockdown to FaZe. IC is going to come in from the front. They are trying to wrap things around onto NBE. NBE now surrounded, but it's going to be DRS from afar, taking down IC, doing NBE a favor.
Oh man, that was a nice cross angle and crossfire angle coming out from STE, pressuring the side of the other team, which is going to be NBeSports. But nonetheless, it's going to be DRS.
Oh.
What is happening? DRS, we're not done with them just yet. Running straight in the face of that, maybe crushing their dreams and their bodies in them. And that's it, DRS. They're going crazy now.
Well, it's going to get even crazier on the right. The Potato Hill now has at least 4 teams on top of it. One of them being YOODO Alliance. On the outside of the circle, going to face up against DRS. The name will be tossed onto them. A lot of pressure to DRS as they need to relocate themselves. But the moment they do so, there's another team waiting as Killer knocked down by Mondo this time.
Delta spotted out YOODO Alliance, happen to be slowly plugging out all the DRS members from the sides and crushing them right across. I have a feeling DRS will not last that long anymore. They're left with only 2 members and closing now might go to none. On the side of Alter Ego, here goes against FaZe Clan. Fnatic bleeding out in the front. Octa will be revived by the side of Rosemary. While Fnatic open up bare and open for FaZe to pin him down. But we do have Potato around the rock. Now they are pushing on that side first. I'm not sure if Moment spots it out. Octa, but it's going to be Moment. Big burn out Bobby kills straight and not Molly. Potato down next. Here comes the wrap around coming up from FaZe, trying to obliterate the entirety of Alter Ego, but they still have Rosemary breathing at the back line.
Yeah, Rosemary, 40% of health. Can Rosemary pull off a clutch against FaZe Clan? We are talking about Mela as well as Onsens here. FaZe Clan opening up the flags. They want to finish it off as Rosemary knocks down Onsen, but on the other side, there is still Mela waiting for him, as you can always depend on Mela.
2v1 for the side of Rosemary. Alter Ego bowing out early with 8 teams remaining here. On the side of FaZe, they will have to recuperate themselves. Hopefully nobody gonna take the advantage out of them. But DRS with 2 players left, now 2-1 and none. They're being eliminated at 8 players with 6 eliminations, but still a lot of scores coming up from those eliminations. YOODO Alliance taking those high ground. This Pachinki Potato Hills is theirs to take. But the moment the circle shifts away, they will have a lot of problem to deal with.
Yeah, there's that possibility though. We are still at stage 5 right now with 20 players remaining, 7 teams, and a lot of these teams, they're on the northern side. So right now we can see Apex putting pressure on the Damru, as Damru will be eliminated. GEEK SLATE is out at number 7 this time.
Back to it, so the other teams on the other end, the one that actually do have a full squad, it's only going to be 2. For NB and FaZe having a full squad to work around. NBeSports, can they revive the knockdown members? While Box having the least amount of people in it right now with 2 players, but it lasted long enough to be in the top 6. YOODO Alliance spotted out Sack. That's going to be NBeSports back down to 2 players after they just managed to revive barely enough. But YOODO Alliance trying to challenge up NBeSports with Box Gaming in between.
Oh yeah, we still got like what, 3 teams at least around the Potato Hill area, as YOODO Alliance will need to find their way through. Shots fired out by Olio to secure the elimination point onto Sek. And that is going to be one in the bag for YOODO Alliance, who themselves already got 4 elimination points. They're not done yet. The name will be tossed up by Shamil. They want to get more out of this. Olio got down by Mondo. Mondo countered by Olio with the name tossed out earlier on as Akash tries to defend this area. Akash, can he do it? He gets one, but Shamil is there to take him out.
Oh, close enough. Close to losing it, but they did not let it slip through their fingers for YOODO Alliance as Shamil tried to reset the rest of the members. I'm surprised Box Gaming is still waiting indoors while the fight happened right across them and not take advantage of this for Kwang and also Gosu. While on the side of 4MV, this is where they will shine best because we do know how they actually wrap up yesterday's second Erangel in their hands for those chicken. They might do it again.
Oh, AGI in right now against FaZe Clan. But it's going to be 4MV. Okay, 4MV, we haven't seen much action for them the entire round. They managed to get themselves 4 elimination points now. So this could be the moment for 4MV as they still have a full squad. And the name for Ventores knocks out QQ. There'll be more for him to take.
AGI 8 in jeopardy. They will have to reposition themselves. QQ will be sacrificed, but Blade is shut down the moment he hop onto those vehicles. On the side of FaZe, they are going rampage with 10 elimination across the board of all the players that average at 3 elimination each, except for Mormon. This is a double-digit volume by the side of FaZe Clan. They were quiet before, they're coming back very loud.
Aha, now YOODO Alliance against Gosu, the last remaining member of Box Gaming, as Kwang was taken out by 4MV earlier on. Gosu, the only one in this house, and YOODO Alliance seems to know that he's there.
Gosu trying to keep it as low profile as possible, but FaZe come charging to a side of 4MV, who's having those elevations to work. Doc spotted out Ventores, trying to handicap the side of FaZe into 3, but Apex, he got himself a ghillie, so this might be hard to be spotted out by the side of FaZe Clan. While YOODO Alliance and Box will have a bit of a skirmish at the back, it's going to be FaZe versus 4MV, the team with a full squad fighting against each other.
Oh, look at the formation here. Doc is opening up the flank on the other side. And this could open up more opportunity for 4MV. I mean, we've seen it before. 4MV is capable of these kind of unusual formations. While we keep eye on the other side where Gosu is alone against the rest of YOODO Alliance. 3 of them. If YOODO Alliance has the information, they will go all in, but they don't. So Gosu needs to pretend like he has the whole team there in the compound.
But for the side of 4MV, they are splitting their focus towards 2 sides. Due to the fires coming up from Box and YOODO Alliance, they cannot have 100% roster focusing towards the side of FaZe, who's pushing towards them right now. And Doc have to carry out for this angle by himself. He almost got Mormon entirely. What a spray! A crispy one, but return fire. TV1 just now as FaZe Mormon down on the ground. Mela will reset himself. Hey! Talking onto a side of Mela. And that's going to be enough to finish things off. But FaZe down to 2 players. Torres trying to open up for the flank side, but can he actually spot them out? Because of the terrain, it's uneven. It's quite hard for them to see through those smokes.
It doesn't help that the smoke is still active as of now, so 4MV going to take advantage of that to revive their teammates. At the same time, YOODO Alliance is coming in from the other side. Nobody's putting attention onto YOODO Alliance.
Onsens try to just hold this angle in case 4MV try to push, while waiting for Ventura to pick back up Mela on his feet. East, on the other hand, have to make so much work to make sure all the men for 4MV will be back fully revived. But do they have enough time to reset? As we do know, YOODO Alliance do have those elevations across the other side. If they're not aware of this, they might be third-partying in, and YOODO Alliance will try with those victory. But 4MV, they have to wrap around FaZe as fast as they can. Spot around Mela, but didn't pin any of those because of the smoke. Apex taking on another angle. Ventores! CQC with a DBS.
And here we go. Onza is going to be the last man for FaZe Clan, but he's naded down. And looks like FaZe Clan is out. It's going to be 4MV versus YOODO Alliance, but they need to reset quickly. Right now, YOODO Alliance has the circle. YOODO Alliance knows that 4MV is resetting. They will come in, but because YOODO Alliance, they're at the circle, they'll be like, you come to us instead.
But Olio is playing a very dangerous game, out of his way, going outer circle. and just trying to spot the rest of 4MV players. Shamil on the other end wants to give his hand to a sort of Olio, reposition himself with those vehicles, but 4MV, they're still having 3 players up and alive. Well, they reset, yes, they definitely reset into 4. They have the numbers advantage, but they don't have the circle. They have to hike up either way and have to split up to widen up the angles, because that is what YOODO Alliance doing, trying to dominate the last circle and take as much space as possible, even got themselves a bonus from that airdrop.
Okay, here we go. YOODO Alliance versus 4MV, but 4MV slipping into the circle. YOODO Alliance allowed them to do so. And now the circle is all theirs. Looks like we'll need to wait for the next stage until we see who will be pressured by the zone.
If they spot it, I did look, it's going to be a problem for YOODO Alliance. They don't have a set of eyes behind 4MV anymore. He have to make sure that he will not be discovered. Trigger discipline is the key for Adil Look right now, not being discovered by 4MV. While the rest of 4MV, they're moving as a 4, knowing they might be split out for YOODO Alliance. Why not we rush one by one towards all these players, trying to take them out one by one as well. But on the side of 4MV, the blue zone is against them. That's the issue here. They don't have the circle. They are being pressured by both sides, being compressed. But YOODO Alliance, all angles possible. And Olio, he tried to push up with those nades, but at the same time, 4MV is not making it easy.
Oh, they see where Shamil is, but now they see where Olio is. As Olio knocked down, but a trade happened. 4MV is moving on to Shamil. Shamil on the lower ground. DBS onto him. Esports taken down. Only Adilu left on the other side. Adilu 1v4. Adilu 50% health. Can 4MV pull it off? And finally the answer is yes. Again goes to Mongolia, representative of South Asia.
What a clean execution coming up from 4MV. They know the fact they didn't get the circle. You know what? It's okay. Let them take it. Let them open up the spread. But we go as a 4, knowing they're being split out for the side of YOODO Alliance. They take advantage of this. They know if we go as a 4, we have more firepower. We have more set of eyes to fight on one person that tried to pick out. That was a clean execution of 4MV, regardless of being knocked down multiple times. They survived long and a clean one as a 4 for this chicken dinner.
Yeah, they are the undead here for 4MV. But to a certain extent, honestly, I do feel that YOODO Alliance could have closed up the game, because when the fight between 4MV as well as FaZe Clan ended, YOODO Alliance allowed the space for 4MV to reset. And when they reset, they are a full squad. So YOODO Alliance, imagine like the moment that fight ends, they saw the elimination feed stop, everyone got eliminated, YOODO Alliance comes in, then they will be able to finish out the job, but they allow 4MV to reset.
I don't blame them in that case. One and foremost, maybe their throwables, their utilities been dried up at that case, and not just that. Due to the uneven terrain, it's a curve. They can't see exactly to shoot, where to shoot. Maybe the resources during that time already running low as well for the ammunition and the rifles. Yes, they got themselves an airdrop. They got themselves an upgrade of loot, but still not going to be enough for them to last that long if they pressure themselves. You look at this, their rifles running pretty low. There's no more magazines left in there.
Maybe it's also because lots of fight happened on the right side of this circle, like what we saw earlier on. And on the left, it was more focused on the 4MV versus FaZe Clan. And my goodness, I mean, it could have gone to YOODO Alliance. Honestly, I felt it could have gone to YOODO Alliance, but we cannot deny the firepower that 4MV has. But let's allow our analysts to really break down whatever happened earlier on. So I'm going to pass it back to Contra and Jay Hunter. Take it away.
Right. So you miss 100% of shots you don't take. So that's what happened to YOODO Alliance. Just a moment's hesitation by them made them lose the game. I mean, that was definitely a game in hand. After the skirmish between Team 4MV and FaZe Clan, it was set in stone. They have the circle. They have the manpower advantage 3 versus 2 compared to 4MV, but they didn't take the chance because maybe they were being doubtful about their skills, or maybe they didn't count the kill feed, how much people were actually down and how many people were actually on the side of FaZe, which individual was actually down from Team 4MV, but that cost them the game.
Yeah, and I was actually carefully looking throughout the course of the game that 4MV they've always been around the center of the zone until, you know, the final few circles start to shift away from them. And we're just going back into that final 5 where we see, you know, FaZe Clan, we're challenging them. They managed to even win those trades. Like you said, just like what Sir Carl said, there's just ample space that YOODO Alliance could have applied that pressure. It wasn't there. A little slight hesitation, but the player of the match will be none other than Ease, that has dealt a truck ton of damage, and on top of that, have racked up 6 elimination points back for Miracle Vibes.
Yeah, for Miracle Vibes is giving me really, I don't know, I would say
Good
it's a good vibes, or but it's kind of vibe, and it has shown because in the first game they weren't too prominent, so I wasn't really hoping they will, you know, rise up in this game, but in particular, and I was looking for like the top 4 was definitely a Southeast Asian domination, so I was expecting another chicken dinner for the Southeast Asian side, but apparently it's not so, unfortunately for me. And I'm not really angry. I'm disappointed at that YOODO Alliance didn't take the chance. We know, I mean, a lot of their fans know they have the capacity to actually just win that fight, even in the lack of manpower, because they have shown they were more aggressive in a lot of games, even in their showing in PMSL showed that they are well equipped to take those kind of fights. But I don't know what came into them, that moment of hesitation that made them didn't get the chicken dinner that should be.
I absolutely
set in
agree.
stone.
Yeah, overall, we can already see, you know, the colors in green, majority of them on the leaderboard is currently occupied by South Asian teams. So I guess SEA, it feels like there are definitely improvements going into today.
Yes.
They are a lot more aggressive, but there were also times that they didn't actually take those golden opportunities, like you said. It's a little bit more of a recurring team, just like what we saw from yesterday's Erangel run, where, you know, 4 versus 2, and SA actually takes it away from some of all these SEA teams. But I just love what we are seeing so far,
Yes.
especially for Miracle Vibes. They are currently the kings of Erangel, with majority of their chicken dinner being within this map. So these Mongolian teams are just so masterful when it comes down to how to basically play by ear, on top of that, play by the books on how to actually close up the games.
Definitely. I mean, I was about to say that Team 4MV actually played. They didn't play anything miraculous or too extreme, but it's actually very by the book. It's very textbook play of how you should handle that position where you have 4 players and you want to push into the high ground. But the only determining factor was how YOODO Alliance will play. But they played that, I would say, not badly, but not up to their own standards.
Yeah, let's see if they can basically fix that in a quick bit. But before we even jump into the next game, let's take a short break as we will come back with more PUBG Mobile action here in the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash, SEA versus SA.
Welcome to Dynaground. Hello, my name is Owen and I'm your professional Dyna rider. Today I'll be teaching you how to ride a dinosaur and win that chicken dinner. Now, let's begin. Relax, don't be scared. That's the sound of the mighty T-Rex. Now, here's the first dinosaur encounter. I want you to meet my girl Vicky, my sweet little raptor. Look how cute she is.
Isn't she lovely?
Vicky or raptors, they're the most vicious and fastest beasts in the world. to ride a dinosaur? First, you must build trust. They are carnivores. They eat meat. You have to feed them off. They will think that you are their friend, not food. Once they trust you, they will be a great companion. However, taming a dinosaur can be seen. Experience dinosaur taming and riding the all-new version of PUBG Mobile Dynaground. Explore Dino Settlement and Wild Reserve and embark on a prehistoric adventure in the Battle Royale game. Come and play now.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash. Southeast Asia takes on SA, but right now, SA continues to lead here with another chicken dinner for 4 Miracle Vibes. And of course, with me here is Jay Hunter, and we were just basically touching on that previous game inside Erangel, which, you know, there was a lot of advantages for YOODO Alliance, which could have actually closed it out, but 4 Miracle Vibes did it again, upsetting these teams coming from SEA.
Yeah, as the old man in the mountain says, sheesh.
Sheesh.
but that's not the point. The point is, it's very because you from our interview with Egon IE just now, they said they're gonna play aggressive today. But the thing is, they know when to hit the brakes.
Yeah.
So 4MV definitely knows when to switch into high gear and when to hit the brakes, because in any situation, I would say that that was a game in hand for YOODO Alliance. But
Yeah.
because they relax, they just get it back, all the information, they get it back there, you know, they just relax and then just play it out by the book. So
Yeah.
that's the formula for the victory of Team 4 Miracle Vibes just now.
Yeah, and on our screen right now is 2 Titan squads out of SEA as well as SA. We got FaZe Clan matching up to the tempo of DRS for today. You know, yesterday, it seems like they weren't awakened just yet, but today, they really woke up and rise up to the challenge. In terms of the damage totals, today, FaZe Clan has really amped up their firepower by raking up to 7.9k of damage, but DRS not too shabby at all with 6,400. On top of the eliminations, I would still say DRS have been pretty much hitting the mark.
Yeah, DRS not known for their, weird plays or miracles plays or, you know, stuff out of the box. They are just a very consistent team from PNWI, from their first showing in international. So it's not really something that is concerning for DRS, because they have always been playing this by the book, textbook plays. Just rotate. If you need to fight, you fight, but you don't have to do something that's really out there, and they just have to play it by the ear, or play it, you know, as a professional team should. I think that's the appeal of DRS as well.
Yeah, and speaking of DRS, I was speaking to the manager yesterday after, you know, all the games have settled down, and like they also told me that they are on the same tournament phone that the upcoming PMWI is going to be utilizing, and you could see that this team is gearing up ahead into what's coming in the future so that they could prepare themselves so much better. And this is basically testing grounds for so many of all these teams, which I just love the mindset that, you know, a team like DRS, they want to ensure that they have the head start, even down to the gears and devices of how they really set it. And they're definitely on the absolute right track.
Of course, consistency is key for DRS. That's the key factor of the victory I would say, streak of DRS. So it's not really. Well, when you say I mean, the interview with DRS should have told the whole story about how DRS plays. They are not really a team that, you know, they're just a team that's very up to standard. But the standard is high.
Yeah, like in Malaysia, we call it steady bumpy B.
Yeah.
You know? Well, of course, if we move into the context of all the other teams as well, I think that there's also so many of all these South Asia teams that have been driving for today. Even back in Sanhok, we have T2K that racked up many of all these elimination points, and moving into all these other rounds, they've always have been able to really contest pretty much toe-to-toe with almost any given team, including their own regions of SA. So that's what I love seeing about all these PMPL SA squads in general. Meanwhile, since yesterday, I mean, we can cut some slack away from YOODO Alliance because on Miramar, they've also made their way into, top 3, top 2 kind of position. So who knows? Maybe this is just the start of something for the squad hailing from Southeast Asia and specifically Malaysia.
Yes, of course. YOODO Alliance have always, I would say they are very strong in every map. But the thing is, I would say that probably the traumatic experience in PMSL has made them a better player in Miramar. So I'm not surprised if they actually will manage to. They've always been consistent in Erangel. But Miramar, it's a high and low thing. Sometimes it's hot, sometimes it's cold. But I have chosen MAB for this time, and you took AGI8, which is, I would say it's a good pick for both of us.
Yeah, overall, I'm just so convinced when we were speaking to Blade early on, like, straightforward answers, no cutting around corners, play aggressive today, and we will yield those results. So let's see if they're going to be able to get those chicken dinners. So let's head over to our caster's desk. Take away, Choo as well as Sir Cloud.
Well, it's settled down to the next Erangel map. Can they do it again? And so far, our 4MV have been delivering same sort amount of result if you compare with yesterday here. So I have a feeling that it feels like so far Erangel, still South Asia, do have better fundamentals of it.
Yeah, and of course, you go specifics. Well, the Mongolian team's doing very well, but we're still waiting for that one Mongolian team to get the chicken dinner. That Contra has cursed today. There's going to be STE.
Since yesterday.
Since yesterday. He's picked up multiple times, but he never got the right hit. So who knows? But today, in general, STE actually doing a little bit better. If you consider like from the Sanhok game, it's just to really hit the mark, to bring that shine onto the game. They've still yet to reach that.
For me, a lot of how we can say is that the team that usually mostly are familiar or mostly participating in PMWI or PMGC, they're starting off very slow. Maybe it's sort of their way to read out their opponent first and, come back halfway later. But on the side of the teams that's quite not being rated up there, where we do say they are a bit underrated, like 4MV and maybe, or even in the case of NBE here. So they have this thirst and drive to prove themselves, hey, we are here. We are here to take it away. But the problem with them is, do they have enough stamina to keep it last long enough? That's what I worry most when they try to go all out in day number 1 and day number 2. If they can keep up and have their stamina on, I have to say they are a very refined team that can go into globals, can easily take away all the teams up there even.
True. We have 4 days worth of games, so it's all about the stamina. I totally agree with that. It's like you cannot start off really, really well and then towards the end you falter and the end result will still be not so good. So let's see if they can catch up.
That's kind of true. But speaking of what next Erangel, so far we have so many circles just next to Pachinki here, where specifically it's on top of that potato hills. And so far we have it twice. And almost twice if compared to yesterday as well, not right on top of it. But it will be the same here today. Or it'll be this time we finally have our SMB circle. We're gonna have to wait and see because we're walking and flying into our next Erangel map in day 2, PMRC SAE.
Well, Erangel it is again. let's move into second Erangel today, ladies and gentlemen. And so far, all our circles inside PMRC for Erangel have been still in the main peninsula. Now, we will be looking forward to see if the circle will challenge them this time. The flight path, not so much challenging as it's cut across the center of the map. So with this kind of flight path, I would expect that all the teams will be able to get into their regular draw spot and to continue on peacefully as a start.
And I have to say, this is a very beautiful flight path as a start here, as evenly separated the map into south and north. And when it comes to a very generous flight path, I just hope it's going to be contradicting when it comes to our circle. And we haven't seen any SMB circle yet by far, and nothing on the northern side either, like shooting range and Savannah. Back in the days when it comes to PMSR, even a PMP wildcard, you have a lot of northern side. But so far, too many circles right in the center.
Yeah, it's either up north or there was that one day, I think it was like 3 Erangels and all 3 of them was like military base. Yeah, that was so fun to watch. Well, of course for us it's fun, but for the players, I'm sure they dread that. It's like, no, we don't want any of that anymore. And looks like we have a possibility of it going up north, and it is split half between shooting range and the areas of Rozhok.
Now, speaking of Rozhok, I have a feeling if we might end up there will be a couple of teams trying to get themselves in the center quite early on. Now, it's going to be a debacle again, whether to play in the center or around the outer side or the white line of the circles. But so far, the outer lines being played by South Asia, even though Southeast Asia region want to deliver the same, you have to give it to South Asia teams there who actually execute more cleanly when it comes around the rim of a circle playstyle.
Yeah, looking at the... Oh, hang that thought for a second. Audrey, without a vehicle, Ventura stole it away from him. And now Ventura trying to secure that first blood onto Audrey. And oh, again, Audrey managed to evade it. I wonder how long Venturas will continue on as he tries hard. But now backup is around. 2 vehicles onto Audrey.
Audrey, on the other hand, try to outplay these guys. Like, you guys got your vehicles. I'm fine by this. I'm trying to... You guys can crash onto this rock. If you try, I will snatch this away. What happened if Audrey do hop onto that vehicle as well?
Well, that will be similar to what we have seen in the past few days. If you remember that one.
But that one you can't shoot. This one you can. So imagine if Audrey happened to be just walk straight into the trap of this side of FaZe and drive straight into their compound as well. But lucky enough for the side of GEEK, SLATE, they will try to save their teammate, who will be alive for now, and FaZe on the then will part ways knowing, you know what, it's your day. Lucky we don't have any weapon.
Yeah, everyone's like, okay, we're not well equipped yet. So I guess it's gonna be a gentleman's agreement to like, okay, we let each other go for now. We'll see you guys later. And plus, so happened, but of course they don't know, right? But from us, we do know. So happened that both teams are Southeast Asia teams. And imagine if they eliminate each other. That means from the overall points for Southeast Asia versus South Asia, then that will be a deduction for Southeast Asia.
Kind of true, but at the same time, it does kind of give some point for South Asia region when it comes to eliminations.
Yeah.
But you're not contributing as much because South Asia definitely not touchable and not involved in those fights. So I don't know what to say, man. And sort of SC around Novo, I think they're just testing out their weapons and the recoil so far. Nothing that peculiar that's sort of happening right now. A lot of teams so far we've seen after yesterday's third Erangel commenced, every single team feels like they kind of familiar with all teams involved in this PMRC about their initial drop spots and rotation and managed to avoid those early fights early.
Yeah, I guess this is the theory that we mentioned yesterday, that after game number 1 of each map, then the following maps will be like, okay, we kind of know where everyone is as a start, so we all want a nice looting spot, and that's where, you know, today's games are a little bit more chill, at least from the start, as compared to yesterday. Yesterday, I remember, like, there was the first Erangel, you got a lot of action happening. Sanhok, even more. So now everyone's cooled down, and everyone's like, okay, we found our own spot. But I also want to talk about this point, right? So our analyst did mention that DRS is using a different phone, a different device in preparation for PMWI.
Yep.
They are up there.
Yep.
STE using a different device as well, but they are not as up there. So are we here comparing about the
Device.
the adaptability to the device? It's like the talent to adapt irregardless of what device is given to you.
And this is kind of true. I mean, like, I definitely know about this as well, but I don't think it's that crucial to actually be mentioned up above. But it's actually a good initiative for the players and teams to start adapting to the device as early as possible before the bigger stage happen to be happening very soon. And speaking of the side of STE who are trying to change the switch to the device as well, I guess it's down to an individual. How long will it take you to adapt to your environment here? So I mean, like, maybe when the time of STE, they are adapting enough towards their device, they can actually deliver way better than the others up there. But it's all about time, right? Adaptability is all about time. How much time? It depends on the individual by their personal experience.
Yeah, I guess we'll get to see the full-blown theory being tested during PMWI. Since STE, now we know that they are using a new device in preparation for that. If that is the case, then PMWI, they should do really, really well.
It all depends on the other teams too, because we do know PMWI, all the teams might actually do start changing their devices here. And if everybody starts to adapt, it's down to the skills and technicality of each of the team and players as well. Back on the game we go. T2K, as per usual, will bump into any team and try to force them to fight. For the side of T2K, they love those early skirmishes. They love those hand-in combats. But it's all about them sometimes always caught himself in a crossfire with another team that happened to be passing by here.
Game 1, T2K got a good amount of elimination points. Game 2, we don't get to see as much from T2K. So Game 3, this is their redemption round to at least find back their level of consistency that they've shown inside of round number 1. And then consistency, not too bad. I mean, 49 points collected, number 7 overall charts. They're kind of okay. It's just the runaway winners right now. 4MV with 3 chicken dinners. They're just stealing away all the points for everyone. And to point out as well, for 4MV, they're only 2 points away from the 100 point mark, when at this moment, we are at game number 9. Yeah, game number 9.
But at the same time, for 4MV, I have a feeling by end of this Erangel map, they will crack those triple digit here anytime soon because of how they're not aiming. So far, from what I'm looking at South Asia and day number 2 right now, mostly their objectives will be getting those eliminations. A chicken is a bonus for them for now because they are training to get those eliminations climb up when it comes to second day compared to yesterday, where they do try to play a bit slower when it comes to the top 5 and try to sit it quietly while waiting an opportunity to open fire. But this time, a lot of the teams are trying to hunt people down. Look at how Agonai, 8, T2K, even 4MV. I mean, like 4MV is a bit of exclusion in that because they're always playing this inside of a blue zone for a tiny bit. But we might have a very similar circle than last one, but it's more towards the left than the right this time.
Ooh, hardship down to main peninsula again. So for the 5th time in fact, that Erangel has been played, all the circles will be in the main peninsula. This will be interesting for the teams coming up from the north. T2K, GEEK, SLATE, Box Gaming. Because if they choose to go through the bridge, there is a possibility that teams will be waiting for them, just like what is faced by FaZe Clan now.
Mormon repositioned himself, spotted out boom. Player spray on Yummy, almost clip entirety of health of Yummy down there. But Mormon realized this is a very dangerous game they're playing since it's going to be the middle island when they're crossing over the other side. So they cannot stop here too long. And the moment they got themselves a couple of sprays and realized, you know what, it's kind of ambitious spray from that distance, might as well reposition himself first to make sure that everyone is safe.
Oh, but speaking about safe or not safe, FaZe Clan not safe. T2K came in from behind. They were caught in the sandwich. Now FaZe Clan needs to fire back as Mormon knocks down Rick. A little bit of a trade-off there between FaZe Clan and T2K. Jade from the other side as well, making sure that the rest of FaZe Clan can't get together. And now it's down to Mormon, the only man standing.
This is what's scary about T2K. They can be super reckless. The moment they saw FaZe player, Jane is just pushing forward without a care in the world. And now Jane will just shut down. Look at how they surround coming up from Mormon. There's no way out. He can swim forward, yes, but they will not allow him. The moment he just surfaced himself to take a breather. These guys, they can just spray it over and they barely miss when they say the targets. Look at that. Sundish on the other end, that's going to be the end for FaZe as they place themselves with 1 elimination at 16th spot.
From being very possible to get at least a second place finish after this round. Fortunately, being the first team to go out, that won't be possible. That will open up more opportunities for the other team to overtake them. As one of those teams is going to be T2K, but T2K long range from GEEK SLATE. GEEK SLATE seems to be interested to take advantage of this with Sandesh currently down. Jane is in the water. GEEK SLATE, they're closing in on T2K.
Audrey trying to outflank these guys. Look at how separated for GEEK SLATE. They are scars. They are opening up all the angles and try to wrap around T2K. But T2K is not aware of the positions coming up from GEEK SLATE. Audrey taking a lot of courage to push forward, or Damroot coming up from the flanks. So slowly they are picking one by one T2K players from afar. Snipes trying to spot out the rest remaining members of T2K, but Suyok in well for now. YOODO Alliance on the other hand spotted out Killer. They knock him down, but the rest of DRS, how did they respond to this? Do they get support from the back, or do you just leave him behind?
Well, look at the circle. Pachinki is it. Well, what are the odds, right? It came from 50-50 between the north and the south, and all of a sudden, it's going to be centered back in Pachinki. And now for the other team still on the northern side, GEEK SLATE still needs to go down, and there are teams waiting for them. It will be interesting for GEEK SLATE. How will they overcome this? We are still at stage 2. There's still enough space for them to rotate. The blue is still tankable. I guess they might decide to go for the long rotation.
I'm waiting for 4MV to take the small potato hills of Pachinki, just like MAB, because last time we saw them in the last map even, very similar sort of rotations. And maybe the moment they land themselves there, 4MV will actually just follow pursuit behind them as well. So it's going to be a very massive Pachinki, small Pachinki hills down on the outskirts of Pachinki for now. But I do want to see, since the circle centralizing around Pachinki, do any of the teams want to be around the trenches of Pachinki, the chopstick trenches so far, and DRS very close to it. We do have 2 teams around this. There's going to be NBeSports, Hill, and DRS around the same vicinity.
Oh, that's all the way on the left side, or the one just on the right of Pachinki. Well, so far, looks like no teams really want to prioritize that. Even for Vampire Esports, they go straight into Pachinki, but they park themselves here still. I guess there's going to be a safe sort of a parking spot for them now, especially when they want to take care of their vehicles in case the circle does go away from Pachinki. But since the circle is kind of centralized, 4 teams already inside of Pachinki, but we move over to the Potato Hill. Box Gaming is there against MAB.
Box trying to capitalize over these hills right now. Wally, he was playing such a sublime performance yesterday for Wally. Can he do it again against the entirety of Box Gaming? Goes to return those throwables, but double nade down by the side of Wally, hoping it will clip on somebody else. But ST is a bit too far, but slowly they definitely heard this kerfuffle between these 2 teams right now. Baron dropping another. That's making and forcing Box to leave this vicinity and try to reposition around the lower hills of this side of a mountain. But for Box, on the other hand, they're not willing to give it away easily just yet. But look at Wally. He opened up the angles at the flank, while STE closing up the gap between them. This might have potential to go for 3-way war anytime soon. But Wally coming up from the north, can he be spotted out by Box Gaming players now?
Oh, very interesting move there. Going in for the flank again, just like what he did before. But we move our attention onto GEEK SLATE. Now playing by the rear of the circle against Boom Esports. And the circle will close into Pachinki. Again, GEEK SLATE needs to move. They've been moving the entire round so far.
There's going to be an entirety of Pachinki inside of this circle. In urban warfare, a lot of building and corners. And that's going to be difficult for the players to just shoot from afar. It's going to be a lot of CQCs later on, so those DBS will be at their best work after this. On the side of 4MV, they're still taking on the outskirts of Pochinki, coming up from the southern side. But on top of Box Gaming and also the other team that they're fighting against just now, it's definitely not in sight just yet, but I have to wrap things up because Pochinki currently is overcrowded by too many teams around the same building.
Oh yeah, everyone applying for a PR to get into Pochinki now. Look at the amount of teams there. Even GEEK is currently inside, but GEEK can't seem to find a home for themselves as DRS will be their neighbors. They'll try to stop GEEK. They want to take them out because they will allow them entry into the inner side of Pochinki.
Ayante heard the footsteps from Audrey just now, but I have no clue. He's actually on the first floor. Trying to pin down on GEEK players, but they're throwing all their grenades blind. NBeSports spots out Boom and Box taking on Alter Ego. Side of DRX on the other hand, there's going to be a house in between them and GEEK. NBeSports might have a bit of a fire against Hill. Vampires in between them. While GEEK spot out some of the players across him, start shooting towards the side. Sonic's in trouble. He cannot get out. A bit separated from the rest of the roster. 8 Blade makes sure that he cannot leave that building for now. But Blade realized he knocked one down. I'm not sure what's the plan for Aegon I8 right now. Do they go for the rush or did they just leave them be?
Well, looks like the plan is to stay put for now and not to let go of their high ground position, which is the abandoned church, as this is an entry point for some of this team, so they can take advantage in case they see any vehicles passing by and can shoot them down first. But very interesting for GEEK, 2 of them at the left side of Pochinki and the other 2 on the right side of Pochinki. They're splitting up. So very interesting to see that sort of strategy being deployed by them. I wonder what's in their minds. But let's see here as Octas immediately taken out by Kwang the moment he arrives.
Not just that, they are shooting from afar. It's going to be TN2K taking the front line alongside with the rest of Box Gaming now arriving. Reunite once more and will finish off Octa Alter Ego. I'm not sure where are the rest of Alter Ego. Surprisingly, Octa is down there alone. Potato and Rosemary are a bit too far behind. And STIC having their eyes onto a side of Alter Ego. While Box Gaming, on the other hand, working as a 4, trying to move to us from the northern side, getting an entry towards a circle. While Potato is spotting them out, he definitely have to be aware that he might be pinned down if he opens fire.
Oh, Roos finished out by Tops. Looks like DRS will lose 1 player. But at the same time, I want to point out that 4MV has only 1 point before achieving the 3-digit mark, and they will be the first team to do it with a gap of almost 40 points from the second team. Now coming back to the circle, inside of Pochinki again, looks like on the outside, Pochinki, half of them will need to come out.
A look at YOODO Alliance and 4MV, both come out from the southern side and nothing to stop them except for MMB waiting in the inside of a circle. But the rest of them who's having the compound inside of the city of Pochinki right now, in this town, we have to figure out how to get out. The moment they step out from this town, it's going to be an open plain field out there and nobody can cover them anymore. Only a couple of vegetations in between, that's just it. So Box realize what they have to go through. They take a longer rotation, going up the hill, going towards the right side and all the way down south. And Alter Ego tried to stop them, but ambitious based on their current position. At least they got 1 on TN, but the rest of them cannot stop to save him.
Oh, unfortunately. Plus, they are still on the outside of the circle, so it's not going to be worthwhile for them to turn back to pick him up. Plus, if they do so, it's a bait. They'll be in the crosshair of their opponent. They might as well rotate and try to survive as a trio. Right now, Red Bull Boy from YOODO Alliance knocked down by East. At the same time for STE, they'll be playing the gatekeeping role against Alter Ego, who's still on the outside of the circle. And they seem to be on foot. No vehicles for Alter Ego.
I see. Knows that smoke, there's going to be somebody in there. He got himself those throwables, yes, but he doesn't want to waste it just yet. The distance is just too far, around 100 meters apart. It's going to be a hard one to toss it around, especially with those distance and his indoors. Kind of hard to pin them down. They have more space on the side of GEEK. But 4MV, on the other hand, They know for a fact there's no challenges against them, but YOODO Alliance will gatekeep them, and maybe it's just behind them. Those coming from the north, it's going to be the one that's going to be go through a lot of messiness in it. Hill, NBeSports, we were talking about 6 teams, possible even 7 up here. And whoever came out of this, there's going to be only a couple of teams left.
Oh, urban warfare it is. But at the same time, STE managed to gatekeep Alter Ego for coming in, who was on foot earlier on, eliminating them at number 13. Now coming back to the urban warfare, we still have a couple of teams on the outside of the circle. Leo will we finish off by transit for Box Gaming. But on screen, it's going to be NBE versus Hale Esports next to each other, as NBE will need to defend their ground against Hale, who wants to come in.
Hill trying to force a push, giving those nades, mounting pressure inside of NBeSports. Mondo, as per usual, holding the line for the entirety of NBeSports. Flash and Gatslow going for a crossfire angle. Agonite taking down on Leo, while Leo fighting back. We're waiting for Hill to flush into a side of NBeSports, but it's segregated right now with Akash low to being knocked down. But here comes Fizzboy, showing himself down, but Mondo holding his ground with a trigger discipline, waiting for another. Can he clutch another? But he needs to reload just now. Couldn't make it happen as Sky knocks on 2. A bit of a trading done. NBeSports in a dicey situation.
Oh, Sky only now. 1v2. Can he pull off a clutch here? At the same time, they are in the circle, but the circle might move away. 1 more second to go before we confirm on that. And yes, it will. They need to finish this fight. And now Hale at the same time need to pick up his teammates as well. 2 of them calling out for help. What will Sky only do? Going for the pickup or go in for the elimination?
And what's worse, the circle just shifted away from the majority of the teams coming up from the northern side. And none of them can easily leave their compound just yet because too close against each other. Flash bleeding out. Sack will not have any sort of hesitation to finish him off. NBeSports, they cannot linger here any moment, any more time, because they need to leave. They are the furthest away from the circle, and this side will be closing by the blue first. Same goes for the side of Hill. Both teams are jeopardizing about their survivability right now when they extend this fight.
Oh, and Sky only is currently up. So it's going to be the duo that's going to defend their ground against NBE, but Circle's on their side of zone. It's starting to close in. We can see the movement from the blue right now, just outside the house. But Wally knocks that goes to somewhere else. Fights happening elsewhere. But this fight, it has to end. It cannot prolong anymore.
Sky going for the first floor. Realize what at stake here as the blues start to appear in front of their faces. Now they realize, will this be a bit too late now to leave this compound? Gaslow slowly approach towards the front line, but being spotted out by NBE players. And now Sack trying to finish them off, but they got finished instead. What a swing from Sky in the nick of time.
Hale Esports won against NBE. And now, this is that time to get into the circle. But Gatslow is currently down. Can Sky only pick him up in time? Looks like it's going to be hard. But now we move on to AGIN versus Boom Esports. All 4 from Boom coming in from the left. 1 from Boom is currently down. As play will get a knockdown to Podman.
Block. Spotted out. The Boom players, he heard those footsteps, have no clue where they exactly are. They definitely are on the second floor, but which house is it? Yummy May, Pombit, and Achul holding the ground, while Pombit being revived and picked back up by Achul. The rest of Agonite slowly closing the distance here. They want to go across, but they have to have a glimpse of it. They saw it. Now here comes the toss. He definitely knows exactly they are on the first floor. Achul and the rest of them have to go towards the center of the circle first, while touching the rim of a circle, while trying to stop the rest of Agonite from advancing. But Agonite will fight back. They got themselves in the trenches, but Boom barely the entirety of them getting into it. Now Blade, he's prepping out the nade, while QQ wants to go towards the flank, but they're unsure how to spread from Boom right now.
Oh, any further forward for these 2 teams, they'll be exposing themselves onto the outer side of Pachinki, where other teams can look, other teams can shoot from afar. So, where are they going to go right now? They can only hug at the edge of Pachinki. Liquid with a nade. He will toss it onto the other side. Will it land onto him? Yes, it will. UZM naded down by Liquid.
Leo being such a hindrance towards the side of Agonite, who already have some difficulty to get out from this compound. Now Boom is going back for the fight, but Liquid being spotted out by Blade. That's going to be shutting down the taunt on their side. But Agonite 8, they barely survived. They got down on Bomb It, now knock on one. Where will be the trade done? It's left with only QQ on the side of Agonite 8. QQ tried to clutch it down. He's going for CQC, but it's too much one to handle. Agonite 8 have to face their defeat here because they're being outnumbered by the side of Boom, and thanks to Leo, who's helping Boom at the same time.
Now STE onto Box Gaming. STE on the outside of the circle, creating a smoke bridge onto Box Gaming. Box Gaming, they're ready with the nades. Look at Tromsø, look at Kwang. They will toss the nade onto STE, but STE rushing through. The nade may not be the suitable weapon at this point, as STE will crash it onto Box Gaming.
Kwang action going through that smoke. They have no clue. See the silhouette. He opens fire. The DBS, the radius works. Action pretty low in his HP right now, but he needs to keep it survive. IC on the other end, coming up for backup. Kese see what's going through. He's just gonna toss that grenade into those bits, make it work. MAB coming in to take the advantage towards the side of SE, who's still recuperating themselves.
Oh, and maybe may steal away those elimination points, but not yet. So far, SE is still holding on, but Toms molly down. IC needs to retreat as well. It's going to be Casey taking out Toms with the molly. That's going to be a point for MV.
Now, and it's down to 5 teams. Nobody having a full squad on this side. Everybody pretty much numbers are down. The least one is going to be coming up from Box Gaming. One player left, DRS with a duo. But action spotted at Box. That's going to be the end of them. As STE trying to get those numbers up. 7 eliminations by 4. But 4MV is still there. Can they get a back-to-back chicken dinner on the side of 4MV with 6 eliminations by now?
Oh, they're going to start off with the nade onto the second floor, but the nade will not connect onto DRS. East is still on the ground floor. The MVP from the previous round. DRS knows the presence of 4MV now. Duke is currently down. Ace is closest to him, but action will be knocked out by Baron from MAB from the other side. DRS still holding on to the sniper tower. Gante knocked down thanks to East.
Now it's not done yet. The one that actually sitting quietly is going to be SE, but MAB, Wally as per usual, pulling off the weight for the entire team. But MAB, they still have another trio to work. IC tossing a high toss nade to the side of MAB, hoping it will land. It did. It was a Kirby on Baron. They're a bit handicapped right now, leaving with only 2 players. Wally and Kess, can he actually do something out of this? With 4MV now going to toss another to the side of DRS. They are in jeopardy. MAB and DRX, they're being hammed down from every angle possible.
IC with the nade onto Baron. At the same time, Delta not being let go by 4MV. They want to finish it. They want to get an extra point. But the nades are not connected to Delta. Delta is still holding on to the second floor of the sniper tower while STE is overlooking all of them. But the bad news is that they don't have the circle. The circle is in no man's land.
Sort of STE. It's close to them. They're barely touching the rim and barely getting into it. They're not the furthest away. The one actually have to crack their brains out is going to be MAB. They have to climb up those trenches and have to cut across. But STE keep the pressure on. Singles for 4MV. Left, right, center. MAB being compressed both ways. The receiving end at Wally. Nobody wants to be in his place right now. But for Cassie, can he do something out of this? With the Blues end closing in, he doesn't have much time. The bunkers won't work. Wally is down. Cassie is down as well, and that's it for MAB. It's down to only 3.
The mortar of STE raining down onto MAB, eliminating them. Now we're down to the top 3 teams. Who will get the chicken dinner? So far, we can see movement from 4MV into the circle, whereas for Delta, he has no room. He has to jump down, and Delta eliminated.
For 4MV, he still can revive the bleeding out members, but they couldn't do it. Finally, STE, the only Mongolian team from South Asia region, can have a smile on their face because they will got themselves that chicken dinner as well.
The circle is complete. The prophecy is complete. Mongolian teams are here to dominate the world of PUBG Mobile. All of them with their respective chicken dinner. And now STE is in this.
My oh my, feeling the fears and the aura coming all the Mongolian teams. And for MV, what a consistency. They can score themselves that double chicken, but the blue zone happened to be closing on their side first. And not just that, they caught themselves in those trenches, in those bunkers. If they want to leave, they have to exploit themselves out to the wall. But what a game in this one. We are looking at the prowess of South Asian team. Their firepower is not to be undermined in this case. Because how aggressive can they be?
And they even took the road less taken. Most of the teams inside of Pachinki. But to them, it's like, nope, we don't want any of that. We'll chill outside of Pachinki. And it reaped rewards for them. As the circle shifts outside, everyone had to come towards STE. And STE had all the opportunity to farm elimination points from there.
Insane amount of elimination in this one. We're not having the groundbreaking above and beyond 20s yet, but it's just too much. Due to the hardship of Circle as well, we thought maybe for once we're gonna head on to Rostock. Never mind, it's always back to Pachinki, and because of that, a lot of teams taking the town of Pachinki, playing indoors, and the moment the Circle hard shifted away from them, the south and the northern part, the northwest of it, it was too crowded by then.
Yeah, it was really crowded. We can see some of the teams struggling to come out of Pachinki. But you know who else is not struggling? It's going to be our handsome-looking analyst. So pass it on to you, Jay Hunter and Contra. Let's go.
That's too kind of them. I didn't expect to be flattered by the end of that run, but the matchup inside of Pachinki was just helter-skelter, where we see so many teams being stuck in the city, and those on the outskirts actually thrive, and yet again, South Asia dominates.
To be more specific, it's the Mongolian teams. They seem to have found a formula to become very, very consistent in all the games that have been presented so far. I mean, I expected STALWART Esports in the game previously, but well, they got a chicken dinner. I'm pretty happy with that. I'm pretty happy that the Mongolian domination is here to stay, even though it's not my region. It's not, but for a chicken to get or to be received by STALWART Esports is something that it's bound to happen. It's not something that just because they have a bad day one, it's not going to happen on day two. These are teams that bounce back on the very few days left of any tournament.
Yeah, and on top of that, trailing right behind Mongolia has to be of Nepal, where we also see consistent effort coming from DRS with, Delta surviving to the very end. But the player to watch throughout the crazy round inside of Erangel has got to be Icy, doing so much of a work throughout the span of those battles that we've seen happening left, right, and center. And he's always there to be man-marking his way throughout the course of the run.
Yeah, I suppose, I'm not supposing, but it's one of the newer players of STALWART Esports. I mean, everybody knows Action, Top, and Scry, but he has been doing very well so far. So their transfer of IC has given them a lot of dividends in terms of their investment, and I think this is something that a lot of even STALWART Esports, I would say they were a concrete team already, but having all these new people gives them a few options, a few more ideas, and I think that is the core solution of some of these teams, some of these longer or older teams to improve themselves, and I think this has given them a lot of profit.
Yeah, indeed. And overall, if we look into this screen once again, over on the charts of the leaderboards, of course, there's a lot more green that we're looking for SA to be closer to, the top of the leaderboards, whereas nothing much have changed from the first position to the third, but STE, one chicken dinner has already gotten them so much that currently they're in number 4 position.
Yeah, they were in page 2 before this. Is such a very big improvement, very vast for team STE, but I suppose I'm not really surprised, because amongst these Mongolian teams, STE is the one I watched the most compared to all the others. I mean, they've been performing very well so far. I mean, and the Mongolian region has shown very big domination, very acute understanding of the meta game right now. But STALWART Esports is always the team that I look forward to. If how do I know what kind of gameplay that does the Mongolian teams offer? they are the ones that I would set as a benchmark.
Yeah, and of course, we've been looking at a lot of all these top gunners throughout the course of the match. There's also two specific teams that have been struggling for most part. One from SA as one from SEA. Like, I've been keeping my eyes on Hill, and it seems like this time they haven't been able to really get their engines running. Same goes to Leo, which I've wondered why exactly is the case. But in the overall leaderboards, I think South Asia has a lot to be happy about.
Very much, because the difference is now more than 100 points. It's going to be a very big uphill struggle for Southeast Asia teams to catch up. But it's still 2 more days for them, so there's still a lot. And of course, the first game was won by Southeast Asia. That should be a starting point for all the Southeast Asia. It's possible. It's not impossible. There's one yesterday and there's one today. The last 2 days should be very interesting for Southeast Asia. If they can wake up, they can step up the game and win more skirmishes, win more rotations. Because right now it's looking a bit lacking in terms of rotations especially.
Yeah, I definitely think that there needs to be a certain adjustment that they will have to make in order to not lock horn so early on. And I guess in that situation, when you're having an urban warfare inside Pochinki, then yeah, you just got to make do, take whatever compound that you have. So Erangel, for the very last time for tonight, will be happening really soon. So perhaps we won't get any more of those urban trading going on. What say you? Like, if it happens again, do you think it's still going to be an SA domination?
I wouldn't say it's an SA domination, because right now the flag of Erangel is the flag of Mongolia.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that's definitely what they really have a very good understanding of how to play, even in those situations where the circle hard shifts. It should be anyone's game, but it's more becoming and it's more apparent that the Mongolians are prepared for anything to happen, in no matter if it's Pochinki or if it's in Shelter or anywhere. They seems to have an understanding of which kind of terrain we should be in, or which kind of compounds we should be in.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I really do want to see if a battle happens underneath the shelter. But, you know, if it does happen, this is a team that I want to see. You talk about Mongolian domination. So NBeSports, they were the ones to kick off the run with a chicken dinner yesterday. But today, it seems like they do put in quite a substantial amount of effort, but haven't yielded that same amount of results. So why NBE, may I ask?
Well, I mean, obviously, the first thing that comes to mind is like, you know, I just choose it because they're Mongolians. Right. So and they're doing pretty well so far, and you see them in the top 5, top 6, top everything in all the games. So it's not an easy pick, but some of the performance are very impressive so far for NBeSports.
Yeah, I would certainly agree with that. And we'll definitely hear the verdict of the casters as Choo-Choo as well as Sir Cloud is ready to bring us to the next game.
You know what? Jay Hunter said top 5, top 4, top everything, right? You know what else is top about the Mongolian teams? It's top from STALWART Esports. They have everything, including the players named top. Can you imagine that?
Every single player from the side of a Mongolian team, specifically the South Asia region, dominates over Erangel. It just shows how they studied the nook and cranny of every Erangel possible. And they know the fundamentals like the back of their hand. Not just that, the way they perceive the passiveness of all the teams, they took advantage of it. Knowing the fact, you know what, we've been waiting on them, they're not making a move, they're not that confident. Why not we take the fight into them? And knowing that all the information they gathered later on, they just have to just know exactly the angle they need to push. And so far, we're looking at Erangel's by far not touchable yet for those chicken, for the side of the Southeast Asia region, but for Miramar, it's going to be a different case.
Oh yeah, we are moving on to Miramar later on. We still have one more Erangel match to play. I mean, Erangel, seems to be the playground for the Mongolian team. So yesterday's Miramar, so it was Boom Esports getting the first chicken dinner in Miramar, and then the second one was, well, again, another Mongolian team for MV. I mean, they're all everywhere. Okay, so now this is going to be the big question, right? What does it take to stop any one of the Mongolian teams?
I mean, at this point, their own self. Maybe they're fighting against themselves, which they don't. In the case of Southeast Asia region teams, mostly, they are the one that are fighting each other, maybe because they are too familiar with each other's rotation. But on the side of South Asia team, they they want to defer. They want to be fighting those South Asia teams by knowing their rotation and not getting in the way of South Asia region teams and fight against them early on.
Yeah, perhaps. But sometimes, you know, in game, it's very hard to tell who's who, who's what. But just so happened. Maybe it's because like they're too used to each other. Like what you said. Let's see in Erangel.
This time we do have a very different flight path coming up to a side of Erangel on the north, around the side of Yasnaya Poliana, down to his hospital, more the north. But it's always been Pochinki kind of circle for the past few days now, huh?
Yeah, always in the center. Come on, we're done now. I mean, this is the last Pochinki match. This is the last Erangel match today. Might as well give us something different. Right. I mean, they tease us with a 50-50 of the shooting range and also Rozal Pochinki's kind of circle, but it still end up outside of Pochinki or at Pochinki. So, I mean, I'll still take it as a Pochinki circle at the end of the day. So it's time for us to see something different now.
Well, so far it has been always the same ending for 4MV. They got themselves the most chicken across the PMRC South Asia versus South Asia right now, with 3 chickens in 2 days. We're talking double chicken in a day. Will they score another chicken by end of day number 2 again? While we're looking at T2K going up north, this is going to be unusual because there's not many teams love to go on the northern side these days.
Yeah, Saverni will be their drop spot, unchallenged by any other team. So looks like it's going to be okay early start for them instead without being challenged. But Circle again is going to be in the middle area where the main peninsula is at. Not much changes when it comes to the Circle now.
That's kind of true. It's going to be, I'm not surprised if it shifted over to Pochinki side again. I mean, like, that was really hopeful for us before that it might actually go in the north. And, it's more laugh, but it's going to be Pochinki by the end of the day. If Pochinki is it, it's going to be Pochinki again.
Yeah, I mean, if it is again Pochinki, then I don't know what else to say, right? It's going to be the same thing again. And maybe if that happens, we're going to see again another Mongolian team getting the chicken dinners. Now, every Mongolian team, if you just join us now, right? Every Mongolian team has gotten their own chicken dinner. And we are only in day number 2, match number 3 that was before. And they're complete. They're done.
I just hope they're not satisfied yet, because it's still too early for them to be that satisfied and stop here. We still have 2 more days to go. Still halfway through for the day. This is going to be the last Erangel map. And we do know the Mongolian teams do love this map so much. They want to make use of it and get the most out of their points here.
Yeah, speaking about the most points, 4MV, 112 points. Almost doubling the amount of points that DRS has at number 2. They are basically stealing away the points for everyone. That's why we see number 2, 3, 4, and so on. The point gap is not that far. Like DRS and Boom is only 1 point, and they got a 4 points difference. And then you have, let's see here. Okay, there is 8 points between STE as well as FaZe Clan. But after that, everyone is just as close.
Oh no, what is this? They're just walking next to each other. This is the first time ever I'm looking South Asia fighting against each other. Now, Falak taking on one without any vest, without any helmet, no problem. 4MV on the other hand, they have nothing to work with. Apex is running for his life. He's down to being knocked down, but there's nowhere to run. Oh no, for 4MV. This is not what they planned to be.
Well, Falak shouldn't have a problem to finish it off, and Apex went down. I don't know. Okay, is this like the... I don't know. Okay, I want to say that it's like the chicken dinner curse, but now that I think about it, it's not really. But for 4MV, that was really, really unfortunate for them. They were just minding their own business, getting to somewhere else to lose, but just so happened that another team's there.
Problem with 4MV, right? Even though they are quite handicapped at the course here with 2 players out, but they're still one of a team that you watch out for, because remember the first day, they definitely deliver the same thing. Their prowess will be shown better with duos instead of a full squad. And if they can't last long enough, this is not even detrimental if they lose this couple of rounds early, because look at the points. It's half of DRS to catch up here.
Yeah, they're all right for sure. So all they need to do is just chill. And plus, if we talk about like the stature of the Mongolian teams, like remember in the first game, the first Sanhok, like it was only top left for STE. He still managed to get a third place finish, which is impressive, and they can do anything.
That's kind of true. But look at the overall rankings now. The first Southeast Asia team that we're looking at, number 3 and then number 5. The rest of it is going to be coming up from South Asia. Bit of alternating between the third, fourth, third to 7 right now. But for NBeSports, on the other hand, now they do have the up and down for day number 2 here. We didn't see too much of them when it comes to today. Yesterday, on the other hand, they're having a very good start. It feels like they were doing brilliant day 1. But when it comes to day 2, when the other teams start to revise their position, their rotation, feels like they're struggling to adapt after, you know, the other teams start to counter what they have to offer.
Yeah, I guess it's sometimes the theory of like, okay, if you're doing well, if you're up there, well, for MV it's a special case. You're doing well, you're up there, then other teams will pay more attention to you, and maybe that's how they seem to be not performing well today. But looking at NBE's performance even before this, I think that it's a little bit of a blip for them. I think we'll see the best of NBE coming back soon if when games go by.
Side of Boom, spot out hail, hello, and that's a greeting, a very warm welcome one with those sprays, but the fact they committed to it,
wow.
What were they thinking for Boom? There was an open space, a flat fill, and just pulled over, jumped down. They should not have done that. They were a bit reckless, but we do have another contender nearby, and this is going to get really ugly if FaZe happen to be passing by as well.
Well, in fact, 2 actions happening elsewhere. As we can see here, YOODO Alliance against NBE, 2v1, Repo Boy all alone in this house. Not the first time we saw Repo Boy alone. The rest of YOODO Alliance needs to come in to back him up, but Repo Boy burning down, and now he is on his knees as NBE will get Repo Boy. Oh, Leo as well. NBE, we didn't talk about them being the duo, and now them as a duo, they are fighting a full squad of YOODO Alliance, and they're still winning it.
Mondo trying to work with what he has with that angle, but Mondo managed to do it anyways. Look, they are throwing bodies one by one on the side of YOODO Alliance, willing to give it away to the side of NBeSports. They are just losing many, but NBeSports having a bit of a trade. Can the rest of YOODO Alliance make a call? No, that was questionable on the side of YOODO Alliance, going one by one instead of going in as a unit.
Well, so it looks like a YOODO Alliance. Ooh, a tough round for them. But now we move over to Alter Ego taking this fight against Hail Esports. It's going to be Thailand versus Indonesia, and they're in the same compound right now. Potato couldn't pull the trigger in time as he gets knocked down. Now it's down to Rosemary together with his teammate. Can they pull off a win here? The rest of Alter Ego down on his knees as Hail Esports winning the fight, but looks like Alter Ego chooses not to continue on.
Rosemary before, but here comes Tiger. He can actually make it on time. But Rosemary, here comes. It's going to be only last play coming up from Rosemary to pick up Fnatic. But can he actually do it? Oh, he has to be base carry at this point. But Rosemary trying to deliver what he has to offer for the entire team. That's going to be a lot of responsibility by one player. But T2K, on the other hand, spot out the entire team across him and make a big U-turn to join in the rest of the other, his other comrades towards the other side. It's going to be Boom facing towards our T2K, but this time, not too far off from Pachinki, but at least we have ourselves a bridge circle.
Oh yeah, at least something different this time. Not like a Pachinki-ish area. We're going to get like someone or a Fairy Pier or so, or at most a guard car area, which we have not seen yet. Except for the guard car mountain, I won't call it guard car. But anyway, it's going to be something different this time. STE, I noticed that they're still in Novo, so they might take the left bridge, but they still have the option to take the right bridge. It will be interesting to see what they will do with this kind of circle. But for FaZe Clan, they are coming across another team, but at least it's not running straight into them, so they'll be okay for now. It's going to be Leo parked here, but AGI8. Ooh, will be interesting to see if AGI chooses to take the fight.
They do have those elevations, and Leo trapped himself inside. Rosemary on the end, that's going to be the loss of Alter Ego. Eliminates that they are dropping down the stairs of those numbers for Alter Ego. The last time we saw them, they're quite high up then, are slowly climbing down the stairs as they didn't get any scores just now. On the side of Ignite 8, they do have those elevations. They can make it work, but Hale will not easily let them be because they climbing back up. You want to fight? Let's fight.
Oh, jump shot! Beautifully done! And with that jump shot, UZM knocked down, eliminated by Sky Only. He lost to a jump shot. He was aiming straight as per usual, not doing anything wrong, but it's just that jump shot. That jump shot was on point, beautifully executed by Hale Esports. And with that, they will take over the Lighthouse area.
Ignite 8 realized that they lost one man in vain just now. Pull back all the way towards the compound they're starting off before and park it back inside. But it's going to be Vampire crossing on the other end here if they want to stay here a bit longer. Now that's going to be a bit of a problem since they're already left with only 3 players. But for MV, as a duo, they lasted long enough. So why not for Ignite 8 as well?
Yeah, who knows, who knows? 3 players, anything can happen. And right now they're in the circle, so they don't need to work that hard as of now. They can still chill, let other players, let other teams eliminate themselves, giving them a better chance later on. But of course, it is still the challenge that they need to face, playing as a trio. And now coming back to the Lighthouse area, looks like Hale Esports has company. MAB is on the other side.
Hale, right across them around 200 meters apart, trying to ambitiously tap them down. It's not impossible for Leo of MAB. It's a bit difficult. Hopefully, you didn't waste too much in that magazine. But the circle will shift any second now. We do have Boom scattered on top of Pochinki on the northern side. And they decided, you know what, we might take north because it's quite vacant right now. As they have to cross the bridge, since the circle shifted towards the left side. Look at how crowded if STE want to cross over. There's no way in there.
Oh yeah, it's not going to be fun for STE as they will first meet up with Hale Esports, who has the high ground, or who has the Lighthouse area. So that will be the first choke point that they need to go through. Now for GEEK SLATE coming down from North Yogopol into Kuwari. Looks like it's going to be an okay access for them. As for NBE, the team that at this point is the lowest ranking Mongolian team. Because of that, they might be playing it a little bit safer this time around.
It's a very small shack for NBeSports. Not the safest, but we do know this is going to be one of the most popular shack on top of this car field, around this field area. And for the side of NBeSports, they can stay or they can leave, but it's too small for 4 players inside. They have a lot of rotation. A great migration will happen and commence, and might be commencing right now as we speak because of how the circle hot shift just now. We mentioned about NBeSports in a very small shack, apparently being caught by another team from afar. 1 player knocked down, but there's going to be a distance between them. While the same for GEEK SLATE, who spotted out another team across them.
Yes, from afar, so warning shots fired. Not to allow the other teams to come by. But okay, speaking about teams coming by, STE and Hale Esports, this is something that we expected. STE moving towards the left. Are they going to stop? Looks like the answer is not, because anyway, that area is on the outside of the circle. They might as well zoom past by. Hale Esports trying to get one. Can they get Nerzet? Nerzet is down, thanks to Sky Only. Beautifully shot down. Another counter fight coming from Action. Action will knock down Sky Only. A little bit of a trade there between the 2 teams.
Lucky enough, the terrain will cover them for just a tiny bit, but not long, because they're being shot from afar once more. It's going to be really hot for the side of STE to pick up their members. At 4MV out of nowhere, coming up from the south. They docked themselves after swimming over, and they will take the challenge towards STE. Now STE being compressed both ways. Where do they go and how do they get out from here?
Yeah, at the same time, they need to pick up Action. If not, Action will succumb to his injuries. They're all within the circle, so if they can pick him up, it's going to be worthwhile. But for STE, like what you mentioned, they need to be aware of multiple angles, and unfortunately for Action, he will be eliminated. Now STE, after that run from Military Base Island, they managed to survive with only 2 players.
STE have to be aware about 4MV, and not just that. They're right, they're left, they are everywhere, and they're being cornered, compressed anyway, but at least top, open up tiny space for the side of STE bit by bit, knowing for the fact the Blues are closing on 4MV first. He's forcing them to not get in here, forcing them out, denying their entrance, but the circle ended up right on top of FaZe, who happened to be close by in the center, with Box taking the north, Boone climbing up as well, going downwards towards the circle, while on the right side, there are going to be 3 teams guarding over there, but those in the southern side, Vampires, STE, Hill, and Aegon I8. We do have 4MV down there as well. None of these teams will have an easy entry towards the circle.
Well, make that 4MV out as they're taken out by the zone. So right now, STE, Vampire Esports, they need to consider how they want to cross over the road as well to go up to the Gatka fields. And that will be their next challenge as the zone will close in about 10 more seconds. As for NBE, well, they'll be happy in the Gatka fields. So they'll be unchallenged for now. The next action, do keep an eye on the south side of the circle where Vampire, where STE will need to cross.
We do want to say DRS have a chance to take maybe number 1 spot usually, but in the case of the gap, there's no way right now, it's too far still. But NBeSports STE again has been trailing them too closely behind, on hot pursuit to the side of STE here. And they lock the target, not willing to give it away with a crossfire formation 2-2 on the different angles entirely, just to pin down STE from the inside of a compound, not on the outside, but GEEK SLATE taking advantage of somebody else's unfortunate moments there with those elevations, pinning down to the side of NBeSports.
Wow, MAB now going up against Leo with KC currently down, but Barrow will trade it back with 1 knockdown onto the side of Leo. Soyam eliminated. Icy taken out as well. So it looks like STE is down to the last member top. But we're putting focus onto Leo with a nade in hand by Liquid, tossing it on to MAB. MAB now will not be phased by that nade. They will be okay still. Liquid tosses the second nade. But the second nade looks like will not connect as well. MAB still maintain all 4.
Team Leo trying to isolate them from breaching in, but MAB, no Leo like the Leo that he is right now, forcing out towards the flank side by Hill, crushing from the back. And this is Leo crushed between 2 angles, compressed, hammed down by MAB and Hill at the same time. My oh my. But if MAB being spotted out by Hill first, then maybe Leo do have a way out of it.
Well, who sent the invite to all these teams? Now this area is a party, and Liquid will be the next one to go down to Flash. Now it looks like there's an opening for Hell Esports to move in as well with Leo only down to the last member. But MAB Leo, he's coming in. It's going to be Haidami who spotted out first to take him down. The rest of them will know where exactly he is. He has an M4, not a DBS. This kind of range, a DBS we know is going to be really, really good.
Tiger.
But an M4 is just decent.
Oh, Tiger, but damn it, you have to fight at him. He fights back. You toss me nades, you toss me everything, but it's not going to be enough. Valiant effort coming out from Dami of Leo just now. They're being eliminated, but it's not done yet. Hill now bulldozing their way towards this warehouse, going against MAB. Cassie on the ground. Nothing's trying to DBS himself into it, but still that jump shot coming out from Tiger. Wrap things around with Sky only as well.
Again, another beautiful jump shot from Hell Esports. They definitely have been practicing that, and it has been working out for them. 2 teams eliminated just from that move. And now we move forward to T2K and AGI8. Both of these teams on the outside of the circle. So right now, the high ground goes to T2K with a slight advantage against AGI8.
Jane keeping the pressure on across Aegon I8 for now, but they do have to got 2 angles if Hill happen to be close by here. They are so close towards the circle, but the problem is to get into it, they have to fight against 2 teams, not just Aegon I8. It's going to be Vampires waiting at the other end and another team perhaps. T2K and Aegon I8 right now in the same boat, and there's going to be only 1 team survive this one out, but Vampires start to move. Where are they going? Are they going towards the fight? The teams that's next to them right on top of T2K and Aegon I8 here.
Oh, Rig. He pulls out his M4. He shoots. He gets 1. 2 more to go. He sees the shoulder, but they counterfired upon from the high ground. He will go down. The rest of T2K will need to come in. Jane at the forefront with the nade in hand. Jane will toss his nade onto the side of AGIA, but the nade cooked too long as AGIA still survives. And QQ right now needs to win the fight as they need to get into the circle. The zone is coming onto them.
Jane spraying right on top of the sniper's tower. Spot out. Blade is burning down a clear side. T2K going away from the circle, going away from the blues and trying to move into the circle at the same time, running and gunning. Vampires, what happened? I mean, like, Newsy accidentally just naded their own teammate? Is that just doing it on purpose? That's kind of questionable.
Well, not too sure what happened there. Hopefully we get an interview later on to get an explanation. But for the other teams, most of them currently in the circle, in the Gatka field. But for Hale Esports, they will lose Splash to Yummy. And Boom Esports picking up 8 elimination points so far. But Razy will be the next one to go down. Razy will be eliminated by Drowsy. Boss Gaming will get the point.
Yummy May playing around the corners is this very small shack. They barely got any covers except for that small shack for Boom right now. NBeSports, even though they're being pinned down early on, right in the center of everybody else, they still have this shack. They've been holding on by their dear life since the start and secured themselves 6 eliminations by now, but Boom got 8. Across the bot, Hale 13 with 1 player left, but T2K, here comes. They're sweeping into Hale first before getting an NBeSports, and Hale caught in between and still fight back. It's gonna be Nuttons. It's been a while. I'm looking at Nuttons player, but I'm loving his here back with us. But now Nuttons, before he goes down, still scores another point as a consolation.
Wow, Hale Esports eliminated, but then again, they managed to get 30 elimination points before they go out. A very good round still, despite them getting number 7 this time. And now for Boom, they're moving in. They want to finish up the job against T2K. T2K right in front of Yummy, starting the spray. They're going in ruthlessly onto T2K. Only 1 health left, and it's going to be an easy cleanup for Boom Esports.
Oh, did they really clean them out and they walked themselves in a trap here? Because MBE has Mondo trying to pin them down in an exact perfect line of sight here. But at the same time, Mondo, he needs to reload. They got a very small shack, but they divided into 2-2 with the center and the right side of the map. They're taking it for themselves. Majority of the circle is holding up by the side of MBES. But for the side of Boom, they can recuperate. On the side of NBeSports, they're taking advantage of their position here, pinning down all the teams as possible as much as they can.
Wow, we don't get this all the time. Majority of our top 5 teams still has a full squad. Only Boom Esports playing as a trio. This will be very, very interesting as we're still at stage 6. But nevertheless, the circle is closing in right now. Action next onto FaZe Clan versus GEEK SLATE.
FaZe, Taurus, hoping it will land on somebody else. Below upwards, that's going to be a tough angle to play with for the side of Venturis, but he can do it. This is the guy you have to be very reliable on this kind of cases. But Mormon and the rest trying to play around Venturis here, who got himself up there, spotted out GEEK SLATE. But on the other end, Box is still there as a full squad. We still have all 4 teams full squad with 1 Boom having a trio. But NBeSports making sure Boom will be decapitated as they slowly chipping down the numbers on the side of Boom. NBES coming up from afar, but FaZe taking on GEEK. At the same time, FaZe, they're split it up apart, and they will climb up and hike up those elevations.
Oh, Mela buying time for his other teammates to come give him backup. Mela just tossing the utilities onto the high ground, hoping to hit someone. Mela still has 2 nades in hand. Can he land it on the snipe? Snipe is now waiting for the moment where Mela shows himself, but Mela is not. At the same time, the zone is closing in. It'll put pressure on the GEEK SLATE as well as FaZe Clan. But FaZe Clan at the lower ground, they know where their exit point is at.
Mela playing around the flank side, but Mondo, this guy, what a cheeky one, but it's gonna be a cast taken up from afar. NBeSports, they on fire, 9 elimination with a full squad still, and this is one crazy rotation with a 2-2 formation on their side. Their confidence in their firepower is unquestionable anymore. FaZe Mela taking a tap out to the side of Boom in the open area, but this kind of ambitious with this distance.
Oh, yes, what a long distance there, but still able to land those elimination points in the back for the team. Speaking about teams, we still got 5 teams after all that action as Pombin evaded a nade onto him. He's still alright for now, but FaZe Clan wants to secure those elimination points. But on top of that hill, GEEK is still there. They need to be careful.
FizzBoy, Leonard, Kobe, and the numbers keep getting up for the side of NBeSports. It's 12, and there's no stopping them. They are going and running amok for the side of NBeSports. Even though they got a very small shack, they are in a bare open area, but nothing can stop them. They are the furthest away from FaZe, GEEK, and Box Gaming right now, and they being the third party, taking advantage of all the other teams that possibly are running into each other. And GEEK on them, and as a solo player for Damroot, stuck in between Box and FaZe, and across him is going to be NBeSports.
Yeah, somehow Damroot still survived, but he's always the survivor for GEEK SLATE. Now doing his role again. Let's see how far he can go, because he's still on the outside of the circle. And like what you said, he's stuck between 2 teams. If he goes on to the right, it's going to be FaZe Clan. If he goes on to the left, it's going to be Box Gaming. So pretty much you got to pick your poison, unless he chooses to deny the point. But it's going to be Momon who spot out Damroot. Damroot somehow survives.
Mormon spotted out the back of Damroot. This is trouble. This is really not what we hope for Damroot, but there's no way out of there. Mormon, on the other hand, have to be aware there's going to be more than one team to deal with right now. With Damroot slowly being burned off by the blue, open up his space and being jeopardized by his own sake. Mormon finally finish him off with down to 3, but this 3 is going to be a full squad Royal Rumble between all these 3 teams.
Well, 1 team from South Asia, 2 teams from Southeast Asia. But then again, we are talking about NBE, a team from Mongolia. Mongolian teams have shown level of consistency in this tournament. Maybe again, they can do it. But now, looking at the current situation, NBE in the mid-on circle, the rest of the other 2 teams by the side.
Because on a ghillie suit, the green one sucks for the Outrongs, and this is not great for Box. They lost their flanker, and look at how FaZe open up, fanning out, widen up their angles to play around the space. But Kwang here kind of stuck in between, trying to save his mate. He walks in a trap. A Zac easily just tapping out one by one. A perfect straight line for him, not even breaking any sweat. And this is going to be NBeSports. They might score a double digit with a high kill volume. Will he close up to 20 points?
Well, looks like thank you very much, he says, for giving him that point. But there's one more Box player on the ground right now. It's going to be Trong Zin, still alive. The point not given to anyone else just yet. But it looks unlikely that he'll be saved. Now the circle moves, and it's going away from Box Gaming. It's going to be very, very hard for them. But speaking of the point, it will be given to NBE.
NBeSports untouchable for now. 2-2 formation, unbreakable. The formation is so perfect, played by them, displayed by their prowess with firepower. And Aka's playing around the field while having his eyes locked towards side of Box Gaming. The other 3 will focus towards side of FaZe. He's fanning out and try to capitalize towards this circle. The one that having it toughest is going to be Box, since they will be closed off by the blue zone first on the northern side.
Onsen seems to know where NBE is at. At the same time, he got Ventores at the front. They may surprise NBE now. Oh, but it looks like NBE knows that someone's on the other side, so cover blown. But now the focus will be on Box Gaming. How are they going to get into the circle right now? It's such an open area for them.
NBeSports 14. And our analysts had both voted out for NBeSports. Can they have it right this time? And side of Box, they need to get out. But how? They spot out Ghost to make an entry, and both jumps up. They make a move, but they forgot about FaZe Clan. They're quiet right now, but Mondo spotted out Box players. It's down on 1, but FaZe Victorious coming up from the back line, backstabbing them. This is a problem. They see this one coming for NBeSports.
Oh, Gosu finish off, and now this name from Onsen could be big. Could get 1, could get 2. Mondo, critical, but it's going to be first one knocks down Onsen. His name is even better, he says.
Oh, on the side of FaZe, they lost 2 men here. Might lost to Ventores as well. And lucky enough, they back away, pull back all the way, didn't hit by that Molly. FaZe boy crawling from the back line. This is going to be all Fang on side of FaZe. This is going to be getting really ugly for FaZe if they didn't realize, didn't aware of the movement and the rotation coming from NBeSports. But the end from Box. This is going to be the wild card in this one. He will be the game changer between these two teams who's having their eyes and stares locked to each other.
Oh, this day to Ventores! Oh, that was a very dangerous one. Onto Ventores, but the second one, Ventores! Oh, that was lucky for him. He somehow still survived. He's resetting himself, uses the first and he's back onto 80% of health. But NBE, look at this, playing as a trio, holding on to two teams at one time. But Tien could surprise Mondo.
Yeah, and work with whatever he had, fell in effort, but Akaz is well aware where he's at. Now he's down to 3v4. They had a 4 before, but FaZe shot them down. FaZe boy working on different angle. Mormon spot him out. Mormon, he is the the playmaker for the side of FaZe Clan right now, but Akaz spot out one. It's on Gillisan going to his side of Onsen behind the rock. It's down to 2v3 now. They have the numbers for FaZe, but they equal out the field. It's down to 1 for MBES. It's going to be down to Akaz to make the call. Mormon pushing up, but Mormon in jeopardy. Can they still get?
NBE!
They got the chicken still.
Oh, NBE again! Again, it's going to be Mongolia representing South Asia. What does it take to stop them?
Not just that, they got themselves a high kill volume, close to 20 points just now. It's a big win, not a random win, and not lucky at all, because they execute the same sort of pattern of chicken when it comes to day one. It feels like a repeat of yesterday, but in a reverse manner. We have MBE first yesterday, but today they have it a bit later, but it was a banger of a chicken.
And this is how big of a banger it is, right? They had 3 players. FaZe Clan had 4 on the left. And then you got Box Gaming on the right. They had to manage 2 different teams at the same time. And they still can get the chicken dinner. This is ridiculous. This is out of any logic.
I feel like they are way more when it comes to using the small space they have, the small window of time, and they use it so well. It's all about timing. Mormon be pulling off so much work just now, but it will not be enough. It's all about timing. They know exactly when to pick and when to utilize their throwables in a very small window of time that they have. But on the side of NBeSports, you have to give it not Ball to Esports, it's just incredible. They are a different beast in this round.
Yeah, who says playing in the middle, you don't get that many elimination points? Well, NB is proving all of that theories wrong. They can be in the middle. From the early phases of Circle, they went to that shack, they parked themselves, and they can still farm elimination points from this angle. Just look at all these highlights. The long range, the mini 4Ts that's being used. That's all they need to gain the elimination points. And then at the end, it's more of like close quarters combat to just finish things off. And I think they got a good amount of elimination points together with the chicken dinner. But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's all from us. I don't know what else to break down about the Mongolian teams. Maybe our analysts can explain. Let's head on to Contra and Jay Hunter. Pose.
Well, Jay, I don't know if we actually need to go for any explanations. Mongolia is just built different on how they play Erangel.
Oh yeah, I mean definitely I can see it. It's like where is the capital of Mongolia? It's Erangel.
Oh yeah. This is the new capital.
Yeah, because every Erangel has been clinched out by all the Mongolian teams so far. So, I mean, NBeSports, I haven't seen too much of them, but I'm not too surprised by how they played. And look at this, 20 eliminations. Is this the biggest so far?
One of the biggest, I would say, is yesterday we did have a really big run, but this is still a huge 30 chunk of points going over to the hands of NBeSports. So this should suffice for them to be able to match up to, the top 3 position that was held previously. But this is also significant improvements coming from Hill. Look at that, 14 elims from them, even despite them actually walking with only 1 placement points.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, of course, everyone else did manage to actually get a hefty amount throughout the run. But Mondo, Man, I've been watching this guy, and even despite them being placed in that tiny corner of a shack, he just knows how to really pull the trigger on the right moments, pop those nades on the right time, and he does it all.
Definitely, I concur with that. And the damage, 1,296. This is the biggest so far of the day. And you could see his positioning is really impeccable. It's very perfect. And the gameplay and his shot calling Mondo is the IGL. In fact, so there's something that the Mongolian teams really know about Erangel that I feel that Southeast Asian teams, they are lost right now. I'm not too sure. It's like they can get the top two. You see FaZe Clan with top twos and Vampire with top twos or whatever in top twos in Erangel, but they couldn't just lock it in. They couldn't get the win. I'm not too sure what's the solution of this Mongolian problem. Maybe for FaZe Clan, they have a player from China because that's the only in history, in the long history, the only ones who can stop Mongolia is China. In terms of PMWI, Nova has stopped them, 4M has stopped them, but nobody else. I think that's the only way. FaZe Clan, maybe they should get some ideas from how to close this game from Trace, maybe.
Yeah, and I like that you actually brought that up. Perhaps, you know, down the road, we'll see South Asia take on the rest of PEL, but that will have to wait. This battle is not over yet, where we still have, you know, 2 days of action to go, and today we still have 2 more rounds inside Miramar. I think like a lot of all these players from SEA, they're already looking forward for our Miramar run because that's where they've had their moments to shine from yesterday's run in day 1. But even so, a lot of all these chicken dinners are still within the hands of South Asia. I'm not even gonna keep on track records of, you know, overall points because right now it's convincing to say SA, they're untouchable for now.
Very untouchable. I would agree with that 100%. Since I mean the thing about the Southeast Asia team is like it's been like a merry-go-round chair. It's been something like a baton pass for them. It's like sometimes it's Hale, sometimes it's FaZe, sometimes it's YOODO Alliance, but it's not one team that's consistent. So that's a problem, I think, for the Southeast Asian teams.
Yeah, and of course, I think like they definitely do need a little bit more time to think, to dissect some of these issues. And of course, while we actually give them some time, we'll also go on a break before we get ourselves into Miramar. So see you shortly.
Welcome to Dynaground! Hello, my name is Owen and I'm your professional Dyna rider. Today I'll be teaching you how to ride a dinosaur and win that chicken dinner. Now, let's begin! Relax, don't be scared. That's the sound of the mighty T-Rex. Now, here's the first dinosaur encounter. I want you to meet my girl Vicky, my sweet little raptor. Look how cute she is.
Isn't she lovely?
Vicky or raptors, they're the most vicious and fastest beasts in the world. To ride a dinosaur, first you must build trust. They are carnivores. They eat meat. You have to feed them off. They will think that you are their friend, not food. once they trust you, they will be a great companion. However, taming a dinosaur can be seen. Experience dinosaur taming and riding the all-new version of PUBG Mobile Dynaground. Explore Dino Settlement and Wild Reserve and embark on a prehistoric adventure in the Battle Royale game. Come and play now.
Welcome back to the PUBG Mobile Regional Clash for South Asia and South Asia with me, Choo Choo, and Jay Hunter is our special guest for today. It's kind of a rare sight to have him, by the way. And it's a rare sight for me to sit here as well. And you have a different guest, a different friend this time. Are you okay with this?
Yeah, I'm okay with it. Choo Choo, Assalamualaikum. But it's a very interesting sight for me to even watch myself in this analyst desk, actually. And But anyway, the games today has been very amazing. I mean, looking from yesterday, looking through a glass, it's looking like it's probably Mongolian domination. But today, I feel it myself, and I didn't think that it will continue up to tomorrow until today. But here we are with VP and NBES being the head-to-head.
You thought it's a fluke. It's definitely not a fluke yesterday, man. With Vampires, it's going to be a very close head-to-head, but not so much if you compare with total eliminations. Even the damage output is like the damage output is just how many falls up there. And you look at all the Mongolian teams now completed their circle with STE, got themselves a chicken.
Yes.
And you look at so far 2 days in a row, no Erangel taken by any team for South Asia.
Right.
But we have a shot in Miramar.
Yes, we have a very definite shot there with, Boom having that chicken dinner yesterday. And Alter Ego is looking pretty swell. Even Vampire and also FaZe Clan, Hale. I mean, the Thailand teams are trying to step up. They got second position multiple times, but haven't managed to close it out. Hopefully, one of our teams, one of the Southeast Asia teams, managed to close it out. It's a good place for. It's a good place for Thailand and.
What do you mean? I mean, like, there's only one South Asia team up there. It's gonna be Boom. The rest is gonna be Nepal coming up from TTK and DRS, and also for MV.
Yeah.
And so far, South Asia is so dominating.
Yeah.
What do you think is the most distinct difference between these two regions?
I feel that maybe the C teams are trying to experiment too much, because what we've seen so far from NBE, from STALWART, from everything is just by the book. It's very solid gameplay, not too much surprises. I mean, there are some aggressive plays, but not really to the extreme as some of these SEA teams are trying to do.
I just hope we don't double jinx them, since both of us call for STE, but I don't know, maybe we can toss the jinx towards the side of our casters by asking what do they vote for this round when it comes to Miramar. So casters, I think we're gonna have Contra and Cloud on that side. Take it away.
You know, when it comes to Jay Hunter, always have to do the post first. You have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this, you have to do this. Yeah, that is the trend that I always see, right? But anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be jumping into Miramar, and I am now together with Contra Baby 1-2.
Well, Contra Baby 1-2, that's a name that I've not heard in a long time. But hey, since I got my prediction right for once, I get rewarded very differently. I thought that I didn't need to do predictions anymore, but Choo Choo just called me out.
Well, that's why you're here.
I don't even know if I should actually do more, but you know what? It's down to you guys. We're going to see what Miramar is going to look like in a couple of seconds. Let's hop right into it.
Oh, well, we are hopping into Miramar. Finally, it's a different map. You know what? If we have the entire day of Erangel, it's going to be Mongolia all the way.
Yeah, and I think like all these teams coming from SA as well as SEA there have been waiting for, you know, a change of pace, a change of tempo. And this is it. The biggest map of it all where they can actually have more time to loot, not run into each other so early on. And I speak about running to each other. There were also instances yesterday where, you know, some of all these fights did actually happen in the early game, whether if you're contesting for, you know, vehicles or so, but we have not really seen too much of that urban warfare where I think most often than not, they've already established these grounds. But what I really do think is a very drastic difference when these two regions collide is that, you know, VPE, they usually like to play around the center, but for the past couple of days, they say, you know what, we're just going to play by the edge, we're going to play by Campo Militar, and MAB is going to be, you know, their neighbors over at Torre Ahumada.
I know you have a thing for urban warfare, okay?
Yeah, I do.
We have very different school of thoughts here. Right. I'm going to fight you for it if we get an urban warfare.
Okay, tell me about it, all right? Like,
no.
So why not? Like, you got such a big city, like El Pozo, Los Leones, but you know what? I guess we're not going to get it because that circle is going to be around Junkyard, and we have some casualties. As Trongzin, he's going to be able to find one. What's really going on by the course of Chumachera?
Oh, that is inside Power Grid.
Oh, Power Grid instead.
Okay, this is the first time we actually see a early clash inside of one of the main cities. So happened that it's Hail Esports and Box Gaming. Box Gaming, today's not their day. So the fact that they have to take an early fight and up against Hail Esports, well, arguably not their day as well. I guess it's a 50-50 now.
This is going to be dicey as we only have pistols on the side of Hail, but Trongzin, he's using this Mini 14 as it's a shotgun instead. But he's got to really go in for those quick taps. He's going to be able to land the ball. He gets two! And he's just going to whip the knives out, and he will secure these 2 points for Box Gaming.
Just at that last bullet, I was looking at his ammunition. It's like, one more. Oh, he hit it. Okay, great for him. But now, the fact that he's out of bullets, well, they're not out of this yet. They got Tiger to deal with now. Ow.
Yeah, maybe he has to pick up the pistols instead this time around. So hopefully that is not the case. Now, Tiger has to do it all for Hail. So I'm honestly not fancying his chances of surviving Power Grid for now, especially now that Box Gaming also does have a vehicle to work around with. So he's just got to hold his own, but thankfully he's got a Scar L. At least that's a decent weapon for him to start off.
Oh yeah, Scar L is pretty okay. But what's not okay is him against 3 from Box Gaming. I mean, Box Gaming haven't had the best of days, but arguably, the earlier round was one of the best rounds inside of PMRC. So maybe they found their footing, they found their rhythm, and now they're on a high.
Yeah, I guess that's the reason why they also choose to hot drop some of all these teams like, hey, we're convinced that we can actually take 4 versus 4s, but I guess there's still a little bit more work because when it comes down to those early drops, it's really down towards looting. And I think that he's already spotted out. Kwang doesn't know. Damage being done. And he's going to spot him out. Hail's not going to go without a little bit more damage being chunked out. But hey, it's 4 straight points for Box Gaming.
Yeah, looks like, you know, there's this so-called proverb says Dragon Tiger Gate, right?
Dragon Tiger Gate.
Yeah.
I haven't heard of it for a long time.
Long Full Moon.
Long Full Moon.
Yeah. So it looks like the tiger found the gate out.
Oh,
yeah.
I absolutely love all these proverbs, and I'm a big fan of poetry myself. And I didn't necessarily expect, like, hey, we're gonna go Cantonese on this out of nowhere.
Yeah.
I guess it's good for all the audience watching all over the world. You know, we get to learn something every single day, and I believe that a lot of all these teams are also picking up On The Go, where, you know...
On The Go is not here today.
Yeah, he was here yesterday. Yeah. He's taking a break. He'll be joining the Malay Desk tomorrow. Meanwhile, you know, we had the interview with AGI 8, and we already see they do offer a lot of aggression. Same goes to T2K. Jane after himself will be caught out by Venturis.
Wow, that just happened just like that. I mean, Jane, he started the shot, But because he couldn't get the knock, that put him at a disadvantage because he got 2 from FaZe Clan to deal with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Overall, like FaZe Clan had a pretty decent run today. Like looking at the charts, they are currently at top 5 as well, where they've made it to, you know, top 3 a couple of times, top 2 if things are going their way. Closing the round seems to be problematic for a lot of all these PMPL tie teams. And I know we've discussed it on the analyst desk for a little bit, but I want to hear your thoughts on this.
Wow. Now I am the analyst?
Yeah.
Oh,
We're going
wow.
to transfer that analyst desk over here as
Oh,
well.
okay.
Since, you know, we put Chuchu on the other side. She gets the cast.
Okay. All right. So, well, you know what? It's just Mongolia domination. And if you think about it, right?
Simply put, right?
It's simply put as that. But if you want to break it down further, a lot of the rounds, Southeast Asia teams have been getting second place. Whether it's YOODO Alliance, whether it's FaZe Clan, or anyone else. It's like a lot of them. That means the only one standing between Southeast Asia to get the chicken dinner, between them and the chicken dinner, is a Mongolian team, basically.
Yeah, and I think when it comes down to direct, whether it's 4 versus 4, 4 versus 3, 2, it really feels like they've had so much training on those team death matches that they've always win these trades. And not only that, their reaction speed is definitely on top-notch level, which we've always seen them really equaling the traits. Well, my favorite battle was actually the battle over on Mount Gatka back in Erangel yesterday. That was like, what, a 2 versus 4, and they actually won.
Yeah, that was insane. And that was against one of the Thai teams. I believe it was against Vampire Esports. Can you imagine this? Vampire Esports, they are PMPL Thailand champions.
Yeah.
They have players like Newsy. I want to say Tony K, they do have it, but he didn't play. But other than that, Stone and Schwabs, they're all amazing players. But they still lost to a team that has 3 players on the lower ground.
Yeah.
In what logical sense can that work?
It is definitely baffling, especially when, you know, there was ample of space. And I think, like, there's a trend going on where Southeast Asia teams actually like to take their time to assess the situation. They really want to know that, okay, if he's over at the corner, how am I going to take him down? Where South Asia teams, they're pretty straightforward. It's like, okay, I'm definitely going to guess that you're going to be around here. I'm not going to give you more time to think. I need you to react. And that's where they start to actually win a lot of all these trading without giving much time for SEA teams to do so. Meanwhile, we got DRS as well as STE. Every single time they go into Miramar, they somehow bump into each other.
Yeah, they seem to have like this relationship. They can't get enough of each other,
It's
right?
like a magnet, right?
Yeah, it's just like you and me. But
Yeah, and I always come back to you.
yeah, I know, right? Even though you were supposed to be on the other desk, but somehow you still be here.
Yeah,
Yeah,
now
we're
we're
still connected.
probably less than 10 meters apart. So, Dosu, meanwhile, finds one from Leo. I guess the only team that did find struggle from the SA region is Leo so far, and they've already lost one so early on. Box, they are willing to wait on the open grounds over the top of the mountains. And they still have another fish to fry not too far away.
Wow, speaking about fishes to fry, it looks like there's some water there for them to catch the fish to fry. And the circle is at least in one of my favorite grounds in Miramar. It's going to be Impala. I love Impala because like there's like from the lowest of terrains up to one of the highest peaks. And then in between, you got some urban area which you like, so we all love Impala.
Yeah, I absolutely love it as well. And I think like what's really interesting about that city is that there's also a lot of open ground where with those gravel where teams could actually book with a lot of all these teams in the city, there are still plenty of options available. But what are the chances with that circle ending up on that Seoul Island over on the far west corner? East corner, I mean.
Okay, in my entire life, of even like if you take into account scrims that I host and all that, or everything, right? I've seen it twice.
I've seen it only once.
You've seen it once, I've seen it twice.
And the one time, everyone thought that it's going to be the island, but it's actually in the middle of the water. Thankfully nowadays, there's no such thing possible anymore.
Yep. And if it gets into the island, if somehow it gets into the island, basically the first team that arrives onto the island wins.
Yeah.
Because everyone will need to swim towards them.
It's either you stay in the mainland and clear the team that's already in the island, or there's just no going there.
Yeah.
It's almost impossible to do. Meanwhile, of course, when we go back into all the action, I think YOODO Alliance as well as GEEK SLATE yesterday did manage to achieve top 2, top 3 respectively when they were going against yet another Mongolian team, which I believe for MV has actually won that round on the final round of Miramar. So I think it's still entirely possible that, you know, for MV, they've been running on a hot streak right now, 114 points. Potential to do it again?
You know, at this point, this might as well be called PUBG Mobile Mongolian Clash against South Asia, the rest of South Asia and Southeast Asia. I don't know what sort of short form are you going to come up with, but that seems to be the case, right?
Yeah, that's true. The results are really speaking volumes, and I think from a lot of this, oh boy, what a shot from IQ.
Wow, that was really, really fast and on point. And he has to hit all the shots to maximize or to minimize the usage of bullets to get that knock. But now AGI8 against YOODO Alliance, open up by YOODO Alliance with a nade from Oleo.
A good start coming from YOODO Alliance, but they are also battling across the blue zone as well. AGI8, they landed with a huge nade. Blade's gonna be down as well. Now Flax as well as Oleo, they got ample of options, but the coast is not clear. They got 4 MV overlooking the other corner, so Flax is basically stuck. So they will have vehicles for them to work with, but they got to secure some of these numbers before they go.
Oh, Oleo got a bail as well. Flax is still tanking at the blue. He has 2 first aids, but he's been pinned down by multiple angles. We not only have 4 MV, but AGI8, they're still there, and they're reviving their teammates. And when they all get up again, it's going to be YOODO Alliance the focus.
Yeah, this seems to be the highway to hell, it seems, if YOODO Alliance wouldn't be able to actually make the cut. It seems like he wants to go in for the save, but he's overlooking the other corner, looking for Flax. He's just going to be guaranteeing a few elimination points before dealing with the rest of YOODO Alliance. And despite not really having the numbers advantage, I think like they know the position is very clear. A grenade now being lobbed by the side of Ease. Should be able to connect, and it does land onto Adik Luke.
Adik Luke down, Flax. I don't think he'll have enough time to actually pick up Adik Luke again if he tries. Then, by the time, he won't have enough first aids for himself to get out of the blue, because right now they're locked in by 4 MV, as well as AGIA on the other side.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be a difficult scenario. Meanwhile, on your small little screen on the right, there is another battle going on as Boom takes on FaZe Clan. And both sides having suffered casualties, but it was Alter Ego to lose majority of their members as well.
Wait, T2K is fighting Boom as well. What is happening? Every area is like 3 teams fighting each other. And with that being said, looks like YOODO Alliance will be the next team to go out, this time without a single point.
Oh boy, they were holding on to dear lives, and it didn't seem like they have any options to actually run further out in the open as well, with the rest of 4MV really locking them into place. And I guess yesterday's result of Miramar definitely was a good showing from them, but moving to this first round of Miramar of day 2, not something that they quite well expect.
Not at all. I think this is a surprise because, okay, if we compare to previous Miramars, right, we don't get as much action until like stage 4 onwards. This is like stage 3, and you got like fights everywhere, and it involves like at least 3 teams every single fight.
Oh boy.
And speaking about fights, again another one.
Yeah, that's going to be one being caught out from the side of Leo. AGI8, 3 streaks of elimination. That's going to be a spree going on for them. Falak did soak in a little bit of damage, and I think they really got to watch their resources, because in the early game, we saw how fast the circle actually shifted towards the eastern side, and these teams, they don't really have that much time to actually loot up. So with all these meds being so scarce, as well as some smokes being pretty useful resources heading to the late game, they got to make sure that they have just about enough. Meanwhile, NBeSports, the winners of the past round, traversing their way in a very difficult terrain to get into the circle. Meanwhile, majority of them have already booked their spot into Impala, and I guess I get myself a little bit more of that urban action again.
I'll give you this urban happiness since it's since it's Impala, so that's fine. I'll let you have that fun for now. But you know what other stat that I noticed that's interesting? The bottom left stat.
Oh, yeah.
When today started, the difference was about 70-ish. Now it's 100-ish difference.
Yeah, and you gotta really thank some of all these teams from SA that have been able to really rake up majority of all these points. And of course, most of them hailing from Mongolia have been able to get those chicken dinners for today. Meanwhile, teams are playing from the outskirts. NBE having difficulties to actually hold true as STE having tops overlooking with a Mini 14. He's got the 8x scope equipped as well. So this is going to be pretty tough for them to actually move out of that position. And just look at how diligently Tops have been able to spot out Killer YT as well. And he connects 2 bullets.
Wow, 3 taps, 2 bullets connect. If that one more connected, then that's a sure knockdown.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
That could have actually been pretty difficult because DRS is holding on to that high ground position. And that knock will require another member to move right in. Wally's going to be pinned now by the rest of Alter Ego. And speaking of players by the hill, it's Rosemary. He's going to be able to hold himself just fine, but the grenades are being cooked up. Mondo hoping to connect one from below, but he's got ample of time to go in for the save.
Yeah, I don't think Rosemary can get a good angle to finish them off here. So Key will be occupied on the other side. Now Rosemary, long range, putting pressure. But then again, he can't get a knockdown. Okay, onto Sek. Sek out in the open though. Just look at this, Sek.
What?
It took him so long. It took Rosemary that long.
Wow.
Then it allowed the other NBE members to nade down Rosemary. This is crazy.
And that was just a distraction. And that's how you take down Rosemary. Incredible team effort coming from NBE. Mondo was just hoping that his members will buy time from afar. And that is high-level communication from Mongolia.
Dude, even that high ground, if you kind of think about it, you put whoever's there, it's hard to take the person down. And adding on Rosemary up there, the coordination that they took to take it down was just sublime, was just amazing.
Chef's kiss to that as well.
Man, I would kiss the chef.
Oh, yeah. Overall, you know, like, there's still a lot to be cooked up right now. Vampire Esports find themselves in a position where there is a team underneath them, but they choose not to commit to that battle. Instead, they want to look for a more open room because there is a lot of space that is required for them to secure, as this is slowly going to the outskirts of Impala. So Vampire Esports, they're in the poised position at the time being.
Are you glad to be at the casting desk?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because STE got eliminated.
Oh.
And our analyst, well,
yeah, sucks to be them right now. Not so easy to predict, isn't it?
Yeah, now you know how it feels to be here, right? Yeah, on the other side.
But STE, I mean, such an amazing team. When we were speaking to, you know, their coach, analyst yesterday, and you can see the determination. And overall, you know, they can have 1-2 bad rounds and they can still recuperate on the next. Meanwhile, of course, this circle has been pretty wonky, very difficult grounds for a lot of these players to play. But whoever who holds the high ground definitely seems to have pretty decent advantages. And we're looking at GEEK SLATE that is on top of the mountains.
Yeah, on top of the mountain, somewhere in the circle, in the middle of the circle. Great position for GEEK SLATE, not gonna lie. But now for MAB, not the best of position since they're on the outside of the circle. Stage 5, not that many room for them to work with. So they might need to take the next fight head on with Vampire Esports.
Leo has always hit the right shots, and that is one Vampire down. I hope they brought more garlic because they got to deal with Newsy next. But Newsy's getting tagged out. He needs to heal up. And all of a sudden, earlier, Vampire Esports have so much room to gatekeep them, but opening this space towards Mabetex, it seems like it's their own demise.
Well, look at this. They fell into Damru's trap. He was waiting for a team to come to that angle. And now he's getting free taps onto MAB. And they can't challenge Damru. Look at the distance between them and Damru.
Oh my, I believe this is more than 250 meters from there. And NBE, they're about to give a taste of what Rosemary has suffered early on. 3 members ready to go. But hey, there's also another 3 members on the side of GEEK SLATE as well, although they're kind of dispersed into very different positions. So it could be a 1 versus 3. It could be just NBeSports just holding down onto the lower ground, knowing that, hey, this is not going to be within the crosshair of GEEK SLATE, right? Meanwhile, over on the back of the hill, there is DRS. Full squad just lying the way. They are in a very beautiful position. No challenges coming from the back, so that's good on them. so they could basically play for the final few stages.
You know what? Because of this multi-terrain scenario, we can see a lot of teams in the circle now. Like they're just next to each other, but they can't see because like one's like way up there and one's on the lower ground. So they're like stacked up to each other. It'll be interesting to see if the circle just moves away from the area where everyone is at this high ground. Then it'll be really interesting to see how they just overcome each other.
Yeah, I love how you actually brought that up. And it suddenly reminds me of like a game like Uno Stacko, right? You pile on top and like you're trying to achieve the top results, but you got to make sure that you remain steady at the top or even at the base itself, or else everything could actually come crumbling down. Meanwhile, within the city, there's a lot of all these teams out there holding for position. AGI8 fancying their chances to see whether they can go for any form of pickoffs with players running by the city in a couple of moments' time. 30 seconds before we move into the next stage, and I think that is where we'll get plenty of action going on.
Oh yeah, I mean, action, top, they're waiting in the lobby right now. But for the others, action for themselves.
I just got that.
Soon.
Yeah.
You just got that, okay. Yeah, I mean, you gave the right keywords at the right timing.
Yeah.
But now, circle time. All right. To the right? Come on.
To the left. I think a lot of teams will fancy to the left. You know, it does not always fancy the majority in most part, but I think like this is absolutely fair. But that also allows GEEK SLATE to actually dictate who gets in or out of the city of Impala.
Oh yeah, true enough. GEEK SLATE in the best position possible. If anyone comes out, they will get the first sight.
Oh,
wait.
What's happening?
Are they trying to push each other up?
Climb with the monster truck.
Killer. I mean, okay.
They gotta upgrade the engines for that.
Yeah, trying to get creative there.
I absolutely love the ideas, like with them trying to climb up. I think it will still take a while before they get anywhere near to GEEK SLATE. So we move over to Mabetex.
Oh, okay, looks like a fight's happening here. Blade 1v2 as he gets a knockdown to Kwang. Eliminated just like that, and he has MG3 in hand. Arguably one of the better weapons around, only available in the airdrop. And now he's still sharing the same house with another Box Gaming player, Gosu, at the ground floor.
Yeah, I believe that he already heard those firing rate out of the MG3. It's like, okay, this is not worth pushing. It doesn't matter if I have a DBS right now. Yeah, we talked about the nerfs. Yeah, chances are this is going to be pretty tough to contest Blade. Meanwhile, Fallox holding on to the church rooftops. So this is definitely going to be him spotting out Tronzen. Just waiting for the right timing right now. Meanwhile, a battle erupts inside the city. FaZe Clan, they find a couple members out of T2K. Meanwhile, Swayam getting a couple attacks as well. Slipknot sees a broken vehicle, but couldn't really actually get much out of that view. Whereas over on the outskirts, Stone taking down Cole.
Well, look who's around. 4MV is still alive. Even after being tapped out by Damroot from that distance, they still survive with 3 players still active. And now they're currently in the circle. And not only that, they have the high ground, a good space, a good area, a good position to actually overlook some of the other teams at the lower ground, namely DRS.
Yeah, and FaZe Clan, they thought that this is going to be safe for them to actually move on towards the Iron Pillar. But Damroot, he's going to lock them into place, and he says, yep, I got a lot more options inside the city as he's trying to take out the rest of Leo. And they're left scrambling. If only he had more bullets in the chamber, he's only left with 34 because there's so much work to do.
Yeah, and the downside of being in this high ground is that
you got no restocks.
You can't restock, exactly. Even if you can eliminate, there's no way you can go down and loot, and you don't want to use that to be an excuse to lose your position.
Yeah, meanwhile, Audrey has used what he has to secure one more in the tank for GEEK SLATE. FaZe Clan, they might actually lock horns with NBE if they were to move any further into the containers. So wherever they were to position themselves, they're about to actually lock horns with another team. Meanwhile, Leo have safely cut across, but there is Razy. Boom, just lying in the way. Meanwhile, Onsens, they won't be able to spot one out. Bondle drops a huge nade, and Onsen clears it out.
Well, not too sure about Onsen's contribution there, but anyway, good effort. Good effort. Gotta give him that. And okay. So Onsen got the final shot. Okay, it's confirmed now. So that nice flank coming from Onsen, that was great. I mean, well coordinated. One person in front, one person going to the flank. This is all just team comms.
Yeah, perfectly executed over there. Meanwhile, Vampire Esports crashed out without any form of a points inside of Miramar this time around. Whereas yesterday, they definitely moved into a top 5 position, plenty of frags. And now, problematic for those who are still left inside the city because now the new circle is nowhere in sight for the rest of the team. They will have to climb up, but Slipknot, he has to deal with whoever's over there out of the corner. And Razy, looking for Swayam. He's got a UMP in hand. He's gonna climb up first and foremost. There's still ample time to actually pick up. Oh, what a shot! The final bullet in the chamber from Razy. And he clips Swayam's feet.
He wasn't expecting that. I think he was expecting a Razy to be in the other room.
Yeah.
And when he walked past by, he's like, surprise, I'm at the stairs.
And he has that patience to do so. He stopped shooting to think that, hey, maybe I ran out of bullets and I need to reload, but he kept a few. And that was the play.
Oh, absolutely. That's one of the play of the day. But honestly, we have tons of plays of the day. It's going to be hard to pick one. But now,
he's looking for
speaking
more.
about picking, Razy has to pick up the fight here against EGIA. But GEEK, as what we expected, with the high ground advantage, they can gatekeep all other teams from coming by.
And while that's happening, Audrey's also looking for more blood on his hands. Snipes, he's trying to deter AGI right underneath. Meanwhile, Razy, he doesn't really have much room. He's got to run into the safe zone instead. So can he survive is going to be the question. Razy bows out. There goes Boom, 7th position. Meanwhile, AGI 8, they're in a predicament. A couple of members being knocked down. IQ is not going to be able to survive for long until he gets to where Falak is. And these nades are being sent in. And look at more of these members of GEEK SLATE. They're closing by.
Oh, yes. They want to finish up the job. They don't want to allow AGIA to reset themselves. Kill. No space for him. He wants to come to the blue. Audrey from the high ground will take out AGIA. They are eliminated at number 6.
Falak has to actually give himself away by the blue zone. He knows that there's no way of winning this fight. Meanwhile, FaZe Clan, they have another battle in hands and they take out majority of Mabetex. And these players will crash out, leaving only one standing in the way and none other. So now, top 4 position, we still have 4 MV as well as DRS from SA. And from Southeast Asia, it's FaZe Clan as well as GEEK SLATE.
Oh, 4 MV with a high ground against FaZe Clan. And now FaZe Clan has nowhere else to run. They are still on the outside of the circle. The Soul will put pressure to them in about 50 more seconds. Momon will be needed up by Delta. DRS coming in. Gante failed to do the distance, but Delta is still there with an off angle.
A beautiful work coming in with the cover fire as well. DRS. Even despite the lack of numbers, they are still doing massive damage. Audrey spots out onto his back. He's got to be absolutely careful, and that will be the pickup that they need. For MV, they will take down the rest of FaZe Clan, and now with 3 teams left on the table, GEEK SLATE have 1 member advantage against 4MV as well as DRS, a created distance between each respective teams. But DRS, they are on open grounds, and how are they supposed to survive? Apex spotted out, and it's down to Killer. If there's anyone to clutch it, it has to be them. But with so much spacing, they do not have a chance.
Again, top 2 for a Mongolian team. This time it's going to be 4MV by going up against the trio. That is GEEK SLATE. GEEK SLATE, they do have Sonics up on the high ground, but in the next stage, the circle will close entirely. That will force Sonics to move down as well. Now Audrey's opening up the space on the left. They have 4MV surrounded.
4MV, they can only turtle in, and that position isn't exactly into the center zone, and stage 9 is going to close into the open ground. So all GEEK SLATE really has to do is to wait it all out. Meanwhile, they already spotted some of all these angles to deal with the rest of GEEK SLATE. For MV, so little space left. What's he's going to do? Rufus, he's going to move out, and he will have to actually draw quite a number. Audrey on the left flank. Snipes waiting in the wings as well. Sonic, he's just going to be chilling over the top side of the hill. He will just try to do the best he can in order to spot some of all these moving targets from the bottom.
Oh, Audrey with the nade, Audrey with the nade. Will he let it go? No, not yet. He will reset his nade. Now he tosses a nade into the smoke, hoping for it to land on the 4MV. Tosses a molly as well, but looks like the molly will force them to come out. Refuse is now burning. Refuse 10% health left, and Audrey will take advantage of it.
One player left, and it's really down to Apex to see if he could get all these members, but it's Audrey to close the game, and this will be GEEK SLATE's first ever chicken dinner.
First ever chicken dinner for GEEK SLATE, representing Southeast Asia and also representing the Malaysian region. GEEK SLATE closes up this round with a chicken dinner, just like how yesterday in match number 5, it was Boom Esports.
The pride of Malaysia finally getting their hands with this chicken dinner. And yesterday in Miramar, they fought really hard to get to this point. And lo and behold, with enough effort, they will be able to pull through and finally be rewarded.
Yes, the reward came finally for GEEK SLATE, who was really trying hard to get the chicken dinner. And now they have completed it. So right now, inside of the Southeast Asia region, only Box Gaming, representing Vietnam as a country, have yet to get the chicken dinner.
Well, who knows? In the upcoming match in Miramar, they definitely do have a good shot at this, because some of these players who are formerly playing for SLD have gotten plenty back in Southeast Asia. So perhaps that might just be their chance. But for now, of course, GEEK SLATE, prime position, absolute control out of Impala, not really giving much chances, even with retaliation coming from AGI8, coming in from so many teams like NBeSports. It didn't seem like it deterred them.
Yeah, it was hard to deny GEEK SLATE's position in that circle, right? Like, super high ground, in the middle of the circle, everyone from the Impala city coming up will come towards them. They can farm eliminations from whoever comes out from there. At the back, they don't need to worry that much.
Yeah.
Because they're all the way up there.
Yeah, meanwhile, 4MV had to battle it to rotate from the outskirts, dealt with a couple of teams like YOODO Alliance to go into the final few zone. And I think like they definitely did the best that they can in order to secure a top 2 finish, but that was too much of a challenge by the end of it all, where so many of all these battles were also happening by the slopes, which was pretty tough to control, which we saw Vampire Esports suffered casualties out of that.
Yeah, Vampire Esports, they didn't have the best of time, because by the time they want to go up to the high ground, MAB was already there, 4MV was already there, so they were kind of locked out of the circle at some point. There was a difficult one for Vampire Esports as well. But anyway, you know what else is difficult?
What's that?
It's for us to leave the caster's desk for now. We're going to throw it back onto our analyst desk, ladies and gentlemen. So take it away, Jay Hunter and Juju Gaming.
Thank you so much for our casters. Hey, come on, we're going to toss it back to you after this. Stay tuned, okay? But speaking of which we just witnessed here, finally, as per usual, it feels like a trend here, Jay, that when it comes to the first Miramar, South Asia team do have a chance to get that chicken, but it feels like it's really struggling for them.
Oh yeah, it's an acceptable disappointment for me. I mean, our prediction was going towards STE because we thought the momentum will side onto the Mongolian teams, but for me, it's fine. It's a very kind of like really set in stone game for GEEK SLATE actually, because it's just pretty textbook game there. Go to the highest ground available, stand there, and then just run down every other teams that try to get to your position, and they got the best position in the game until the 9th circle. So it's not that surprising for them to win in that situation, and I think it's in the end they still have to prove they're the better teams in that very good position as well.
And we haven't mentioned a lot when it comes to Audrey. They're actually adding into the roster of GEEK SLATE recently.
Yes.
He got himself the MVP this time without Micah or Mika playing. What are your thoughts about him when it comes to GEEK SLATE as a whole?
Very valuable addition compared to the last season of PMPL or PMSL for them, because they always had to choose between either using Zillion Boy or Sonics. Right now, Audrey seems a very solid addition that they don't have to think that this is the one that will be consistent in the lineup. They don't have to, or maybe we try Sonics in this map, this guy in this map, blah, 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 change the lineup every game. this time with Audrey inside, it seems solid. It seems this will be. He's still new, but it seems that he already understands the play that GEEK wants to make.
There's still a lot of catching up to do as GEEK standards over 8 plays, but for MV though, it's a different beast entirely. We saw they didn't land those chicken, but they placed themselves second and unshaken and at #1's podium spot right now. I mean, like for MV, they've been playing it very smart. And do you think there's any chance for Southeast Asia teams from that particular region can catch up to South Asia right now?
They need to adapt very, very quickly. I mean, I can see that. I mean, the analyst yesterday also has his thoughts on it. I mean, on the go said something that is really a trend for SEA, but for MV in particular has. It seems that did the research that okay, here's how C teams play. They will go to the sides of the circle and then they will farm eliminations from there. But it seems that all the Mongolian teams has the antithesis of that. They will go beyond the line and then try to farm the elimination from these people who wants to farm elimination. So it's like a meta game. There's a meta on top of the meta. But the thing is, this can't be done if they're not confident in their own skills.
I agree. It's fish eat fish world out there.
Right.
It feels like who is the bigger fish, you might actually get it. And I agree when it comes to confidence level, we can see how they place themselves in a different isolated angle that's very unorthodox. Especially you saw the nades coming out from downwards below to upwards toss, which is difficult for them to pin people down, but they still can manage to pull it off in the harshest condition, especially teams like 4MV here. But for prediction this time, so far, we haven't get enough. Surprisingly, I'm going for Vampires.
Yep.
But you, on the other hand, going for 4MV, which close enough to get that chicken just now.
Oh yeah, I mean, we discussed this outside just now, where you said something that actually 4MV played very. It's very unorthodoxly orthodox. Means that it seems like they're playing very solid, and that is true. But compared to like SEA teams, they try to. I mean, they I wouldn't say waste. They attempt throwing the nades in places where they're trying to suppress any movement from their opponents. But for Mongolian teams, MV especially, it's like all their grenades thrown have a purpose.
That's kind of true. It's not just about confinement, it's about execution coming out of South Asia, which kind of translate when it comes to the numbers as well. Look at the average damage coming up from the side of South Asia, 7,000. That's going to be 1,000 almost of a difference. Even those eliminations, and the points is even wider at this point. Next, head up to the last Miramar of the day. Yesterday, this is where 4MV secured the highest elimination with 21 points as a team, and Apex from 4MV secured the most elimination by himself at 9.
Right.
So when it comes to this, you call that for 4MV. Do you think they're still going to score that chicken in the last map?
There's a strong chance. That's all I have to say. It's looking a very strong, very invincible team right now.
They are unshook for now, but definitely we're going to shake things up a bit because we're tossing back to our casters who are set right now. They're definitely going to be happy. It's back to SairCloud and Contra.
Well,
You see the post? You see the post?
Yeah.
Yeah, you see the post? Yeah.
Absolutely love it, and I believe that we can shake things up here over onto this desk, and we'll see what will actually happen by the end of that round. But man, one more round inside Miramar, and this time Southeast Asia is currently catching up as well, with GEEK SLATE taking that chicken dinner home. So compared to yesterday's result, if they can basically come up with 3 chicken dinners today, that will definitely even the scorelines. And who knows what will happen on, day 3, that will possibly be the winds of change for all these teams that are competing.
Oh, that sounds very Scorpion there, ladies and gentlemen. But
yeah.
anyway,
Feeling our age already.
yeah, I mean, we have quite a gap though. But okay, so one interesting prediction for MV earlier on by Jay Hunter. I mean, you can't deny that they're still consistent getting number 2. We can call them 4 Miracle Vibes, or we can call them 4 Mongolian Warriors, maybe. But as we head on to Miramar, the final game.
I got a better way to actually fill up those letters.
Okay.
For Mongolian Vikings.
Oh, I like that. I like that.
Vikings.
Yeah,
But hey, we're gonna stick to that branding, right?
yeah,
For
sure.
Miracle Vibes, because these guys work their magic.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But now we are coming in onto the Miramar game, the final Miramar game of today. So yesterday, the final Miramar game, well, of course, no surprise by now, a Mongolian team gets it. Maybe they'll get back on track now.
Yeah, perhaps so. Where when we take a look at so many teams here, we may have actually overhyped a little bit more on the just Mongolian teams, because like all these other SA teams are also
I know, right?
shining pretty bright, because I was keeping my eyes on DRS on that previous game, because they were the closest to contest with GEEK SLATE, because they were behind those hills trying to climb up. But you also do notice they repositioned at the final moment to those open grounds, because they were trying to predict where the final area is going to be. And they understood that, hey, eventually he's going to move into those open areas of play, and hoping to actually take battles from there. But now with the flight path, we're starting off a very different note. It starts off from Puerto Paraiso from the southeast, heading into the western plains, just on the outskirts of El Pozo. So how is this going to fare for some of these teams? Because this is a circle that actually moves back towards the northeast sector.
You know what? I'll be interested to see Power Grid again. Okay, Box Gaming inside of Power Grid. I guess because the visuals don't go there, looks like it will not be a fight inside Power Grid. But hang that thought for a second. So we still have Sky only here, and there's one player on the other side. I believe
It was
it
from
is.
GEEK SLATE.
Oh, GEEK SLATE. Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Looks like the drop spot has been, I wouldn't say messed up, but kind of like changed for some of the teams.
Yeah, I think it's because of this flight path that really disfavors the likes of Hill to be able to drop more towards the central areas. Meanwhile, we also do have visitors heading in towards the southern side. Ravenclaw being spotted out by Akul already with the Winchester in hand. He's hoping to connect, and he does land a shot. But it's not enough to take down Ravenclaw just yet. Two members of Boom moving in the way, and I don't think Ravenclaw's going to be able to fancy his chances. Weapons now being picked up as well, coming from Pondbit. Ravenclaw's got to find something in return. Can he actually get anything? And he will be shut down by Relzy from the get-go.
Yeah, Winchester, not the highest of damage type of weapon, but but that's more like a distraction, right? That's just to kind of like mess up your mind as you try to loot, but and allow your other teammates from Boom to actually loot first and take them out. But it looks like a little bit of a trade here. Stone knocks down Yummy. The rest of Vampire Esports coming in onto Boom.
Yeah, especially with, you know, what really happened towards the member of Vampire early on. I'm pretty sure that Stone wasn't exactly happy about it, but he's marching it on the forefront of it all. He's going to join by if eventually so, and then you have Flukov all the way from the back. So if there's anything to be done here, they just really got to send every members all together. The problem is going to be ready with a shotgun though, so this might actually alter the course of the battle. Boom Esports in a fair 3 versus 3, but I don't think Yummy's got any bandits or so to get his health bars coming back up. And Boom, they'll be able to have 4 members instead now joining in, so disadvantage to Vampire.
Yeah, I mean, okay, that's one. Another disadvantage to both of them because they are 3,000 meters away from the circle.
3,000 meters.
Yeah, so this can't be a Mexican standoff. They have to finish this fast.
Yeah, imagine going on foot all the way. I mean, that is going to be a huge marathon for these guys, which will exhaust them. Meanwhile, Flukov sent out a couple of all these nades, smoke being deployed. Whereas Olio coming from the other section of the map will be able to find one member out of MAB. As all of that is happening, one member being punched through. Boom! They got shut off! And it's going to be Newsy that will be able to land those killing blows. And Stone, he's absolutely at the ready to flush out the final member. Pombit has got a lot of work to do, but he managed to get a knock over on the Flukov. It's holding him down with Micro Uzi. But how much more bullets? 25 and move an additional reload of 1. I don't think he needs to even reload at all, but he is definitely having added pressure to win out this fight.
I wonder how many bullets he has on his shotgun though.
Oh.
But now with that one spray, 15 left. Okay, he has a decent amount with a shotgun. We know a shotgun at this range is great. Okay, he sees Newsy. Oh, he doesn't. The door is closed. But Newsy breaks down the door. Now he has vision on the Pommet. Pommet cornered down. Pommet 1v3 with a shotgun in hand with only about 5% of health left. And I don't think he has any healing utilities.
Just look at his movements though, like that 1 versus 2, he's still holding on very strong and he's still surviving for now. He's buying as much time as possible. He needs to reload. Oh, thankfully, 5 more bullets. He knows he can't use the micro Uzi anymore. He's been cornered up and that is nowhere to run. But that is quite the dance-off.
Yeah, the fact that he could survive that long, I still got to give it to him.
Yeah. If it was me, I mean, I'm just going to give out, right? You know, like, come on.
Yeah.
Take the points, right? But
yeah,
he does not go down without a fight. He definitely gave a little bit more of a heart attack to some of these players out there because those shotgun shells could have easily landed.
Correct. Yeah, it was clutchable.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was clutchable at some point. If only he has like at least one first aid, then that might change the course of the result of that fight.
Yeah.
Yeah. But he only has like what, 10% of health left. That was like only 1 bullet needed onto him.
Yeah, it's such a tough scenario when you don't get enough loots in the early games, which is why like when you drop into a certain spot, you just wish not to be contested, but when push comes to shove, you just got to do it all. So credits where credits were due.
Yep.
PMBit gave us an absolute showing.
Yeah, add 10 points to Boom Esports for that, ladies and gentlemen.
It doesn't work that way, my friend.
Oh, no? Okay, no points for a good show?
Style points.
No style
we give him
points?
style points.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, he can take the style points and, you know, just feel stylish.
Yeah.
But, oh, speaking about stylish now, Tiger could hit that. That is style.
Crouching Tiger, hidden in Miramar, and he will spot out Wally. That is going to be a 1 point added towards the side of Hill. Look at this crossfire that they've set up for this valley. They got all the view, but they got to land the shot still. Sure, they did pick up one, but Flash has got a lot of work from a distance. Only having that M4, it will need a lot more bullets in order to take one off the vehicle.
Yeah, of course, great effort. But it's hard to hit the shots from that kind of distance. But you gotta think about it, they managed to, I think they punctured the previous buggy and they forced MAB to now share a buggy. So I think even though they didn't get the knockdown, at least they handicapped the opponent.
Yeah, I think it's really important, especially when you're in Miramar where a lot of traveling needs to be done. And a lot of all these teams were not where they need to be yet, which is all the way up towards the northeastern section, which is why we were talking about, you know, that earlier battle happening all the way down to the southwestern corners of the map. Like, somebody's got to give, right? Now, of course, we got the regional points up on our screen. South Asia clearly leading, but now the gap is starting to even up a little bit, but it's still, what 102 points for Southeast Asia to catch up.
Yeah, that's quick math there. Shows that you're a better calculator than me.
Better than last season, for sure, but I'm still pretty bad at it, though.
Okay,
I've got it wrong a couple of times.
It's okay, we'll test you round by round, just to get you, you know, warmed up and exercise for math. But speaking about math, oh, someone has to do the calculations here. Can he get it? Yes, he will. Hail Esports again because of the setup. Second time around, they won't miss.
Yeah, and this time the casualty is Audrey, the winner of that past round. Is like, yeah, this is what you did to me back in Impala. We're going to do exactly the same. So, Hail. They finally found their rhythm, and overall, remember back in day one, they were dead set at the bottom, which they didn't really actually get all too much of. And it's been a slow and steady climb for them. Now they are having a total of 46 points, added with the elimination from this game, of course. More to go, hopefully.
Yeah, because Hail Esports earlier this year, okay, hang that thought for a second. We got
Gante
a fight here, Gante, just like that. But the rest of DRS, they want to seek revenge. But without a knockdown, and with this kind of distance, and with the amount of teams around them, to go in, to get that revenge point, not worth it.
Yeah, it's rather difficult, especially coming from such a distance as well. DRS, they were hoping to actually go in with this wide setup to cut any other teams from traveling into the North Point, but just like the HO story goes, STE will never leave their side.
Oh, yeah. Okay, now we move over to GEEK's lane, playing without Audrey. Now they might play without Damroot as he's currently down. Snipes 50% of health left. Duke traded back by Sonics from the other side. Now Snipes need to pick up Damroot. his captain, his IGL. But it is hard. East, on the other end, got them locked in, but T2K in action as well.
Oh, close quarter combat over on the top side of the hill. Leo, he's got to do the quick thinking here. Jane, he's hoping to actually get the revives off in such a close proximity. It is a risk to take, but Jane's got a grenade being locked in, and he will be able to do more damage. That leaves Leo with so little health, and he will be depleted. Jane will save the day, and Mabetex is out.
So it looks like the only team that didn't get a chicken dinner today from Mongolia is going to be
Mabetex.
MAB.
Yeah. But these guys are real fighters for sure, and they were never backing down from all these skirmishes, even in the early game. But this time, I guess they didn't manage to actually get the best of position because T2K planned it solidly from the top.
Yeah, absolutely. That was quick and fast, and that is what you need to take out the Mongolian team. If you take the time, you allow them to reset, you allow them to regroup, replan, and they will just overcome the situation and they will take out whoever who's in front of them.
Yeah. Newsy and the rest of Vampire Esports finally make their way into the circle after I don't know how many 100 meters they've been traveling.
Oh,
but they're about to bump into YOODO Alliance the moment that they do arrive as they try to journey their way into Minas Generalis. T2K, they've just shut down an entire squad of MAB from that position. And remember this, there was one win from yesterday's run of Miramar that was positioned exactly at the same spot.
Oh yeah, it was T2K. With the same strategy. Okay, if they can do it again, basically they will be the kings of, we can call this the jump.
Minas Generalis.
Minas Generalis. Somewhere in between, right?
I remember that game to be won by Boom, but since Boom is no longer in the picture, so they will probably have lesser problems this time around, hopefully. Meanwhile, NBE just cuts across while there's a lot of gunfire exchange across this region. Thankfully, he has the monster truck. Oh my goodness! What a shot from Onsens from a distance. Taking it out.
Yeah, all he needs to do right now is secure the elimination point, and secure it he will, as NBE will lose one player. So it looks like the top teams this time, all of them having their own casualties.
Yeah, and it doesn't seem like any of all these early movers have gotten too much of all these advantages, actually receiving, you know, a couple of dents here and there, but it doesn't really deter them for the time being. T2K, at least you have Sandesh here, who's actually holding on towards the factory grounds instead. So not every member is on top of that position because that will be the center of a lot of all these other teams. But GEEK SLATE, they've been met with so many pressure, this time from Vampire Esports, and that is Snipes depleted with the explosion.
Yeah, didn't stand a chance there. He wanted to seek cover with his vehicle, but unfortunately the vehicle was smoking up, and Vampire Esports took advantage of it. And now Vampire Esports doing the same to their vehicle as well, meaning that right now, Vampire Esports will be 100% on foot.
Yeah, I'm not too sure if they're going to be able to run out in the open, so they will have to hold out into this compound for now. It's just a tiny little shack, which they will still have to revive their fallen member. Olio's going to be watching through the smoke. Flax is taking position as well. Vampire, they're being absolutely quartered out. So it's down to Adik Luke to really set this one up.
Oh, this is going to be interesting. Okay, Adik Luke with a nade in hand. He got 4 frag grenades. He's going to toss the first one to Vampire Esports. It's going to be pretty straightforward toss here. Putting pressure on the Vampire Esports. Every single one of them clumped up in the shack. Where are they going to go from here?
Somehow they managed to defend very well. They're just hiding indoors for now, not exposing himself. But the moment he steps out, walks into the trap of Adik Luke, and that's a double knock coming out. One more member left for the side of Vampire Esports, and here comes Flax. Should be pretty much straightforward from here, but it's all down to Stone. A medalist at work, and he's going to go up against the rest of YOODO Alliance as well. It's too much of an ask from Vampire Esports.
Yeah, I mean, YOODO Alliance had them all surrounded. High ground, nade, 2 knocks, crash in. That was straightforward from YOODO Alliance.
And with that precision itself, they are setting themselves up for success. Despite Vampire, you know, taking on early battles, winning out against Boom, the moment that they travel to this part of the city, they're just absolutely landlocked. We saw how difficult it is to cut across, and they have to deal with YOODO Alliance before dealing with everyone else. And that is one obstacle that they did not get past. But here comes the rest of STE. they will have to face off against the rest of Leo that has been around Graveyard as well as been as Generalis. So with those roaring engines, I hope that Leo is much more prepared to take on this fight.
Oh, but STE still has a high ground advantage though. Okay, first name toss, second name will be tossed
Connects.
by Tops. And it does connect. They only needed that one nade. And with that one knockdown, this is the opening to go. But the other member of Leo is on the other side because Soyam waiting to surprise them. The smoke is still giving him the cover that he needs, but the moment that they see him, he'll be overwhelmed.
Yeah, Slipknot really have to apply some pressure if they want to win out this fight. This is going to be a tough position to be at for Soyam. He sees movements all across those hills, but STE, they're not budging from this anytime soon because they got nowhere to go because the blue zone's right behind their backs. Meanwhile, DRS, they dropped a couple of teams taking down Box Gaming members as the rest of FaZe Clan will deal with Alter Ego. Plenty of times these two teams actually collide. Close quarter combat. Potato. He's got the micro Uzi at the ready.
Oh!
He's popped one out. Takes down Mormon. And one more running in his wings. Mela will shut him off with the DBS.
Mela, the guy that you can always counter for your team. But they're not done yet though. They have more Rosemary to deal with as well. As Rosemary comes in, Rosemary gets a couple of knocks in his hand, including Mela. Knocked down from the other side, in fact. So NBE is actually putting pressure onto FaZe Clan as well.
Rosemary is not going to let them wait, and the longer time it takes, Mela's going to go in for the pickup, but he's also hoping to actually bring one member back. So it might just be a 2 versus 2. There's no other team set to disrupt them for the time being. So they will go in for this reset. Mormon still lying in wait. He could basically take up any form of intel if they were to move forward to press on the attack. But on the outskirts, there's also NBE waiting in the wings. Attic Luke finds more from the side of AG I8. And Blake's gonna be knocked down for now. Rosemary going for the climb. This is gonna be pretty difficult for them to actually win out this trade. Blue Zone's also setting in. They gotta settle the score quick.
Oh yes, you pointed it out right. The Blue Zone will be putting a lot of pressure to these two teams. Now Mela is back up on his feet as well. Rosemary together with Fnatic go up against Onsen and Mela. And looks like they're interested to take this fight. Fnatic shoots with a DBS in hand, but he can't connect the shot. But looks like it's going to be Mela again, the hero for FaZe Clan.
The king of DBS is here to play, but he does not have time to even go in for pickup or even heal himself. He just really got to keep running. Mormon now bow to the play zone. Meanwhile, inside of the city of Minas Gerais, we have Box Gaming running across. T2K holding them back. Sandish taking control from the top end, but he's also soaking so much more. T2K, they are left uncontested by the factory grounds. Meanwhile, over the bottom, our teams are struggling.
Oh,
but
yeah!
He's burning up!
Oh!
There's no way to escape all the wrath of the Molotov.
That was unfortunate. The fire was still active when they went into the room, and they were taken down. Now Trunks in together with Gosu. They can potentially win this fight. Falak, the only man standing for AGI8. 1v2. At the same time, T2K is overlooking them. That means Falak, he cannot go all the way up just like that.
It's just such a difficult position to be at for all these teams battling over the south side. And here comes YOODO Alliance. They crash their way into the city and get spotted out. 2 members depleted by T2K. Sandish, an absolute monster on this M4.
Oh, and because of that, looks like YOODO Alliance. They're in the dire position now. Leo as well, shooting from the other side. So YOODO Alliance is in a position where there are 2 teams looking at them at the same time.
Yeah, this is definitely going to be daunting for them to actually get any further than that. And they better have smoke to actually get out of that territory. And thankfully they do. At the meantime, we see a couple of all these straggling members still surviving within the outskirts of the city. Box Gaming slowly takes charge alongside with the rest of T2K. Meanwhile, speaking of T2K, he's going to be able to spot one member out of for MV, for Miracle Vibes. They have done a whole lot throughout the course of the run in day 2, but now needing to hold out against T2K, almost an impossible task for many of these teams.
I gotta give it to Falak though. He's still alive until now. He managed to get away from Box Gaming. But T2K, okay, they're taking the proactive approach to come down to the lower ground. Now Sundash will finish off Apex. 1 more to go.
Yeah, Sandish has been doing so much for T2K, and they're definitely looking to take East out. But Sandish got to be careful. Falak hiding right underneath the noses he might be able to actually strike one member out of T2K if he's not careful enough. And I guess Sandesh honestly doesn't really have too much pressure. He can just wait out for these two players to slowly crawl their way up. And stage 5 is about to end in a minute, so he's got time.
And plus Rick is down, so I guess that's why the call is for him to come back to his teammates to give support. Because right now, they're busy with Hail Esports. They came in from the other side, and with the high ground in the hands of Hail Esports, will give the equal vision to the other members of T2K.
Yeah, you know, what's to my surprise, right now T2K as well as YOODO Alliance is tied, 5 points apiece, and after all of that commotion that YOODO Alliance suffered through entering the city, all 4 members stayed put.
Oh, but STE can't stay put right now. Action knocked down. But right at this moment, it'll be interesting to see what happens to Falak though. He survived from Box Gaming to this area and now needs to deal with T2K on top. He's in front of him. He's basically surrounded, but nobody knows that he's there.
Yeah, meanwhile, Hill is dealing with T2K. Rig will be shut off from this match. Meanwhile, Suyak, after hearing a lot of all these pressure coming from him over the corner, they know that they're going to be pushing up. So Suyak decides, hey, maybe it's not the wise decision to stay over on the top end because C-Sky only is pressuring them above. And now Hill does not know that over the top end, it's going to be cleared up.
Well, YOODO Alliance now putting pressure on the STE with Tops currently down. IC is still alive, 70% of health. Action is coming in to give him backup. But for the rest of STE, they're still on the outside of the circle. YOODO Alliance, they need to be aware that there's someone else behind them. They could be backstab anytime soon. As YOODO Alliance wants to secure the points, but is taken now. Finally, position compromise.
For NBeSports move out of the way. There's just no more room for another team to be on the block, but surprisingly enough, still AGI8 hides underneath, undetected. As these exchanges go through from long range, STE has lost a couple of all these tires on that buggy, but still will be rolling across the field. STE, they get out of that situation alive for now, but the further they go, they're still members of DRS, waiting on towards the west side. So this is not going to be clear just yet for the Mongolian team. So DRS, they should be able to actually get a good idea of how to play this out.
Wow, look at this. Multi-terrain similar to our previous circle inside of Impala. We've got teams all the way up there. And this time it's going to be Hail Esports overlooking the other teams. It will be interesting to see if Hail Esports can possibly get the chicken dinner with this kind of position.
Yeah, interesting enough, T2K decides we're no longer going to hold this hill, we're going to hold the lower factories instead, which might be a better decision because it's closer towards the center. But what if that circle eventually pulls towards the north, then Hill definitely has a good time. DRS spotted out by Tiger X. This is possibly one of the better rounds that the Tiger X has. From the early game we saw Hill set things up to get some pickoffs to this point where they get that bird's eye view throughout these corners of Minas Generalis, and true enough, this circle will also pull a little bit more towards the open ground, so a lot of these teams over on the south side may have to rotate eventually.
Okay, everyone's in the circle right now. I don't think everyone's outside of it. That means we'll need to wait for another 45 more seconds before we see action happening. So it looks like, so the action point, if the circle does move away from this city-ish area, then that's where we can see a lot of fights happen inside of the area.
Yeah, especially on the south side. And that's a lot of work for YOODO Alliance as well. Meanwhile, DRS, understanding their terrains, just takes cover naturally across these open grounds. And in the meantime, over on the north side, there is NBE. They haven't really revealed themselves too much. Snipes finds one member out of YOODO Alliance. That's one knock, but won't be able to confirm all too much. Falak has finally moved into another position, and that grenade's looking rather good, but will take a chunk of the HP bars out of Falak.
Oh, and this is where GEEK SLATE, they're confident enough to move. That Molly will definitely push him out. Falak, where's he gonna go? And Falak will be burned down by the Molly thanks to Sonics. GEEK SLATE, 4 elimination points. But for AGI, number 10 with 1 elimination point for themselves. And now YOODO Alliance has box gaming to deal with now with the circle
My
moving
goodness.
away. Looks like we have NBE coming in as Sang defended his ground against DRS.
And they just ran in for it. NBE, they were absolutely ready with Mondo as well as Sack waiting right underneath. And that also gives an idea to Hale, who's been camping over on the top side. It's an unfortunate run in coming in from the side of DRS. So of course, they had no other options but to also book a spot of their own. Now, eyes back on towards YOODO Alliance as they deal with the rest of Fox Gaming. Trongzin hasn't really moved out of this warehouse for now. And this is such a superior positioning where it's really hard for other teams to actually get a clean push. So YOODO Alliance is being absolutely careful about this.
Oh yeah. They know that someone's in there though. They just don't have the information like how many people is in the building. That's why they prepare with the nades. But speaking about nades, Tiger, Hale Esports, didn't they hold that highest of grounds? But still NBE managed to knock them down. I mean, the Mongolians, they know how to deal with super high grounds.
Yeah, and they still got grenades to cook for days. Mondo, you will definitely have a lot more ideas to deal with this situation. There's so many crates that they've managed to restock coming in from DRS, which is where they will find those grenades. But STE, they're also joining into this party. As it definitely is a blast with all these grenades going on. Meanwhile, YOODO Alliance, they infiltrate the building, immediately met with a couple of pressure coming in from Box Gaming. Trongzin now holding it out. Tag team duo. Let's see how much Trongzin can do. He will shred. Oh, he's out with a grenade!
Wait!
Sonic's actually needed him. GEEK SLATE, they chimed in. And this is definitely going to be a third party that will disrupt YOODO Alliance.
Oh, at the same time, the blue is putting pressure to all of them. Molio taking over his own. But Boss Gaming, Nate, where did the nade come from? It came from GEEK SLATE again. GEEK SLATE, third partying, and they will be happy to collect the points.
And GEEK SLATE, they come in to close up shop. They say, you guys can have all that commotion all you want. We're just here for the cleanup. And just like that, GEEK SLATE, hot off of their win back in that previous round of Miramar, finds themselves in the top 5 again.
Oh, Hale Esports still has a circle. And nothing is going to challenge them, even though a couple of knockdowns from NBE, but that's all that they could do. They toss the nade, knock, Hale Esports can reset again.
STE, as much as they're over on towards the knock point, they've got eyes on them. This Tiger just zooming right into their area of play. But STE, they rely on these natural grounds to keep themselves alive for the most part. So that actually opens up a little bit more room for both T2K as well as GEEK SLATE to eventually advance forward. And perhaps with too many angles for Kill to actually cover up, eventually they may have to actually give a little bit more spacing to some of these squads.
Okay, so far we have one member from GEEK SLATE on the outside of the circle. That is going to be damn rude. But for him to come in shouldn't be a problem since he has his other two teammates as a marker. That should be okay. Stage 9 will be interesting because it will close entirely. And I believe, looking at the current position, Hale may be one of the earlier teams to be forced to move down.
Yeah, and this is where they really have to take a deep dive and just hope that they actually land safely over on towards the low ground. C-Sky only, he still has one more nade to cook up. He's going to reserve this for a later time, I believe. Mondo knows that they will have to climb down. We'll pop one more grenade. Chunks down some health bars coming in from Tiger X.
Oh, right now, okay. Just waiting for the moment. The blue is closing in. Hale, they're losing ground. The moment they go down, it's going to be NBE waiting for them. But NBE, wait, where did the shot come from? It's going to be nothing for Hale Esports. They are going down. Sky only takes a chunk of damage, but he's still alive.
And it's going to be Nerzy here popping another grenade. This might actually look pretty good for STE to chime in for a third-party engagement as well. They've been waiting long enough. Hale somehow survives all that onslaught. GEEK SLATE challenges T2K. And now down to Suyuk. Close quarter, bottom quarter wall. He has to reload. Brings out the UMP. 12 bullets in hand as well. He's got to make this work. But the flag comes in. Damroot saves the day.
Damroot from the back, the captain himself, leading by example for them to win that fight in the house. But now Hale Esports still has a high ground against STE. STE needs to deal with Hale Esports, and they do have the advantage with Sky only taking out action.
Sky only, he refused to jump down over on the corner, and now Icy just by the corner of the tree, he stays afloat but will be knocked down as well. See, Sky only, he's here to clear the lands.
And here we go, Hale Esports still has the advantage. Nizet is still alive from STE. Damroot on the other side. Who will be forced to move next? It could be Damroot, but Nizet, he has nowhere to go. And Sky only jumps down, but look at Nizet, still wins the fight. But Tiger is there to back him up.
And see Sky only, the reason why he has Sky in his name because he's got wings to fly. Every single time he takes a dive, he wins the trade. And now Damroot, he's hoping to win out from this position itself. Hill, they got to move in 1 versus 1. Damroot, can he secure a double for Malaysia? Tiger X, not much help to work with. There's so little room. DPS randomly spraying through the smoke.
Damroot.
Shots landing,
Tiger.
and it will get him.
Good
GEEK
man.
SLATE, double chicken dinner in Miramar.
The first team to receive 2 chicken dinners back-to-back, GEEK SLATE. The team that is currently in a roll. My goodness, GEEK SLATE. And it was a tough one, not gonna lie.
It was one of the most difficult circles for all the teams to play out, and GEEK SLATE riding on that momentum in order to claw their way through with a double win, and this will put Malaysia on the map.
Oh, yeah. So, looks like the theory of J Hunter says, Southeast Asia teams, they're a team that needs warm-up. And, looks like they are warming up now. Tomorrow will be
More than
very
just warmed
interesting.
up, I believe.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I mean, 2 chicken dinners back-to-back, right?
Well, quite the amazing feat by these squads overall, but these early battles were pretty interesting, especially when we saw that dance coming from Pondbit in the early game that gave VPE the run for their money, but eventually even VPE had struggles rotating from so far away.
Are we looking at a power shift now?
I
From
believe so.
Yesterday, 5 out of 6 is South Asia. Today is a balance.
A 3 out of 3, I'll take those any day.
Tomorrow, who knows, right? So it's going to be interesting, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, you don't want to miss out on tomorrow and the day after show. Anything can happen right now. And I noticed that the numbers shift towards the end. It was really, really close now between the 2 regions.
Yeah, and of course, with 100 over points to chase, and Southeast Asia is now putting the numbers to eventually even up the tides. I think like it's really impressive to also see how Hill has been able to pressurize a team like T2K that was holding on to the high ground. And we saw the last battle was a matter of inches of landing the shots.
Yeah, it was so close. I mean, there was 1 bullet difference basically. But you know what is our difference with the analyst desk?
What's the difference?
Is that they're smart and, well, I can't say...
I'm not smart enough.
No, I was about... They're smart, that's why they're the analyst desk, right? So I gotta give it to them. Anyway, that's all from us at the Casters desk. We'll pass it on to J Hunter and Choo Choo. Take it away.
Thank you so much, Cassis, for your compliment. The only one that actually touched the dash is going to be Cloud. I think he's only talking about himself. But speaking of a back-to-back in Miramar, particularly, Jay, it feels like the Southeast Asian team, particularly, is going to be GEEK SLATE here. Do you know how to play along with those high ground?
Oh, yeah, definitely. I mean, they've been on the opposite side this time. Now they're from the bottom going to the top, and they clinched it out beautifully. For me, I mean, one thing that I can use to, or one word I can use to describe Damroot is he's dependable. He's dependable in this kind of situation, high stakes, but the reward is high as well. And he manages to, in that kind of pressure, because you see Hale, in the stats, you'll see that there's 3 people remaining that Damroot has to put down. But he's cool under the pressure, cool as a cucumber, and that mentality, that experience that Damroot has playing 8 seasons of PUBG Mobile really shows there.
years and years of experience to give up. But this time our MVP is going to be Snipes instead of...
Right.
I think it's our personal MVP for Damroot when it comes to the closing in a very difficult situation.
Yeah.
But when it comes to damage-wise, still towards the side of Snipes, 1,000 Nova. Team contribution-wise, I think all the teams pull up their own weight. In the case of GEEK SLATE here, speaking of which you mentioned about the reliableness coming up from the side of Damroot, I think we all have to agree. And this is the first team in Southeast Asia that got it back-to-back. And not just that, you guys in chat, I noticed a lot of them actually called off a 9-3 for the overall chicken so far. 3 for South Asia and 9 so far for South Asia. And that is kind of true. But we saw before how many teams actually being executed early on is always about South Asia versus South Asia.
Right. But we see the top 4 eliminators here is, of course, it's the 4 MV show all the way. Three of them are here. Only one from Nepal, which is Kilo YT. This is hardly surprising, but judging by the performance of 4MV for the 2 days we have played. And but I believe that C is coming there. It's coming up here pretty soon. As I mentioned in the early of the show, I mean, we take time to warm up. I wouldn't say that's a scientific method of saying, C teams need warm up, but you could see it. Back-to-back chicken say something about it.
It is what it is, right? It's not scientific, yes, but it's definitely a good way to start things off. Start it slow and steady. But coming out from the side of 4MV, the only one's not up there. It's going to be just Refuse. It happens to be the support as well. But if you compare the gap here, Jay, it's like 4MV is unmovable up there. But the gap and the second team is still coming up from South Asia. If you guys notice the green color on the numbers, it's going to be representing the region. Boom, on the other, been pushed down here.
Oh yeah, definitely. I mean, this is a very good day for GEEK SLATE, but this comes with its own set of problems because this is not their main lineup. They want the double chicken dinner. So they have to think, is this the lineup we will use for the rest of PMRC? Or do we want to put back Mika? Because he was one of the top terminators for GEEK SLATE before this. So this comes with that kind of like, oh, do we... Mika is a better fragger, definitely, but do we want him to play in this PMRC these last 2 days? That is the problem that comes with this win.
And also, that kind of gave me an idea. Maybe when it comes to PMRC, Audrey is a better fit when it comes to the adaptation with the gameplay. Maybe for a different tournament, maybe they will swap in and out with Mika. I think he's a very valuable asset still coming out from GEEK SLATE. But you have to give it, when it comes to Audrey actually performed this time, they got themselves a double chicken. But we do have an interview coming up. It's coming up from the side of STE. I can't wait to see. So is it going to be Senator again when it comes to the interview? Hello, for the side of Team STE. How are you guys doing? Senator, it's good to have you back. I'm Chicha and Jay. How does it feel when finally you land a chicken? The only team of Mongolian that didn't score the chicken, finally you got it today.
Өнөөдөр нэг сүүлийн Монгол гол чикен дээрс чикен ямар санаг?
Тэгээд ерөнхийдөө гоё санагдчих шүү дээ.
We feel good. It's fine. It's chill.
Very chilling. Thank you, Tops, for joining us. I feel like he's very shy here right now. Now, based on your previous interview with Senator, also we have Tops here today, I want to know that you mentioned before you are not competitive ready yet. Now, are you competitive ready after you fought 2 days against a team in PMRC?
Yeah, we feel competitive right now, and we only done the 50% of the tournament, so the rest 50% we will try our best.
You have a question, Jay?
Right. I mean, today is definitely a turning point, and STA has historically been very good in the last few days. Do you think this will happen? Do you think that these 2 days you will amp up your gameplay and play more aggressive, or maybe go for more eliminations, or will you just play normally?
Yeah, we will just play normally. We're trying some tactic too, because the most important is after this tournament we have PMWI. So we're playing with our new phone. So we need more adaptation, more tactic, and more gunpower. So we're just trying to handle it.
Hopefully it will be the case for you for the next day. But coming back for your expectation and Tops as well. I know he's a bit shy, but it's okay, we don't bite. Coming up from the STE side, right? Since you already fought against Southeast Asia for 2 days in a row now, do SEA teams actually up to your expectation, or you feel like, nah, we're gonna beat you still, or you feel like they're not their best yet?
You mean about Southeast Asia?
Yes?
Our opinion?
Yes?
Yep.
We think that they will be more strong, but it's not that much strong, so kind of disappointed. And I think like others team from Southeast Asia maybe playing for other phones, or maybe they train for like Android, or like maybe a sponsor phone. We don't know, but it's not that we expected from Southeast Asia. So I hope they will not like, it's not hate, like they will be more strong for the future.
They're a bit disappointed. I mean, like, we're disappointed too, okay? But yeah, last but not least, for the side of STE, you have a lot of fans out there, including me. Tops, I'm your fan. Do you guys have anything to say to your teammates, your fans, even for Southeast Asia region, which is disappointing for you right now?
Southeast Asia ер нь фэнэд зориулж юу хэлэх юм бэ нөө. Тэгээ Southeast Asia ер нь би муу тоглож байгаа гэсэн. Тэгээ тэр нь ер нь ямар санагдаж байна аа. Фэнэд үгүй ер нь юу хэлэх юм бэ нөө. Одоо энэ олж байгаа багууд фэнэдтэй.
За одоо яг тэнцэн 50% орж байна. Тэгээд оролцож байгаа багуудтай урьдчилсан амжилт хүсье. Тэгээд фэнүүдтэй тэгээд дэмждэгт баярлалаа гэж.
You say the tournament is only in 50%, so we will try our best, and good luck to other teams. And thanks to every fans who's supporting us, and we will try our best.
Thank you so much, Senator and Tops. We wish you all the best. More chickens tomorrow. We're looking forward for that. And see you guys in the next time. Thank you. Bye. They're
Wow.
disappointed.
Yep, disappointed as we all are, I guess, for our C compatriots. But of course, let they say it's only 50% of the game. There's still 50% more to play. And for the benchmark of teams like GEEK, SLATE, I guess this is a decent 50% of the game, because for every team, after 50% of the game, they really need to reevaluate: is this how we want to play? Is this the gameplay that we just improve upon a bit, or do we need to change drastically in order to get a better result?
I agree. But at the same time, we can see that they start to climb up for South Asia team, but it's particularly on Miramar map, not so much in Erangel. And we'll wait for them, including even STE is waiting for South Asia to come up a bit stronger, maybe way more stronger than today and yesterday. But we have to wait it till tomorrow, because right now we are ending the show and wrap things up. Thank you so much, Jay, and our casters right there, Cloud and Contra. And also thank you guys for watching with us. But stay tuned for tomorrow, same time, same place, because this is the PMRC South Asia versus South Asia. See you guys again tomorrow. Good night and have a nice evening.